Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching Security Scan with me, Vishal Dahiya. And this week we will talk about stealth destroyers under Project 15B. Now, 4 guided missile destroyers are being constructed as Majgaon Dock under Project 15B for Indian Navy. Indigenously designed and constructed, these warships have improved survivability, seakeeping, stealth and maneuverability. Propelled by 4 gas turbines, these 4 stealth destroyers will be able to achieve speeds of over 30 knots. The weapon systems and sensors on board these ships will allow them to engage shore-based, sea-based and air targets at long distances. According to reports, all of them will be armed with precision strike BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, next generation Barak surface-to-air missile systems, 127mm guns and rocket launchers as well. First of these destroyers, INS Vishakhapatnam, is likely to be commissioned to Indian Navy in 2021-22, followed by INS Marmugao, INS Imphal, and the 4th one, which is yet to be named. So for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with Retired Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha. We also have with us Commander Abhijit Singh, Head of Maritime Policy Initiative from ORF, and Mayank Singh, Senior Journalist who keeps a tab on the defense aspects and the policy in the defense sector. Let me begin with you, Admiral Sinha, and let's try and understand both about Project 15B as well as the destroyers. What is their place as far as the Indian Navy scheme of things is concerned?
Destroyers are the most powerful surface ships, really, without an aviation element, except that they will have a seeking or the new helicopter which is likely to come. The negotiations have already been done. So the sonar system is same, but destroyers can do very high speed, much faster than the frigates, and they have punch, solid punch, so much so that I would think that with an anti-submarine helicopter, it is really the most powerful platform that any navy can have. So that is about destroyer. As far as the 15 Bravo weapon system that you have just mentioned, right now the destroyers have got the 100mm gun, which helps the, which is used for the surface fighting. Very helpful when the amphibious troops are landing on the shore. But this one will have 127mm, which is under contract, is being built by the Bharat Heavy Engineering Limited, BHEL. They're already in service, but the fire rate is a little high, and the ranges are much better. It's a sturdy gun. So basically it is by and large indigenous. Okay. You also mentioned about the long range SAM. This has been inducted in the Kolkata class. It's the LR SAM of the Barak new generation. It's 70 kilometers plus type of ranges. So that is what gives it a reach beyond what the air defense of the present systems are. And the rocket launchers are the same, sonar system is the same. The radars are going to be changed significantly. Okay. You may have a indigenous radar in place of the Harpoon, which is the so-called fire control system, and also the surveillance radar. It is quite possible, it's not confirmed as yet, that the old RAL, RAWL, that may be replaced by a indigenous radar. Okay. So there is a fair amount of indigenous content. And the stealth features that you talked about is slightly higher than the 15 Alpha. Okay, so stealth features higher and a bit more advanced as far as weapon systems and sensors are concerned. Let me bring Commander Abhijit here. Commander Abhijit, in terms of destroyers, as Admiral Sinha put, next only to the aircraft carriers, and their use both in terms of as a strategic weapon as well as also as a platform, which is very crucial to navies like the Indian Navy.
Absolutely. I just take off on that point of, you mentioned aircraft carriers. So what every navy basically tries to do is to build a balanced force. And in a balanced force, if you see the balanced force as constituting a spectrum, and submarines on one end of the spectrum and say aircraft carriers on another end, and aircraft carriers representing sheer physical presence, and submarines representing, say, stealth, standoff capability, maneuverability, etc. The stealth warship lies somewhere in the middle. A stealth warship has the presence of a carrier, not as much as the carrier, a little less in it, but it has a substantial sort of footprint. And it also has the maneuverability, the reach that you would want from the other end of the spectrum. So it's the perfect platform to have as far as the surface navy is concerned. And so the destroyers usually are the workhorses of the navy. Now, what's so special about the P-15 class, the P-15A and P-15Bs? So they have, from what my understanding is, this thing called advanced stealth. It's not just stealth, but advanced stealth, and they achieve this through a combination of angle decks, as well as using material that makes the superstructure radar transparent. And they also have some kind of network centricity, a point that Admiral Sinha had mentioned, that puts them in another league. So they have power systems, data systems, combat management systems that are all integrated. And the understanding here is that if you have a really flexible platform, which is well networked in the maritime domain, you don't then need too many platforms of that size. So it's not as if you need 15 destroyers or 20 destroyers. If you just have 4 or 5 of these destroyers, they will be able to perform in the same way as you would have performed had you had lesser platforms in greater numbers. That's the logic of having these very superior, technologically advanced network platforms. So I think in that sense, I think the Navy has got the balance right. But it's just that I think that this is going to turn out in the end to be an extremely expensive proposition for us. But that we can discuss a little later.
Okay, definitely. We'll come to that part a bit later. But let me bring Mayank here. Mayank, let's go through the Project 15B once again. You know, starting from its inception as well as the 15A, which was talked about, and as Commander Abhijit put, both of them are crucial as far as Indian Navy is concerned.
See, Navy has been one of the force which has planned things for itself very well in terms of whatever budget it's given, then what kind of platforms it's going to acquire for itself, or it's going to build for itself. I mean, we are talking about an completely indigenous ship, in which, I mean, so seeing the Navy's, there's a long-term integrated perspective plan, there's a 5-year plan, and then whatever is required immediately.
Okay.
So Navy is the one force which has done very diligently its homework, and then whatever the threat perception around your nation is, whatever the maritime aspects of threat are there, it has weaved in things very well. Thus, it has brought in the concept of 15 Alpha, 15, which was Delhi, 15 Alpha, Kolkata class, and 15 Bravo now, Visakhapatnam class. All 4 ships are going to be with you. They are such a potent weapon with them. I mean, with you, with the Indian Navy. Thus, whatever the plans are, whatever the things are, they are going very well, actually.
Okay. But if you look at the concept of having destroyers, and as both the gentlemen put it there, from the naval parlance, if you look at it, in terms of their strategic importance also, and as Commander Abhijit said, you know, they're just next to the aircraft carriers, and they are the actual war horse of the Navy.
See, when you move an aircraft carrier, it's a carrier battle group, actually. You are moving other number of ships which are along with the carrier battle group. Here is a war horse. I mean, the word war horse in itself is such a, in every work wherever you require, you have to project your image. Here is a destroyer which has got everything. You said surface, it has got surface capability, it has air capability which can manage all threats from all across the domains. So, I mean, with the helicopters which we are going to acquire, I mean, whatever we have actually in terms of camo and all, if it has got, I mean, anti-submarine warfare things, missiles, such potent missiles you are talking. BrahMos is also indigenously developed missile actually. So if you see, I have to bring another point into it. If you see, normally the construction, the manufacturing is divided into 3 parts, which is move, float, and fight. If you see, in case of move, in case of float, we have reached to the power actually. We have reached to the level wherein we are bringing in everything.
Okay.
In terms of weaponry also, which is fight section, we are doing very well. BrahMos is a joint venture actually. In terms of gun production also, the other important part which we normally not see is metallurgy. Since last 10 years or so, it is Steel Authority of India, which has primarily started supplying the steel for you actually.
Okay.
Which was creating a huge expenditure, pressure on your exchequer.
Okay.
So now you produce that in your country only. The cost of it, I mean, it may be a little more than what you normally get, this kind of steel which you get outside.
Okay.
But it is almost half the cost of whatever you are importing from other countries. So now see, look at it. It's your design, Department of Naval Design of Navy. It is designing that. It is manufacturing. It is being manufactured in Majgaon Dockyard Limited. The material which is being used is from India. Look at it, the kind of progress we have made.
So the indigenization aspect is quite important. I'd like to bring Admiral on this aspect only, both indigenization as well as the structured approach as far as Indian Navy is concerned, as Mayank was pointing out. And in our previous shows also, Commander Abhijit has also pointed out the same thing. If you look at all three forces, Indian Navy seems to have a lot more structured approach towards what it needs right now, what it needs in the long term, and then from the indigenization aspect, it is way ahead of the other two forces.
True, Vishal. You know, what happened was that all I can say that our forefathers were very far thinking, and they planned the Navy very well. Once the Leander came to Indian Navy, they decided that they will make the Leander in India under license, and they bought the design from the British. And thereafter, most of the ships, they are a development on the Leander class, the design. And in that, the Naval Design Bureau has done a very fabulous job. So that is number one. The Navy took the indigenization route very seriously, mainly because they knew that the ships are very expensive. The exchequer will lose a lot of foreign exchange, and therefore it is time for us to start making our own. The important part is the designing. So once you design, then after that is a question of fabrication. So we started off with the design, and then we had the the shipyards, PSU shipyards. All said and done, they have done a very good job. Might be very time consuming for the first one, but the second, third, fourth ships have rolled out in time. So that is on that aspect, Navy has done quite well. The best part is the user interaction with the builder has been right from the design stage. We know exactly what we require.
So it's done from the end user's perspective.
Absolutely. The end user writes the QRs, and that goes to the design bureau. Then they design the ship and they say, okay, fine, it's going to be 162 meters long. It's going to be 7,500 tons. What all are we going to put? After that, it is a question of development of the indigenous component, the content of it, and upgrade. You keep doing the life upgrade. 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo, not very, very different. But you see the weapon systems, they'll be more Indian, they'll be longer range. The radars, the sensors are going to be completely Indian. Is it developed in India? In fact, if I'm not wrong, the SSR is built by a private company. So, that's the achievement. Navy always has a warship overseeing team in every shipyard. And they are the ones who clear the ship for the next stage of build during the process of those 3-4 years. Each type of ship has got a warship overseeing team. And they are the ones who are responsible to the naval headquarters, to the controller of warship production and acquisition, and it is reviewed. So it's quite a systematic and
a close coordination.
Very close coordination. And therefore, we have progressed. Luckily, we have progressed more, and our indigenous content will be probably 85-90% now, including the weapon systems.
Abhijit, that's a steady progress, and we have had this discussion quite a number of times. The cost right now, which you're pointing out, might be a little more, but once we've acquired that self-sufficiency and indigenization to a particular level, then maybe if we increase the numbers, the cost factor might come down and might be then accounted for.
You make a point. I would prima facie agree with you that once you build up the numbers, then it would perhaps be easier for us to sustain those numbers at sea. But let me just say this to you, that in planning the 15 Alphas and Bravos, indigenization was of course a concern, in the sense, a concern meaning it was definitely one driver of what's happened over the past few years. And this is a real poster child for indigenization. I think we have much to feel proud of, seeing all of these ships being commissioned. But I actually want to bring in another aspect, that is that look at the approach that the other navies have followed. For instance, the Chinese Navy. The Chinese have these Type 52 deltas, Charlies and deltas, they're destroyers that they send to the Indian Ocean often for the anti-piracy deployments. And in these anti-piracy missions, these platforms perform multiple tasks. Now, these are all expensive platforms, and the Chinese took sort of many years to develop these platforms. The main imperative, as far as we are concerned, was to somehow make sure that we can match the Chinese in terms of the forces that they are deploying in our waters. The Chinese are coming up with something called the Type 55, which is way, way more sophisticated than our Alphas and Bravos, than our 15A Alphas and Bravos. So on that, when coming back, and this gets back to the point that you were making, if we were simply going in for numbers that weren't platforms that weren't very sophisticated, well, then we would not have been able to keep project power in the same way that we ideally desire. By having the Alphas and Bravos now, we built that base, that foundation from which we can now hope to develop the capability that will in some ways be at par with our competitors and adversaries in the region. Even if you look at, for example, the Type 45s that the Royal Navy is developing, it's in a class of its own. Closer to, say, the Chinese platforms, but definitely more advanced than the Indian platforms. So I think that it's a good idea for us to go in for expensive platforms. And I hope that in the future, this will then become that sort of a sort of takeoff point for us to develop further more sophisticated platforms and then deploy them in the field.
Okay, you brought in a very interesting aspect, and that is, the comparative. And let me bring Mayank here. Mayank, when we talk about our platforms, weapon platforms, and specifically when we look at the Navy, then we also look at our neighborhood. And as Commander Abhijit is pointing out, we look at China, we look at what Pakistan has got. Of course, most of it comes from China only. But then the other navies also, which are there in the region, which try and project their power. So in those terms, how would Project 15B, that's P15B, would help Indian Navy to project itself?
The point here I would like to bring out is actually it's an extension of whatever was happening in the past. Improvement, it's a gradual improvement over whatever you have been doing. If India is turning indigenous, that is how your step-by-step improvement is towards it. And now we are talking, as Admiral Sinha said, that we are reaching to the point of 85%, wherein of 100% of the ship, 85% we have reached to the indigenous this thing.
Okay.
So coming to whatever we want, actually, as per our threat plans, as per our observations all around, as per our own, the kind of tasks and roles which we have got, we have been making a very steady progress, actually. And there's a very interesting, nugget, which was once a Chinese ship was trying to traverse into the Indian Ocean, and here was Indian Navy which said, welcome. It has sent a welcome note to the Chinese Navy. The observations, the kind of work in terms of interconnectivity, in terms of force multipliers, Indian Navy has planned itself, as I initiated my talk with, its capital budget so very well.
Okay.
It's so well, synergized, one, to force multiplied in terms of LRMR, long-range maritime reconnaissance aircrafts and all. Synergized with the kind of radars, with the sensors and weapons of rest of the ships, surface ships. Then you have got your subsurface plan, submarines and all. It has been planned very well.
Okay.
So if Indian Ocean is your focus, you have that role. You are the primary. You have been given the task of handling the entire. In case of disaster management, reef, let's say, it's just for example, to make you understand the kind of role in which India has been playing in this region since almost tsunami when it started. It has come up so very well, actually.
Okay. Okay, so there are, quite a number of roles there as well. Abhijit, I know you would want to speak on that. I'll come to you as well. But Admiral Sinha, from this aspect of how projects like Project 15B would figure in, or rather would ensure that the maritime policy, which our Navy is following or has to follow in the near future as well, that gets done?
As we mentioned, that our forefathers were really very, far-sighted. And when the Project 15 came, the Delhi class, we had this international fleet review in Mumbai in the year 2001. And I got an American destroyer in the vicinity who had also come to attend the IFR. So he said, can I see your ship? And I brought him on board. And he said that in many ways, it is ahead of the Spruance class destroyer. So I asked him, how do you say this? He said, these are the features which you have a little more. Coming back to the mention that you made about the indigenous content, the technology transfer costs a lot of money. It is not so much in building but if you want to take the technology fully, then you have to pay a lot of money.
And it's not that easy as well.
It's amortized over, this one full class of ship. Unfortunately for us, we don't make too many ships in one class. Project 15 was just 3-4 ships. Similarly, 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo also 4 ships. If you make more of those in a same time frame, then what happens that your efficiency in shipbuilding becomes better.
Okay.
But now you got a lot of new things, but you're building only 4 ships. By the time these 4 ships get commissioned, you will find that technology would have changed. So Navy would like to have the change technology. So Navy is already, the moment you commission a ship, the midlife upgrade is already under planning. And by the time the ship finishes 4-5 years of life, the midlife upgrade program has been approved.
Okay.
So this is how far Navy...
That's quite fast if you look at how things move elsewhere.
Very fast. And it has been this has been a process of development which both our distinguished speakers mentioned. And this has helped us quite a lot.
Okay.
You will not find in our Navy, the weapon systems, normally what happens is, 30% is new, 60% is legacy, and another 10% is old. We haven't got many old ships. In fact, more than 30% are the state-of-the-art ships. So we are that way quite... The second point is that, we have kept a very lean Navy. The manpower-wise, it is the smallest. And depending upon the systems, weapon systems, that we ask for a manpower sanction. As a result, we have been able to spend 60% of our total budget into capital and 40% or maybe less. In fact, 1 year we spent only 38%. So rest of it goes for capital ships. So which is a very good ratio, which the Army has not been able to do, which the Air Force has not been able to do.
Something for which there have been reforms which have been brought about, and Chief of Defence Staff as well, obviously moving ahead with that. But concluding comments from you, Commander Abhijit, on the strategic aspect vis-a-vis the maritime policy.
Yeah, so Admiral Shekhar makes some very interesting points, but just to add to what he said, navies are not just about technology. Technology is certainly important, and on technology, I'd like to say that we shouldn't overstate what we've achieved. I think on the fight side, as Mayank was mentioning, we made some progress, but we have miles to go. And in terms of sensor and weapon development, we are not nearly there where we should have been in so many years. So I don't want to overstate the technology side. I'm proud of what we've achieved, but we certainly have more distance to go. But what I want to say is that there is always a maritime philosophy that underlies your operations. Our maritime philosophy is fleet-centered. And fleet-centered meaning we give a lot of emphasis to the aircraft carrier, to the big platforms like destroyers and frigates. And the stealth frigate is one of those major platforms where our emphasis lies. My fear is that that we have now entered an era in which budgets are always going to be a point of worry. And it is only yesterday at the Raisina dialogue that the different chiefs that were there in one of the panels were posed this question about budgets and what they were doing about it. And the question was actually meant for the UK Sea Lord, but it was indirectly meant for all the admirals on the stage to answer. And none of them had really a very satisfactory answer to give. In today morning's newspaper, there's a news item which states that the Navy is going to be cutting its force plans by almost 20 to 30%. And that's because we don't quite have the budgets that we require to build our forces. So the only worry is that whilst these big platforms are good to have, will we be able to get the bare minimum numbers to sustain our operations at sea? And that only time will tell.
Okay, definitely. That is something which the time will tell, and that is for our policymakers to go ahead and decide effectively as to how to utilize that money, something which has been done very efficiently so far as Indian Navy is concerned. Thank you so much, Admiral Sinha, Commander Abhijit, and Mayank there as well. So that is it all about the Project 15B, as well as the importance of stealth destroyers as far as the Indian Navy and our maritime policy is concerned. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about indigenously upgraded Sharang artillery gun. Now, indigenously upgraded 155mm artillery gun Sharang was recently successfully test fired at the Long Proof Range in Jabalpur. Now, this gun is an upgraded version of the Soviet-era 130mm 52 caliber M46 field gun. While the Soviet version has a strike range of 27 km, the upgraded ones have a range of 39 km. The upgrade also increases the lethality of these guns. In October 2018, Ordnance Factory Board was tasked with upgunning Indian Army's vintage M46 artillery guns. The first batch of 18 indigenously upgraded Sharang artillery guns is likely to be inducted into Indian Army by the end of March this year. For more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with retired Lieutenant General V.K. Saxena, distinguished fellow from VIF. We also have with us retired Major General P.K. Chakraborty, our defense expert, somebody who knows a lot about the field guns. And we have with us Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the defense correspondent of the Tribune. Let me begin with you, General Chakraborty, and let's Take a walk down the memory lane in terms of this particular gun, because this is a Soviet era M46, which is now being upgraded into Sharang. So how the history of this gun as far as Indian Army is concerned?
Well, as far as the Indian Army or even as the world is concerned, this is possibly one of the best guns which has came in, I think, somewhere in the end. It's known as the M46. 46 really tells us really the year in which probably it entered the Soviet forces. And then it was used by the North Vietnamese against the Americans. On the major artillery of the North Vietnamese, it entered the Indian Army at a time when I think the mediums were in desperate need. If you take 65 war, you'll see Pakistan had a beautiful array of medium guns, whereas the Indian artillery was really needing it, so it came in the 68. And even today, the gun is a great gun in terms of one thing. Any equipment, any human being is seen in terms of its robustness. We found this gun to be extremely robust. Now, how did we decide on the upgrade? The first time we decided on the upgrade, we really did it on this 130mm gun, and which was with Soltam, which is now today really entered into Elbit, and it's an Israeli company in which the barrels, the same Ordnance Factory Board had made about 180 barrels of the 130. We upgraded. Why we upgraded? When we look at this gun, you find that as far as the gun is concerned, you have a carriage and a mounting, which carriage really speaks of the chassis, you know what you want to say. The carriage is outstanding. It carries the barrel, and the barrels are manufactured, by the way, even for the 130mm in what you call Jabalpur, by the Ordnance Factory Board. You're the gun carriage factory, and possibly the barrels would be manufactured in Kanpur and they come over here, and ultimately the mating is done over here. The 130mm, let me put it, even today the range is reasonably high, about 26-27 kilometers, which is a great thing to do as far as a medium gun is concerned.
And specifically, if you look at the fact that this is a 50s, 60s gun.
It's a 50, but it is a beautiful gun, so simple to lay, so simple to deploy, so simple to maintain, so simple to fire. It's really a prized gun. I've served with it, and I must say, I really found the whole thing very simple. The next thing is its accuracy. You can fire this gun on direct firing against a tank. And now you've got a 155mm barrel. So you find, now we got first of all the Soltam. And when we got the Soltam, we found that it could be, deployed everywhere. Almost 8 regiments of Soltams came in, and the OFB was involved. Then we took a call that we were not getting these guns. Today it's a win-win situation where so many guns are being inducted. We were at this period, and I would say that possibly after the Soltam was inducted, and we came into what you call a period where the 155, 52 and 45 calibers were being inducted. So we felt, no, if not anything else, let's get some 130mm guns from a secondary market. We came to that option. It was decided, approved by even the Ministry of Defense, but we could not find a vendor to that deal. Then we said, okay, this gun, at least let's do something on our own. And this something on our own means the Artillery Directorate gets involved. And we got OFB, and we said that, okay, and we did not start with OFB. We said we'll make it an open thing. There'll be more than one, and we started a make procedure in which we said we'll have about at least more than one competitor. Ultimately, as you know, Punch Lloyd with Yugo Import came in, and the second was Bharat Forge, which again had another what you call vendor, which was a foreign vendor. I do not want to get into so many names. And the third was OFB. OFB could take it alone because simply, firstly, the chassis is made by them. The tires initially, the 130mm gun, were all solid tires. Then we got these new tires which are there right now, and you'll find that we could run it for greater distances, and we could run it everywhere. Then after that, it's a question of making the barrel. So they were already making the Dhanush. And I'm making it very simplistic. It is not that simplistic. So they were making the Dhanush, so they found it easy. And so therefore, when these three people were tried ultimately, as you said, in October 2018, when the trials were there, OFB automatically comes in. The beauty of the gun, another thing, it is 1/5 of the price of a 155mm. It's very simple to lay. It's got all the sighting capabilities which you have of the other guns.
Okay.
And it will fire the same ammunition and you could take it.
Okay, we'll come to the specifics a little later, but let me first bring in General Saxena here. General Saxena, if you look at the Indian artillery and, the M46, which is now upgraded into Sharang, so where does Sharang fits in as far as Indian artillery setup is concerned?
Sir, we have a border of around 7,000 kilometers, 4056 with China, 3233 with Pakistan. With such a large border with not so friendly neighbors, experts have opined that we require a large number of artillery pieces to provide the fire support to our combat forces, and one of the expert analysis puts this number to 2,000 or 2,000 plus. Now these pieces are divided into guns, howitzers and mortars. Basically these three pieces are distinguished in terms of first of all their barrel length, the trajectory, the muzzle velocity, the range, and also the capability to clear the crest. The guns being the flatter trajectory weapons, high muzzle velocity, long range, but capability to clear the crest is less. In howitzer little more and mortars very high. Now, I take you back to, first of all, sir already brought about, in 1968 we inducted a large number, I will not disclose the number, of M46 guns from Russia. And thereafter there was a large gap. From 1987 to 1991, 414 Bofors guns were inducted, with gun howitzer basically was inducted. And thereafter there was a famine. Everybody knows about Bofors, I am not going into the controversy portion. But from 1987 to around 2017-18, I have seen, being in service that time right up to the DG, there are many artillery modernization plans took place. They used to take off and die for one reason or the other. Except that there was one artillery modernization plan, I remember, in 2011, which actually put the basis of artillery modernization on its right basis. It divided the artillery modernization into three basic, I'm talking of guns and howitzers only, in three categories. They say we require towed guns, number one. We require towed howitzers, or we require a high angle or clear more crest. And we require self-propelled guns and howitzers. Self-propelled means they can move on their own traction. Okay. Now in these three, now it is to the credit of the Regiment of Artillery that today, if there is one arm which is actually celebrating the Make in India to the hilt, it is the Regiment of Artillery. Now talk of these three categories I'll talk about. Now talk about the towed artillery gun. Do you know that there is a program, Advanced Towed Artillery Gun System, which was given to OFB, ATAGS, given in 2013. Very few people know that this is, in the Indian history, the highest public-private partnership program posted at 3368.48 crores for 150 pieces. Also, it also holds a world record. A Bharat Forge gun of ATAGS achieved a range of 48.074 kilometers, and of Strata Power achieved 45 kilometers. So this is one category. Other category now was, we tried the Nexter gun also in this, but I will not go into that. We didn't succeed in that. Now come to the second category of howitzers. We wanted towed howitzers. Now here I will say M777 towed, M77 howitzer, which is a towed howitzer, was brought in by Mahindra Defence and from BAE Systems. Again, a great thing happened. Only out of 145 howitzers at 5070 crores, only 20 were to be brought state of art, rest to be made by the Mahindra Defence. Again, Dhanush, you saw Dhanush on 26 January roll down the Rajpath. This howitzer is one of our own, and this 155 millimeter howitzer is a pride and a place. Now talk of the third category. What is the third category? SP howitzer. Everybody knows about the K9 Vajra. The only deal with South Korea till now, in a deal in which the L&T won a global tender. Only 10 brought assembled here, 50 and 40 in 2 years of November 19 and November 20 will be made by L&T. Here is Mahindra Defence, here is L&T, here is OFB, making these three categories of weapons, which is towed artillery, which is towed howitzer, and self-propelled artillery and howitzer. Now this was one channel which was working in one vertical. At the time, as sir brought out, another thing which was happening, there was a large number of M46 130 mm pieces. Now, M46 weapon system, though is an excellent weapon system, has a caliber default, caliber shortfall. It was decided by that the standard caliber is 155 millimeter. Why 150? Why so sacrosanct figure? Range, first of all, the required range. Secondly, required lethality. The type of ammunition, for example, it carries 8 kg of warhead, this Sharang round, as compared to 3.4 of the
M46.
M46. Now also, not only that, different varieties of ammunition to be fired. This I can bring it out later, but let me just bring it out that the other vertical which was climbing up was how to upgun 130 millimeter into 155 millimeter. As sir brought out, when the global tender went, Punj Lied with Yugo Import and Bharat Forge with Soltum came in, and ORB also came in. This gun was, the ORB won that tender because it is actually a gun is already there, only an upgrade kit. The upgrade kit has a barrel, has a breech block, has a pneumatic rammer, as also the different type of ammunition. This is how it fits. Now, where will this fit? Again, bring to you 3 categories: towed gun, towed howitzer, and self-propelled howitzer. This will come in the category of towed guns.
Towed gun.
Why? Because, and also, if you can really strictly talking, gun howitzer. Because the trial was done at 0 degree, 15 degree, 40. It can go up to 45 degrees also, not actually a flat trajectory, but an excellent weapon design. So this is where the artillery is climbing up on its procurement in 3 verticals of towed gun, of towed howitzer, self-propelled gun howitzer, and this upgunning is fitting into the first category and bringing up the number. Today, how much L&T, how much Bharat Forge, how much Mahindra Defense, the tremendous amount of make in India is churned up by the regiment of artillery.
So that's a very wonderful sum up as far as the artillery modernization program overall is concerned. Let me bring you here, Ajay, as both the generals are pointing out, and the larger picture that they have described in terms of artillery modernization. There's a lot happening. And very significant aspect of that is the indigenization, the Make in India aspect, the public-private partnership also. So that also is a very significant one here.
Yes, Vishal, actually this morning I was doing a bit of number crunching for this show only. See, we are making 144, now we are talking only of the towed artillery guns. The Artillery Modernization Program 1999 talks about 1580 pieces of the towed artillery guns. Now these are towed artillery guns classifications. There are separate guns, tracked guns, wheeled guns, there are separate guns. I am only sticking to the towed artillery guns. We have a demand for 1,580 such guns. Now, let's do a bit of number crunching. We are making 144 of the Dhanush, which we are making on phone. Around 150 of the ATAGs. Now, that takes a number to around 300. Now, both the generals have refrained from addressing the number of the M46. My sources tell they are around 1,000 M46 guns. Now, Vishal, that makes it 1,300 guns which are available. 200 are being upgunned at the moment. Another 200 were upgunned by Soltum in 2008. Project Karan, if I'm not wrong, the project name. And so that means we will have 1,500 upgunned guns. So the number of 1580 is almost there. Another order of Dhanush, another of ATAGs, and we will be self-sufficient in the artillery program on our own, in our own country. The ammunition is made here. The gun is made here, the metallurgy is here, every technology is here. So you will be among the small league of nations who make an artillery gun on their own and have the ammunition on their own. That is the most important aspect of this gun being upgunned. The number of 1,580, the demand of the Indian Army will be met from within India. That is the important part.
And that's going to be cost effective as well, as General Chakraborty pointed out. General Chakraborty, one very interesting aspect here is, and which our viewers would want to know, as to why the upgunning required. One aspect General Saxena spoke about in terms of ammunition, ensuring that there is a commonality of the ammunition which is used by all the field guns. But from 130 mm to 155 mm, how does it affect the efficacy of the gun? Specifically, range has increased. We say, the experts also say the lethality has increased. But how, if you can explain it?
Okay, before I answer your question, I'll correct on the figures. 1582 plus 1 of this 1000 is needed. Kindly, please don't reduce the artillery is required. Actually, this is a very, please, sir. Sir, I have done it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
So that number goes to more than 2,500.
Today reduce it, we will have to answer the question. Sir, we require much more. I have reduced it. I myself worked with my own hands. These fingers have worked out these data. And as General Saxena corrected.
But we are on the right track, as Ajay was pointing out.
Sir, we please don't reduce the
Sir
numbers.
is adding the truck-mounted numbers.
Okay.
814 truck-mounted numbers.
Yeah. We did. Achha, now I'll answer your
814 is the
question.
truck-mounted number.
Okay.
I'll answer your question.
Let's come to the
I'll
Shara.
answer your question. So why going for upgrading to 155? And I'll give you a simple answer. The lowest caliber in which you can fire a nuclear weapon is the 155 mm. Now please tell me, if today you want to fire an artillery, you want me to fire a nuclear weapon, which you would agree is the thing, I need a 155 mm. This was my first point of research, which I started way back and we put it in the noting. So if you want to do, rest are all issues, obviously. With 1.5, say today now you got Lockheed Martin and what you call BAE system, they have made a naval gun. 62 caliber with what you call, I think 155, this firing 200 kilometers. Keep on increasing the range. See what General Saxena and they I think correctly brought out is the ammunition. You see, the question is, the weapon of the artillery is the ammunition. If today you want to, let's say, have, after all, ultimately what is going to go to the target is not the gun. It's going to be the ammunition. So if today you want, firstly, if you want to fire a shell which has got to range, and it's got to have a nuclear reactor. That means the shell has got to have that. It has to have that capability. So the lowest is 155 mm. You'll find even the rockets are all about 200 mm. You'll find all of them which are being fired. You see, take today Pakistan's Nasser or the others. So the lowest caliber, which at that time NATO was relying a lot on tactical nuclear weapons, we are looking at it that way. That is a major advantage. The other issues, obviously you're getting much more range. You're going with a higher muzzle velocity. The more you increase the barrel length, the 155 means automatically the caliber increases. With the caliber, your barrel length will also require much more. You're going to have a higher muzzle velocity. You're going to have a better fragmentation pattern. And lastly, see, if you look at it, range is the most important thing, because the further you can hit, why should you today, I just put it right, and I put it right written everywhere in the world, why must you send some people across the place and hit? You fire your Excalibur, which we have got with us, you got your 155 mm, you don't have to send what you call a team of para-commandos, or you don't have to send all these people who went to Balakot. Our guns should reach over there. We will destroy all the terrorist camps for you. I've been holding an operational appointment where today there's no question across the line of control, dominance will come in if you have long range.
Okay.
And that's what General Saxena would want, that's what Ajay would want, that's what all commanders on the field would want.
Okay, so that gives us dominance as well. General Saxena, your views on this aspect, what benefits do we get?
Sir, let's look at Sharang, and I will like to say that it brings 7 different, advantages, specific advantages, which we must appreciate as professionals. First advantage, as I told you, that it is filling in the gap of the towed artillery piece. I don't want to go into the details again. I've also told you how it is adding up to the ATAGS, that is ATAGS numbers. It will be coming along with 155.
Okay.
More important, the foundation of this gun is laid on a chassis which is actually an ageless chassis. Much before we were born, the chassis was a 1940s design, 1946 inducted, 1968 some numbers which I will not say inducted here. The design and the chassis is superb. I have seen this gun being operated by the crew and it is fantastic. So 16 different countries in the world hold this weapon system, can fire at from 0 to 45 degrees. The chassis is excellent. Okay. So we are building a foundation of the gun on a strong battle proven chassis. Next point, higher caliber means what? Higher caliber, as sir brought out, higher caliber also means higher range, higher lethality, higher accuracy and higher range and reach. The most important, as sir brought out, what is artillery? Ammunition is artillery. Now it fires 4 different types of ammunition. It fires at ammunition called HEBT. What is HEBT? High explosive boat trail. What is boat trail? If you look at the ammunition on the side, it is tapered on the side. Means it looks like a boat. Why this boat? Why HEBT ammunition? This type of ammunition increases the ballistic coefficient. For the viewers to tell, ballistic coefficient is some quantity. If the higher ballistic coefficient means the round has got a greater capability to overcome the air resistance. Very short, very simple.
Okay.
Then it fires the high explosive base bleed. What is base bleed? In base bleed ammunition, again very simply I'll put it across, that in normal round which is not base bleed, there is a pressure of low pressure just behind the shell. When the shell is moving in the air, just behind at the base of the shell, low pressure, which causes drag, which pulls the projectile back. This creates a sense of little gas in that area is filled through a generation, explosive generation, and that area is filled, the drag reduces hell of a lot.
Okay.
It also fires the M107 round illumination and smoke. Next, as sir brought out already, in 1/5 of the cost, actual cost is 77.37 lakhs. In 1/5 of the cost of a weapon, you are getting a 155mm gun. Of course, Make in India is getting celebrated. But the real boost is, imagine this gun of, now we got just the order of 200. But don't think that we have more than 1,000 M46 pieces. Imagine these getting upgunned at this rate. I was hearing General Kulkarni, who is in the OFB, talking about this. He says for 300 guns contract, 180 is being given. For 300, the cost is 210 crores. Now 300 guns getting upgraded at 210 crores. Look at the 80 AGS. For 150 guns, 3364 crores. M177, 145 guns, 5070 crores. For K9, 4200 crores. Now look at that figures and look at this figure of 1,000 pieces, each getting upgraded at 77 lakhs. With what? With getting better range, better caliber, better ammunition, better variety to fire. You see the firing of this gun, videos of this gun firing in LPR Kamaria, then you realize that this gun consistently fired 2 guns 4 times, and also this trial took place in Sikkim, it took place in Jaisalmer, it took place in LPR Kamaria. Everywhere the guns, it was no retrial, no confirmatory trial. So we are getting a lot from this gun at minuscule cost and celebrating the Make in India.
Okay, so cost effective, Make in India, lethality increased, range increased. Concluding words from you, Ajay, on not only Sharang, but also overall the artillery regiment and the way the entire Make in India process and the partnership, public-private partnership, is working out here.
Allow me a little digress. First of all, the figures which were quoted earlier. 1582 is the towed guns. 814 is the truck-mounted artillery. I had not added those.
Yeah,
so
you'd mentioned that.
I was mentioning only towed artillery. What General Chakravarti pointing out is he's adding the numbers of the towed artillery, the truck-mounted artillery, which is separate. Probably Danish could be that one. Okay, coming back to your question. See what Sharang does and what this artillery program does. Firstly, most importantly, as all of us have brought out, it is a Make in India program. Now, it meets the requirement of the Indian Army. We just have to speed up. OFB is doing a brilliant job. See, the best part is that they know the metallurgy of making a barrel now. Making the barrel is the most important part. The rest of the part, the fit and finish, the launching parts, they are already known to us. The barrel was the tough part, which was started with Dhanush, then the ATAGs came in, and now this one. Now, the cost is the most important aspect because it is being done at very, very low cost. You already have the chassis, you already have the gun, you are just upgunning it. Upgunning means a new barrel. Now, what does this mean? Vishal, 1987 when we ordered the Bofors howitzer, to 2017, we have ordered nothing. Dhanush was being made, was being tested. People were not sure what will be done. When these guns started coming, the confidence of the makers have been come up. Imagine 3 private companies. L&T is making the self-propelled tracked howitzer. The Bharat Forge and Tata are making the ATAGs. With this, I would conclude with only one remark. The ghost of the Bofors is out of the Ministry of Defence now. The ghost does not wander in the Ministry of Defence anymore. We have tackled that ghost. The Bofors ghost is gone. We are making our own artillery guns.
Okay, so we have moved much further beyond Bofors there, as pointed out by all our 3 panelists. So there it is, not only about the artillery regiment and how Make in India works there, but also about Sharang specifically, which is an upgraded version of Soviet-era M46 and is not only a cost-effective version, but also has an increased range and lethality also. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. I am Vishal Dahiya and you are watching Security Scan. Now this week we will talk about VSHORATs, that's Very Short Range Air Defense Systems. India has been working on replacing the Russian Igla-1M very short-range air defense system. IADWS is the last defense of the ground forces against the enemy aircrafts. After several rounds of technical evaluations in 2012, 3 were selected for this deal: Igla-S by Rosoboron Export of Russia, RBS-70 NG by Saab, and Mistral by MBDA. Later, in 2018, Igla-S emerged as the frontrunner. However, the deal is yet to be finally approved and signed. So for more on IADWS and all these 3 options which are with us, we have a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with retired Lieutenant General Dr. V.K. Saxena, distinguished fellow from VIF. We also have with us retired Major General P.K. Chakraborty, also a defense expert, and we have with us Mr. Mayank Singh, senior journalist who looks after the defense beat and all these particular issues. Let me begin with you, General Saxena, and let's try and understand the IADWS in the entire setup of the air defense mechanism.
Sir, if you have to understand IADWS in the overall setup, we have to start one line, and that line is air threat drives air defense. If that be so, it is the air threat for which the all air defense weapons, whether it be in ground, sea or air, exist. Now, there was a time in 60s and 70s when the air threat was defined by just a binary pair of an aircraft and a helicopter. It was good enough for the guns to be deployed at that time on some vulnerable areas which were considered to be vulnerable to the threat, and that was called point defense. Now, from 60s to 70s, in the next 5 decades, the air threat has gone exponentially. Multiplicity of range vehicles have increased, and the range and reach has gone. What has happened today? Today we have 4th and 5th generation multi-role combat aircraft armed to the teeth and armed with stealthy muscle. Today we have the deadly attack helicopters which can do nap of the earth flying. We have dull, dirty and dangerous attack unarmed aerial system which are all weather, all terrain. We also have razor sharp cruise missiles with pinpoint accuracy. We have all the sensor killers like ARM. We have a whole lot of precision guided munitions. We also have soft kill weapons. Now, if this be the threat, the old guns are not a counter anymore. What we have to do today? This threat demands that the threat vehicle has to be detected at the longest possible range, and then the fire on it is to be delivered seamlessly, shifting from weapon to weapon. Why shift weapon to weapon? Why not have one weapon firing all the way from the end till the terminal end is? Each weapon has got a certain range and altitude envelope. It is effective in a certain range and certain altitude. Therefore, what is the solution? The solution is to deploy successive layer of weapons in such successive layers that the firearm becomes that long. You deliver fire at a long range and continuously keep on bringing up to the terminal end. Now, this is only ground-based air defense. Connected with the Air Force, the air-based air defense and the shore-based air defense, it becomes the integrated air defense system. Now, talk of the ground-based air defense, since we are talking of IADWS. This layer which I am talking about, successive layers, is called layered and tiered defense, or the family of ground-based AD weapon system has guns and IADWS, very short-range air defense missiles at the terminal end, 6 to 7 kilometers, followed by short-range surface-to-air missiles 20 to 30 kilometers, medium-range missiles up to 100 kilometers, and long-range missiles up to more than 100 kilometers. This is only the teeth. This has to be combined with the sensors, with the better management and control system to make the system effective. Now, in this whole chain, which is required to negate the air threat of today, come to the terminal end of guns and IADWS. Why everybody is talking of IADWS? Why not guns only? Now, today, the IADWS is not anymore a luxury. You require a gun missile mixed type of weapons at the terminal end of protection of air defense. Why? Imagine an aircraft or a threat vehicle which has reached the terminal end. How it has reached? It has reached by negating your complete chain of air defense weapon systems and survived till then. Means what? It is having superior electronics, superior avionics, it has stealth muscle, it has been able to surpass your system. Number one. Number two, it could be a surprise weapon. It has surprised everything, it has surprised your sensor appeared. At this point of time, you require a very rich and a quality fire at the terminal end.
Because that's the last defense.
Yes, last line of defense. This is provided by guns and VSHORAD. Now, VSHORAD is not only just combining with guns, it provides tremendous opportunities. What does it provide?
Okay.
Like take your case to high altitude, mountainous area. Guns are deployed in some particular pattern. Missiles can be deployed way out to increase the firearm. Number one, it can be deployed in an innovative, dynamic fashion so as to give you deployment options. It can be deployed in various, like I cannot take the names here, classified. In Northern Command and there are areas where the aircraft has to pass if he has to attack a particular vulnerability through a certain pass, through a mountain pass, through a defile, through some bottleneck.
Okay.
Air ambushes can be laid there. Today, VSHORAD, today man-portable air defense missiles, either on man-portable shoulder or on vehicles or on board the ships or in aircrafts, are a deadly weapon.
Okay.
It cannot. That is the reason the VSHORAD, everybody is talking, is a critical chain in the ground-based air defense weapon system.
Okay. Let's also bring in, General Chakraborty here. General Chakraborty, as General Saxena has, in detail explained to us why and how VSHORAD is important in the entire air defense mechanism. So, in terms of, the kind of weapons in this category which we have, that is IGLA M, and moving from here onwards, what we are seeking. So, what is our need in terms of what we are looking at as a threat?
See, the threat, as he said, he has outlined it. I'll just add a few more. You got the unmanned aerial vehicle also which has come in. You got the UCAVs which have come in and which have caused so much of recent damage. And you have also got, as he said, the attack helicopters, and you've also got special forces also which are using these things. And all these are somehow, evading this envelope, which is what I think he's brought it out so well. If you take today the way Baghdadi was killed, I mean, there was an air defense over there. If you look at the way that Iranian, General Soleimani was killed, after all, he landed with an aircraft. There was air defense against him, and then finally it was the predators which took him on while he was moving on the road.
It was a UAV kill.
Yeah. So as far as the threat is concerned, the threat is today exponentially dynamic. I think it's moving by and today, see, we are talking of fifth, already now we are talking of sixth generation, the F-35, now they're looking something beyond F-35. They're looking for an unmanned F-35. Now when you look at it, ultimately it now appears, as you have asked me and as he has said, that the aircraft somehow reaches the end point. So when it reaches the end point, what do we do? You have to have today either the gun, which he brought out, but gun by itself has certain limitations. I mean, so you have the Zeus, you have today the the Shilkas, and also the latest Tungushkas and all which came in, and also many other gun systems are there. But when you look at it at the VSHORAD, and when you look at this class of missiles which the Indian Army tried, I think, and then finally came to IGLA-S, I think it's very, very creditable that we tried really state-of-the-art missiles. Whether you talk of the Mistral, of the MDA, or whether you talk of today the
RBS-70,
the RBS-70 of the Saab. And since I'm trained by Saab, I hope you know, I had gone in 1987 for the Bofors, so I know what Saab is from satellites to this. And the RBS-70 is the NG, I think one, which is the new generation which we tried. And let me tell you, I was just asking him about the laser being this thing used, because the other two are using, infrared in double channel. This fantastic missile. And then the IGLA-S. And so the IGLA-S has gone through all these. We need it. We desperately need it. Another thing which he brought out, see, all these bigger weapons, they have an envelope. And they start, let's say where do we start the attack from? In an air threat, we start from where the enemy is parked on an airfield. Then the aircraft, if it's, let's say it's airborne. Once it's airborne, then you start taking it on. How you take it on, I will not get into the details of the weapons. He has explained it. The point is that the aircrafts are also having technologies. One technology disrupts the other to avoid. And they finally land at that terminal point, which is happening today. We are watching. This game is going on. And you will find that at that terminal point, you don't have anything to counter. Let's take the Americans.
Okay.
The recent Iranians fired, he brought it out beautifully, the capability of taking on missiles. Now, Iranians fired missiles against two targets, at Idbil and the other one next to it. And there were Marines, and there was no response. from any of the missiles. He's right. Neither the Patriots responded, nor the Stingers responded. I'm just saying the short range, the V-Shorad, from the American point of view, the Stinger. None of them responded. Now, if General Saxena was the DG and I was there, possibly he would have taken a very serious view of me as the commander in Idbil. I mean to say that because it's not accepted. But when you have the V-Shorad is able to take on, even as he brought out supersonic cruise missiles, it is able to take on missiles which are landing, it is able to take on something which is possibly visible to that last point, the terminal point.
The surprise element.
And therefore, despite you getting surprised, and which is bound to happen in battle.
Okay.
Surprise is something, even the coronavirus has surprised all of us. Surprise is the order of the human being. And today, what is that counter to the surprise? It's the V-Shorad.
Okay. So definitely, this looks like, as both the gentlemen are pointing out, Mayank, that V-Shorads is a very crucial, element and a very crucial weapon platform which we need to have in our last line of defense. Now, if you look at the entire process, and I like to bring you here on the timelines, the process started in 2010. We're now talking in 2020, almost a decade. And yet, it is yet to be procured. The deal is yet to be signed. Does it, usually we see that the processes take that much longer, but in this case, if it's that crucial, we should be moving very quickly.
See, it has generally been brought out that the procurement processes in India have been taking quite a lot of time actually. It so happens also at times that in case, let's say, some private company, organization which has been selected and which has not been selected, they put a spanner in the entire process. And we have got experts who select the things as per the basis of, general standard qualitative requirements actually. And experts like General Chakravarti and General Saxena are there for that. You're right, the delays, they cost us in so many terms, like which is in cost terms, which is in technology delay terms. And by the time you are procuring your weapon or your equipment, it has already surpassed some more modern weapon system or equipment has already come up in the market. So we are in the process of running and catching up with the things actually. It's a delay process. One thing, Vishal, which has is to be discussed is actually both can talk in terms of equipment, in terms of strategy and tactics. For a common man, this V-Shorad we are talking about, what is it actually for a common man to understand that? Why is it important? You have brought out that it should have taken lesser number of time. Decade is a quite long time actually. Every country, it has a planning process. It draws out plans so as to safeguard itself against the enemy. And in case some enemy comes in, then what are the areas which it has to not let, come what may, not let those areas to be hurt or to be attacked. So here is a method by which, if enemy has come to a point which is, as General Saxena said, vulnerable area, it has a curtain has to be drawn in front of that, and enemy has not to be allowed to enter. That is the process, so that your decision making process continues, so that your command and control continues, so that you continue to run your country and defeat your enemy. That's why it is so important, as you have rightly put, the time, it should take lesser time. DPP, these have been often been reviewed, and this is being marked as one of the most important points.
Okay, so definitely, given the fact that this is such an important platform and such an important weapon, considered to be the last line of defense against the enemy in terms of the aerial strike, definitely this requires a bit more faster handling in terms of procurement as well. And that is an aspect which the policymakers would be working on. But let me bring General Saxena on different aspect altogether here. Every platform, weapon platform we talk about here on the show or anywhere else, procurement or the deals, we also look at the Make in India angle. So in terms of V-Shorads, how do we stand in terms of technology, in terms of ensuring that we can do it on our own? Where do we stand right now?
Before I take on this question, sir, a word about, since I have lived through this whole journey of chronology of V-Shorad, and I can bring out to the audience as to where the criticality lies.
Okay.
You know, in mid-80s, I'm talking, take you to mid-80s, when IGLA 1M, the first thought of replacing the IGLA 1M started with MiG-80, we were very comfortable in our thought that it is Russia who will, give government to government deal will take place like it took place in Strela, it took place in Sam-7 and other weapons and so on. Now, that time, what happened, remember in 1991, the demise of Soviet Union took place. And thereafter, there was a complete change of whole scenario. And it took 10 years. And in fact, I remember the year 2001 and 2, when Russia again came back as a inheritor of the USSR legacy and started to say, no, we're going to give you IGLA 1M replacement, and that is IGLA S. I remember sitting in many of the conferences with KBP Kolomna. This is the maker of the IGLA S, and then we did 2005, 10, 2008, kept on discussing, and it never happened because Russia was demanding whoopingly large price because they had economically run white and they were demanding prices which were beyond any imagination. So when the government said no, enough is enough, in 2010 the government allowed us to, or in fact the services issued a tri-service RFP. And do you know that there are not only these 3 players you're talking about, there are 8 players in the world who came up to give their missile. Not only these 3 which are talking. There was Raytheon. With the, of course, there was RBS-70, there was Mistral, and there was IGLA 1S, which is here, IGLA S. There was Raytheon with Stinger, there was LIG Nex 1 with Chiron missile, there was Boomer, there was IAI, there was Thales, 8 people. When we started the trial in 2012 or around that time, this is a jinxed trial. I have lived through it from brigadier to major general to lieutenant. These 3 ranks, I have lived through these trials. Now, from 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, there were 5 types of trial, retrial, re-retrial, confirmatory trial and reconfirmatory trial. These are the 5 trials we took.
Okay. What
was the problem? The problem was initially MBDA succeeded in the fire, but they failed in the quality assurance CQA test. The Russians, first of all, they never showed up, and then they showed up earlier, their sight system failed. And then the Saab had a problem with the weight issues with the GSQR. I will not go anything further. From here, government said, all right, in 2016-17, they said, we'll do the final reconfirmation trial, and in that, everybody was made compliant. Everybody proved to be compliant. Government said, everybody is compliant now. You are coming, all 3, we will open the bid for you, commercial bid. The commercial bid, that time, I remember the benchmarking which took place, it took out the price of $2 billion. That is one whole deal. The Russians came up with 1.47 billion. The Saab came up with 2.6 billion, and I remember the Mistral. The MBDA came up with 3.68 billion. So 1.47 billion, November 18, DST said, all right, this is the lowest bidder, go ahead with it. That even surprised in 1 year, and now there is a requirement to go ahead.
Okay.
This is one scenario, sir, which is the Swisher. Now bring in the indigenous. I have been called in my service the indigenous general because I have always believed in indigenous. Now, do you know that in July 2018, the BDL has already set up a facility, trying to set up a facility in Amravati for setting up the V-Shorad facility. Now, I am surprised that there is a Tata, Tata Advanced System Limited. They have signed a MOU with the Raytheon for making the Stinger part. Stinger is a very good V-Shorad. At the same time, not only this, at the same time, there is a V-Shorad indigenous capability. We are not that far from it. Today is the Make in India scenario where we can make our own weapon systems. Okay. I am saying with this 27,000 crore deal, 550 to 600 missiles, 27,000, we can force the technology to come to us. Thales, Thales has already got a MOU with a company to produce the UK-based Starstreak missile. Now, all these are indigenous capabilities. I am saying our requirement is more than 10,000 missiles. We are going 5,000. Otherwise, either force technology or bring in the missiles or make your own capability. Okay. Like I always use this word, I will use this couplet. Okay. I always say, जो विदेशी है, वो सपना है. जो अपना है, जो भारतीय है, वो अपना है. विश्वास करो कि हम बना सकते हैं शस्त्र अपने और अपने दमखम से दुनिया को अपना लोहा मनवा सकते.
Okay, so that's the basic underlying aspect when we look at the indigenous, format of making the weapons here, Make in India. We talk about General Chakraborty, concluding comments from you, and then I'll go to Mayank as well in terms of the kind of challenges we face as far as Make in India aspect and the indigenous aspect of this kind of technology is concerned, because this is ultimately the last line of defense we have.
See, as far as Make in India is concerned, the challenges are tremendous because we don't give the private sector a level playing field. You just watch. I would say Vishwarad, he spoke of Tatas. He spoke of so many companies which are already doing these things, and also DRDO. You got MBDA, which is keen on cooperating. You got Saab, which is keen on cooperating. You got Raytheon, which is keen on cooperating. I mean, if the companies are keen on, please allow the private sector to do it.
Okay.
I mean to say, everywhere you look at it, the problems of India can be solved if the private sector is given a free hand and a level playing field. And the MSMEs, which General Saxena really as an indigenous person got the MSMEs, he fought for them because he was responsible. This ADB is also, there are many things he did while in the uniform. And the MSMEs, we must allow them a free hand.
Okay.
And if we do that, I think indigenization is a very easy thing.
Okay.
Please give the private sector a free
So
hand.
the usual underlying aspect here when we talk about indigenous aspect is that let the private sector move hand in hand with the public sector and come up with it. Obviously, policies are being tweaked for that particular purpose, and options are coming up. Mayank, concluding comments from you.
See, in defense procurement policy, we have got categories like IDDM, Indian designed, developed and manufactured. We have also got clauses for joint ventures, wherein you take the technology from outside and assimilate it within your own country. So there lies the issue, and as General Saxena brought out, the number of the missiles this time is going to be from 5,000 to 10,000. So this may attract a lot of private industry into it. But then since it is somewhere wherein we had been testing lots of companies from outside, testing our own missiles, in terms of missiles, we have done well. So there's a lot of hope actually. So we might see quite soon, I mean, something happening in this term.
Okay, so a lot of positive hope out there in terms of the private sector also playing a very important part.
Two-track approach is required, sir. Two-track. One track is go ahead with this deal, which is stuck up at glass. At the same time, build up the indigenous stability. There are any number of players who are ready for MOU, for JV, and make up your requirement. Vishwarad is a requirement of yesterday, not today. It is of yesterday and day before. Please ensure that your last line and defense is strong enough to take on the threat for tomorrow and day after.
Okay, so there it is, two-track approach required, and make up your requirements of yesterday and plan for tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. General Saxena, General Chakraborty and Mayank out there for your views on the show. There it is, viewers, for your benefit and for mine as well, as to what exactly are Vishwarads, what is their importance and where do we stand, not only in terms of indigenous capability, but also ensuring that we fulfill our requirements for our safety as well. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to this special edition of Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about the Rafale fighter jets. The reason is that the first batch of 5 fighter aircraft, Rafale fighter aircrafts, have landed in India, in Ambala, in Haryana, as per the schedule. We will try and understand for the next half an hour not only the specifications or the prowess which these fighter aircrafts has, but also how and why they will be utilized for India's defense infrastructure, specifically the kind of boost it will provide to the Indian Air Force. And for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with, we have Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava. We are also joined by retired Air Marshal Anil Chopra and Manu Pabi, the senior editor of Economic Times, somebody who keeps a tab on all news and aspects related to the defense infrastructure in India. Let me begin with you, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, and let's start by putting things in perspective for our viewers. All of us have heard a lot about Rafale fighter jets. So let's start by understanding why was it important for us to have these jets?
Firstly, I must say that the entire country and specifically Indian Air Force is very happy to have received the first 5 aircraft which have just landed a short while earlier. And for me personally, it is very nostalgic because in 1985, from the same factory, Bordeaux, I had taken off in the first formation of the Mirage 2000 aircraft and brought the Mirage 2000 aircraft into India, more or less on a similar route, except that instead of landing in Ambala, they landed at their operational base, Gwalior. And the second difference was that in those days we did not have air-to-air refueling, and therefore the number of stops that we had to make en route were much. We had to do only a single stop. There is excitement on many fronts. One reason, of course, is that at this moment there are war clouds hovering in Ladakh, and therefore India as a nation wanted improved security. Indian Air Force particularly, which is down to 30 squadrons instead of the approved 42. For them, it is very important to quickly get new capability, and Rafale, I must tell you, is going to be a game changer in this region for many counts, and I will explain one by one. First about the Rafale, and second about the Ambala Air Base, where they are going to be positioned. Let me say a few words. Let me say a few words about Rafale. You know, I'm a test pilot, and if you look at the aircraft from nose to the tail, you will find the ISA radar, which is there, which has got a range of over 200 kilometers. Is the best ISA that is available in the region. The Chinese and the Pakistanis, they do not have an ISA radar of this class. Then there is this IRST, infrared sensor tracking, over 100 kilometers of range, which is fantastic, kind of range for a sneak attack. Then you come into the cockpit, there is this electronic warfare spectra covering a large portion of the electromagnetic, spectrum, and therefore this is going to be very useful to jam airborne as well as ground radars, and it is a big asset in combat. Then come to the weapons, 9.5 tons of weapons, 14 hard points, and what a class of weapons, the Meteor, Scalp, and the Hammer, which details we will talk about a little later. I will just give you a macro view of the aircraft at this stage. You go backwards and you see the engines, very, very reliable engines. We have seen good engines on the Mirage 2000, very high serviceability, a very high mission accomplishment rate. And here we have got 2 excellent engines with high reliability. So therefore, from front to back, if you see the capability-wise, the aircraft important because the numbers in Indian Air Force are unfortunately at an all-time low.
Okay. We'll continue this part there of Air Marshal Chopra, but let me bring in AVM Srivastava here as well. And there are a number of capabilities, number of features as far as Rafale aircraft is concerned. Some of them India-specific as well. So AVM Srivastava, what would you want to add on to what Air Marshal Chopra is saying, specifically the the kind of fierce fighter jet Rafale out there is?
So Air Marshal has very clearly brought out what makes this aircraft very special, and I'll just add to that. When the aircraft is special, the kind of technology we have, and the cost of avionics in this aircraft is to the tune of about 30%. And if you take that cost, what it gives in that cost is something like the kind of EW suite which we have, which protects us from all kind of radiation which falls upon it, and it has one active cancellation mechanism also available, Spectra, which makes it do. That means the radar which is signals which are falling on the aircraft, along with the echo, will go some more signals which are out of sync with the signals which are going there. So the enemy receiver, when it receives, it will feel as if the RCS of the aircraft is very low. As such, this aircraft is 70% composite material with radar absorbent material. This aircraft is not classified as stealth aircraft, but it is very close to that. And if you want to compare it with J-20, you'll find J-20 in all the literatures which you go through, it probably has more RCS than Rafale. In that sense, we will not be beaten by the J-20's RCS kind of criteria. So this aircraft is something like very close to sub-stealth aircraft which can sneak into the enemy territory. That is point number one. And point number two, the kind of tactical air situation it provides to the pilot in the cockpit, there's no blind zone. The pilot can see all along. It gives the targeting cues or the firing cues, the mission parameters, and all these things and the control parameters are synthesized, available in head-up display form, in holographic kind of display. All that makes this aircraft very special to fly and very special for taking on the missions. There is one more word which is very well known. It's an omni-role aircraft. When we say omni-role aircraft, let's compare it to the multi-role aircraft, the swing role. You can swing the role. In the flight, it can do other roles which are there. And in those roles, I would like to classify three which are very important for the nation at this point of time. And those are nuclear deterrent role. Everyone knows if you have nuclear weapon, you need a delivery platform that will not be shot down by the enemy, that can be detected by the enemy. In that sense, it brings with the same weapons a kind of nuclear deterrent to the nations who are trying to encroach upon or trying to look at you in an adverse manner, capability which makes them think 10 times which before they would like to go into it. Then another one is anti-ship kind of capability. If you take the scene of South China Sea, it is a very relevant and contextual capability that it brings along with it. And then in-depth strike capability. It can go deep into enemy territory, apart from being BVR. It can go deep into enemy territory if so required. And then it makes it all the bases which are there with our adversaries, they become very reachable, and a dedicated effort towards them can really neutralize them. I would just like to add one more point before I take a kind of stop, is that along with these capabilities, in the Himalayan range, it can also fly and take off from high altitude and take a cold start without compromising of the fuel capacity or the weapon capacity which Air Marshal has already brought out. Okay. So I would say in that sense, it's really contextual, very important to have it at this point of time.
Definitely. Its capabilities are pretty much contextuals, be it we look at the Himalayan region or towards the IOR or South China Sea region as well. Let me bring in Manu here. Manu, specifically, if we look at the way, the timelines of this particular aircraft's delivery, where do we stand in terms of what we wanted and what we have got? And also, there has been a lot of need being felt by Indian Air Force, and we have had a discussion on this show quite a number of times about increasing its strength. So therein begins the game of adding more numbers to the IAF's fighter aircraft strength.
There has been no doubt about the capability of the aircraft, as the two air marshals have brought out very clearly. The aircraft is extremely capable. And remember, Rafale procurement went through a bit of a political controversy, but that was more on process. It was never on the capability of the aircraft. The Air Force tried out a bunch of aircraft, including the Eurofighter. They tried out the F-16, F-18, the modern Russian jets, and they figured that the Rafale is the best aircraft suitable for the role that the Air Force needs. So there's never been any doubt about that at all. And as we know, the aircraft has been very long awaited. It's behind time. Frankly, it's not behind time because of production delays. It's behind time because the successive regimes took too much time to decide on the aircraft. The Air Force has been waiting for an aircraft of this type for at least 15 years. The original procurement process for the Rafale started in 2007, the formal procurement process. And it's such a long time later the aircraft are coming in now. And the numbers, as you know, are limited. When you talk to Air Force officers, current serving and as well as retired people, they will tell you that 36 is great, but it is nothing compared to the size that we need. I mean, these are great enhancements to the air power, but we need much larger numbers. Remember, our legacy MiG-21 fleet is almost retired now. A lot of the other MiG series, the 27s, are going off, into retirement, and you need numbers to enhance. So the Air Force's original requirement, as we all know, is 126 aircraft. So we're getting 36 now. The balance is left. They are trying to find different ways of getting it. As we've discussed before, the LCA is going to come in strength. We hope to see the contract getting signed this year, hopefully by the end of this year for more. But aircraft of this type, the Rafale is a type of aircraft which no one else in the region operates. We are, I think, way ahead of others in terms of capability, as has been brought out earlier, both in air-to-air and air-to-ground roles. which are vital, and you will need more of these types. And as selection process is on, and the fear that a lot of people see is that this will get dragged too long. We needed these aircraft yesterday. We need more of them today. And aircraft procurement isn't like buying a car. It takes time. You place an order. It takes them 3 years to manufacture it. Then it takes a lot of time to create infrastructure, to train up pilots. And again, what I would like to emphasize, and I'm sure the Air Force officers, the RAD officers will agree with me, is that numbers are of great concern, and I think we will need more. And I hope the government also pushes this forward as soon as possible.
Okay, definitely. Numbers are of great concern, but the ball has been set rolling, and it seems to be becoming a reality now that the first batch of 5 Rafale fighter aircrafts are here. Let me go back to Air Marshal Chopra here. Air Marshal Chopra, whenever we talk about any fighter aircraft, its weapons carrying ability is something which makes gives it a force multiplier. And what kind of weapons can it carry? In case of Rafale, it is being said that this particular capability is a real game changer. So how would you describe the weapons carrying capability or weapons on board Rafale fighter jet?
Absolutely. Before I talk about the weapons, I think I will briefly add on to what Manu Bobby has just said. The Indian Air Force's actual requirement to the government had been told for 126 aircraft in 2001. From 2001 to 2007, before the process could be started, we lost a lot of time. In fact, in 2001, Indian Air Force had said, okay, give us just Mirage 2000 upgraded, and we will be very happy. The Dassault company till 2006 waited, and finally they said, okay, we have to close down the Mirage line, and then we started this process. So Manu Papi is absolutely right when he says that Indian Air Force desperately needs aeroplanes. We are 12 squadrons short. We will be another 10 squadrons short in next 8-10 years. And the backlog is so much, and therefore I think the government is well aware of. The Indian Air Force has been explaining to them, but for some reason, bureaucratic delays at various levels, the political, bureaucratic, and military level, I think we have messed up and reached a point where we are short of Scotland. Now, we come to your question about the actual weapons on this aircraft. You remember after Balakot, that little air combat that we had to go through. The other side fielded the AIM-120 AMRAAM, and they fired 5 of them. Luckily, none of them hit our aircraft because we did some defensive maneuvering. The fact that we had to go into defensive maneuvering itself indicates that BVR was an issue for us at that moment of time. Now, Meteor comes with, which is a BVR missile, a much longer range, over 150 kilometers range. But greater thing about Meteor is it has an ISA radar on its head. And the greater thing is it has got a no escape zone of 60 kilometers. Now, I must explain this. No escape zone means once the enemy aircraft is within 60 kilometers of this aircraft which is firing, then any maneuver or anything that aircraft would do, there is a no escape zone. So Meteor is a very, very modern. Now, it has also got ECCM features, electronic counter measures. That means if somebody will try to jam the missile while it is in flight, the missile will be able to defend itself electronically. So this is a Meteor, so very significant. That means the enemy aeroplanes will have to maintain at least 150 kilometers away from Rafale or have a weapon better than Meteor. Second weapon is the Scalp. Now, Scalp is a cruise missile which has got a range of around 540 kilometers plus minus a little. Very, very accurate. Most cruise missiles have an accuracy of around 3 meters at the target. Now, imagine, we did a Spice attack during the Balakot strike. Spice had a range of around 60 kilometers, but physically when you fire, you had to go a little closer. So you had to. Imagine if you had a Scalp class of missile, 540 kilometers. Means from Ambala, you take off. Over Ambala, you fire a missile and hit a target in Sargodha, which has got a lot of strategic targets. That is the kind of range Scalp missile has got. So very, very modern, cruise missiles. I'm also happy that India is making BrahMos, and larger numbers will get added. And BrahMos is also going to be a very, very good cruise missile. The third weapon that is relevant and the last of the 3 main weapons, that is the Hammer. No, when the contract was being signed, we chose not to have a hammer because we already had crystal maize and spice from Israel. So we did not want to inflate the size of the contract. So it was decided we will not order the hammer. But today, the way the technical situation is on the ground, and since they have hot clouds on the border, there is a need to quickly have a hammer class of weapon, which is has a range of around 60 kilometers. The advantage of hammer is that hammer is already fully integrated on the aircraft. So if the missile comes, they can be bought off the shelf, and it is available to slap onto the aircraft. So hammer will bring in a great capability. I have some more issues which I guess we will talk as we go along in terms of the operational capability that we will get.
Yes, definitely. We will come to the operationalization part as well. But let me bring in AVM Srivastava first here on one aspect. And both you, AVM Srivastava and Air Marshal Chopra, have spoken about some of them as in, India-specific enhancements as far as this particular aircraft is concerned. So a bit more on that. And what was the need to have, these kind of India-specific enhancements on such a wonderful fighter aircraft?
See, actually, our conditions of flying, our conditions of maintenance, our conditions of, from where we'll take off, etc., are entirely different than what will be the French conditions. So they need to be acclimatized unless you do that. And one more thing I'd like to bring it here, which is very important from contractual perspective, that in this deal, we have been permitted to weapon integrate our own Astra missiles if we want to, indigenous missiles like BrahMos, NG, or Israeli missiles or Russian missiles. This freedom is normally not given by the OEM. So weapon integration is a very important part. This relieves you from the continuous and ongoing monopolistic kind of weapon purchase scenario from the OEM. This no OEM wishes to get away with. This is a very important feature of the contract in terms of the management as the contract management was done, which I don't think has been so highlighted in the media. This is a very important perspective. So this aspect, if we add, and apart from that, the kind of systems we got, awareness system, the EW suite, and the hammer, which has already been mentioned by the Air Marshal, all that make it weapons. We actually paid. We paid a large amount of money for India-specific changes. We also paid for additional weapons. So it was a holistic contract. In that sense, as if we knew, we were crystal gazing that we are going to face this situation. And when this aircraft arrives here, then we'll need it to be well managed, well serviced, and loaded with the weapons. Like PBL is again a very important part. Performance-based logistics is a very important part of the contract. That gives you in the initial years 75% combat availability of the fleet, which is going to be very crucial in case some other context comes up. So keeping that all that in mind, but let me tell you what gives us the edge in this sense. There is one more thing which is very relevant to modern day war fighting, and that is how many combat sorties we can do per day per aircraft. In that sense, its modular design. This modular design is very, very relevant. And Air Marshal will bear with me that including the 2000, if you take an engine change, I have been an engineer, aeronautical engineer for the last 46 years. I know an engine change is a massive exercise in a Russian origin aircraft. It takes a couple of days. But in this aircraft, you can do it in just 8 hours. Your aircraft is ready. When it comes to turnaround servicing, that can be done very fast. So if you take all these factors into account, the potency or the combat effectiveness of the aircraft goes up very high, apart from the other parameters which you are already talking about. And there's one more parameter which we keep mentioning once in a while, that is okay, I think you wish to move ahead. So I will drop it here. Next time when I have, then
no, definitely. There are various aspects to this particular aircraft, and I'm pretty sure 25 minutes or 30 minutes would be less time to go ahead and look into all things. But the potency and combat effectiveness is something which both you and Air Marshal Chopra is pointing out. Various aspects, weapons as well as India-specific enhancement. Let's look at now the strategic aspect of it and the operationalization part. Manu, I'll start with you. In terms of how this particular aircraft, now that we have it, can be put to good use to achieve our strategic goals, and in terms of operationalizing the entire, combat infrastructure there.
See, let me start with, the very special relationship that we have with France. It's a French aircraft. We've been buying French aircraft for the past 6 decades, starting in 1953, I think, with Tufani. See, India, at the position it is right now, the Rafale has come with a full weapons package. It was not supposed to come. We made a special request. The French Air Force supported the delivery of the aircraft. They delivered weapons in advance. This tells you that, strategically speaking, India and France are close partners. And in a special procurement like this, they will go out of their way to help us operationalize it fast. So as I see it, in the coming few days, we will see, in fact, the next 3 months, we hope to get another batch of the aircraft in, 5 more. And I think Palace will go through a round of training and simulation and, a lot of weapons integration, because as we know, the weapons have come in advance. Again, a special request was made by the Indian government to the French government to send some things in advance, and I think that's really worked out well for us. And given the scenario on the Eastern Front, these are coming as a great capability enhancement. They will perhaps not be used straight away, into sorties over Ladakh, but they're a good backup to have. Our cutting-edge fighter right now is the Mirage 2000, and the reason we trust it so much is that it's a great aircraft. It's shown its capability over the years. I mean, imagine trusting your nuclear weapons to an aircraft. That's the ultimate amount of trust you have in an aircraft, and that's what we've done to the Mirage 2000. In going ahead, I think the Rafale will take over this role in coming years. So over the next few months, we will see it getting slowly embedded into our system, into our comms, into our fighter ops. But we can't really expect it to start, going up to the border tomorrow. I think it will take some more time to do that. By the end of next year, we hope to have delivery of all 36 aircraft. It will be 2 squadrons forming up. And at Ambala, I'm sure Air Marshal Chopra has something to add about the strategic importance of Ambala, but I can only tell you right now that Ambala is a very, very busy air base right now, especially the flying going around right now on our northern borders. And I think its importance is increased manifold by the arrival of the Rafale there.
Okay, definitely. And the squadron there, which you spoke about, known as Golden Arrows out there. But let me bring in Air Marshal Chopra for the concluding comment on the operationalization part and the strategic use as well. Air Marshal Chopra?
Yeah. Before I come to this question, let me quickly add 1 or 2 points to what ABM Srivastav has earlier said. Among the India-specific modifications, he has covered most of them. Is the dash helmet. Dash helmet is one of the most expensive modifications, because dash helmet we have now integrated Mirage 2000, MiG-29 upgrade. It is also been integrated into the LCA. So this is a helmet which we want commonality in the Air Force, because data sharing is going to take place. Everything is going to be displayed on the head-up display. There's also a towed decoy, which briefly ABM Srivastava mentioned, which is a very, very important thing. And that decoy will give an impression that the aeroplane is elsewhere, and the enemy aircraft will be trying to target the decoy instead of the aircraft. So that's another. Then, of course, we have got the maintenance package related to 2 air bases, etc. Now, as Manu Pabi has just mentioned, that normally when an aeroplane comes, it takes some time to operationalize. When we brought the Mirage 2000, it took us 5-6 months of a lot of activities. Of course, in those days, in the contract that time, we did not have the weapons arriving in advance. So that's a big advantage. But there is a need to compress these time frames. And actually, it is possible today to compress these time frames. I will explain to you why. Today, the kind of simulation that is available. These boys who have gone for training to France, they have done all kinds of combat missions, either in the air or on simulator. All the weapons, you won't believe it, in my entire service career, I never had to fire the 530D, BBR missile. They are very expensive weapons. You just don't, every pilot doesn't get a chance to fire these weapons. So most of it is practiced on simulator. So all these exercises would have been done on simulator. The guys are already trained for air-to-air refueling. They have actually done it during this ferry. So the time it is possible today, with the weapons physically available, or electronic warfare suits on board, with the electronic warfare programming equipment on the ground, it is possible to shrink this time to 1 to 2 months. Now, what else is required? Integrating with the other forces. You're not going to fly the Rafale alone. There will be a formation. You will fly with other aircraft. So you will have to do some dissimilar air combat practice with the other fleets, your radar controllers have get used to your new tactics and new terms that you would have used. The ground environment has to adjust in India, because till now you were in France. The French are also going to be there, who will help in quickly getting the maintenance side, operational. So there is going to be, compressing of times. My personal gut feeling is that technically today it is possible to compress this time to 1 or 2 months. And if push up, the aeroplanes are ready to launch tomorrow. Because if the nation demands so, the aircraft will physically be used. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much out there, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, AVM Srivastava, and Manu Pabbi, for sharing your views with us on this particular aspect. So there it is, all the details about the twin-engine fighter jet aircraft Rafale, 5 out of which have landed in India. 36 total is something which we are, buying from France. That is Dassault Aviation. And it's not only about the kind of weapon systems it has or the India-specific enhancements, but also the strategic importance of having such an important weapons platform in Indian Air Force's arsenal. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and a different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this episode of Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about an important scheme which has been launched by the Government of India, the Defence Ministry, that is Defence Testing and Infrastructure Scheme, that is DTIS. And for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. We have with us Retired Lieutenant General V.K. Saxena, Distinguished Fellow from VIF. We are also joined by Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the Defence Correspondent of the Tribune, and Retired Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava as well. Welcome, all of you gentlemen, to Rajya Sabha Television. And let me begin with you, General Saxena. Let's start by trying to understand what exactly is DTIS, that's the Defence Testing Infrastructure Scheme, and how does it impact the overall, defense production policy of the Government of India?
This Defense Testing Infrastructure Scheme, which is an investment of 400 crores by the Ministry of Defense, is not a standalone event. This event, the soul of this event lies in Atmanirbhar Bharat, the call of which was given by the Prime Minister on 14th May 2020. Not only that, we should not only talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat starting from the day the Prime Minister announced. When we look at DTIS, we have to go back all the way to September 2014 when the Make in India initiative was launched. Now, unfortunately, the Make in India initiative for the 2.5 to nearly 3 years remained only a slogan for the defense private sector, as it was only Make in India, but there were no orders which were coming in Make in India concept as such. Some successes started to come toward 2017 and 18 in Make in India when the government realized that it is time to actually operationalize Make in India. This is they did by clarifying the doubts in defense procurement procedures, coming out with more enabling provisions, then also talking about the Make 2 procedures, taking out the doubts from the strategic partnership model, the PPP partnership, and so on. So that's how it started in the Make in India concept started. Then successes started coming. The Mahindras got the M77, M777, the L&T got the K9, and now the Tata Power got 1200 crores contract for the radars and so on. Then came around 2018 and 19 when the finance minister announced a very major thing. What was that?
a defense industrial corridor. Two corridors were announced, one in Uttar Pradesh, another in Tamil Nadu, at the cost of 3,000 plus crore. Now, what was this? All this defense industrial corridor was to carry out investment in defense manufacturing units to modernize their production facilities, as also to increase connectivity between them so as to boost the domestic production sector in defense and aerospace sector. Now, this was the starting point. Thereafter, the government realized that while the defense private sector, it can make out prototype of equipment, can do R&D, can do something. But the major expenditure of these things lies in carrying out testing, carrying out infrastructure, integration of the equipment. These are the major expenditure. Just to give you an example, if you talk of an air defense system, which has got radars, which has got missiles, and which has got battle management and control system. While you can produce a prototype of this system, but to carry out testing of it, even the radar, the just simple radar will require testing in peak power, pulse repetition frequency, in beam pattern, antenna pattern. The missiles will require to be tested in their dynamic testing, sustainer motor, booster motor, active seeker, autopilot. The battle management control system, government realized that it is not possible for the private industry, which is just about coming up, to also have all the integration and test facilities on board.
Okay.
So it announced in July 2018, August 2019, the thing came out. July 2018, the intention was announced, and August 2019, the government announced that all the various defense testing and integration facilities which are with OFB, which are with DRDO, which are with BEL, BDL, and DGQA will also be shared by the private sector. Now, this was an announcement which was considered to be a landmark announcement. Now the private sector will be able to test. But the ground experience for the last 2 years have been that the private sector continued to ask for dates, timing, slots for carrying out testing in the facilities of the public sector, but those were not forthcoming. Why? Because the calendar of the private sector itself was so blocked that they said, all right, there is no dates for us, and people kept on waiting for a long time. And the government got a hint of this. I have attended 2-3 seminars in which the private industry came up, sir, this is an empty promise. In July 18 and August 19 promise is an empty promise. Nothing is moving because we don't get the facility. So government said, okay, instead of you sharing the facility, let me do one thing. Let me make a grant in aid investment of 400 crores. That is called the government portion of the DTIS. And they made a special purpose vehicle. They said, okay, industry, you come, academia, you come, associations, you come, R&D organization, you come, make a consortium. This consortium will become a special purpose vehicle. You build BOM model. What is BOM model? Build, operate, maintain. You will give you the aid in setting up the facilities. Total of 8 greenfield ranges. What is greenfield range? Greenfield range is a range which can carry out defense testing and infrastructure. It's a greenhouse, but it will be set up where the defense industrial sector had already come up in 2018-19. In fact, I remember Nirmala Sitharaman, our defense minister at that time, inaugurating in December 19, and the Lucknow one was announced in setup in August 19. Now, this has to be amalgamated. You see how the process is going on from 2014, thereafter the DIC coming, thereafter operationalization of the Make in India procedure, thereafter making the announcement of 2018 to share facilities, nothing happening about that. Now government proactively coming, and in between this, one very important thing left out, which is in March 2020, when the world was fighting with COVID. Today 7.04 million affected and more than 400,000 deaths. The Prime Minister on 30th April said, all right, this is all right, COVID and all is going on, but the threat equation with Pakistan and China is going to revert back immediately. With COVID or without COVID, you better put your act together and find ways and means to boost the defense and aerospace sector. This was by 6 major steps. What were those steps? First step was corporatize the ordnance factories. Then also streamline the defense procurement procedure, carry out focused allocation of resources, carry out more money in L&T, also hand-holding the private sector and boost defense export to the dream target of 5 billion in 2025. This happened in 30th April. Thereafter, on 15th May, RM announces the policy of DTIS of 400 crore investment. So you can see the pattern building up. You can see a consistency building up. You can see a mindset building up of the firm resolve of the government to take the India out from the infamous tag of second largest arms exporter with 13% share of defense export of the world.
Okay, definitely. Jal Saxena, that is a very apt, understanding for our viewers in terms of the timeline and how DTIS came through. But let me bring in Ajay here. Ajay, another important aspect of the scheme is the involvement of MSMEs and the startups. How does that, help in terms of the overall defense production mechanism? Ajay?
Vishal, yes. We must understand why this has come about. Please understand, when we go for testing of equipment, I'll take you back 40 years. When we started making cars in India, we had no facility to test a car, right? What is a crash test? How does it behave? What is the test of its, viscosity? What is the test of the oil in it? And what is the parameter? We had no such facilities. These were created 40 years ago. Now to come to the aerospace and the military industry, we are still just standing up in the making of defense infrastructure when we are compared with the rest of the world. Now, why do we need this? Say, for example, the Tejas was being made when the sanctions were imposed in 98 after the Pokhran 2 blasts. When this sanction was imposed, we needed testing facilities. The countries and the companies, the foreign companies which were doing the test for us, refused. We had to create our own testing facility. When we create our own testing facility, there has to be a benchmark for everything. When we create that benchmark leads to a kind of standardization of all the equipment we are doing or making. For example, what is the strength of the wing of a Tejas? We need a test for that. For example, what is the strength of the barrel of the Dhanush gun? Does it burst? Does it take the heat? What is the metallurgy required? It all needs parameter testing. Now, these were to be made in India. Some people have made it in the PSU sector. These, as Jal Saxena pointed out, were not easily available to the private sector. The private sector has now been given an opportunity. 75% will be grant in aid, 25% will be another aid in a way that the private sector can come up and stand up and use these facilities. Keep in mind, this will not just help our domestic industry. It will also help that industry which exports to the other parts of the world. Because once you have made a standard of testing, there is a standard of testing. That standard of testing is applicable around the world. When that standard of testing is applicable and you have done that test, it is like Similac. Similac tests the airworthiness of an aircraft or a helicopter. When you have done that and there is a standard across the world, you would be able to export that equipment very easily. Say tomorrow, for example, little example, Vishal, you want to export the Tejas to Malaysia, for example, as Malaysia is interested. They will ask you for all kind of testing of each equipment. You have already done that. But in case of another fresh equipment, you will have to run the entire course. So it is better that we have created this facility, Vishal.
Yes, I can hear you. Please carry on, Ajay.
And the MSME sector is actually a very vital sector for the growth of the defense sector. Because the MSME sector, please keep in mind, the Navy, once it makes a new warship rather, and it calls a lot of MSME sector comes in and joins in to make it. The Tejas at the moment is being outsourced to several MSME sectors, several equipment being made by the MSME sector. That is, the MSME sector is the most important for growth of the military equipment manufacturing industry in India, because that is where the little technology lies. So, for example, the bearings, the bushes of something, the metallurgy part, small little part, a small little unit, small sub-assembly, all will be made by the MSME sector.
Okay. Let me bring in, AVM Srivastava here as well. So, AVM Srivastava, this seemingly is a big boost in the arm for the, domestic defense industry and the private players, specifically, not only the big ones in the game, but also the MSME and the startups as well.
Vishal, I would agree with you on that count. Actually, it was something which was to come because, whole defense industrial base which we want to create as an ecosystem where we can ultimately give out the platforms which our armed forces need, would need the massive support of tier 2 and tier 3. Tier 2 and tier 3, where most of the MSME reside, essentially is also the greatest job provider world over, even in India. That's a statistical thing. So if you take the post-COVID infrastructure and the way the FM announcements came up, giving push to policy push to MSME in terms of defining the MSME, in terms of giving suo motu proposal to the government of India, if you have anything in the defense sector, in terms of loan availability, in terms of government taking the responsibility for collaterals and they don't have to give, in terms of tax moratorium for a while, all that has created the policy environment around which the industry can actually grow. So wherein we put in other pieces of Make in India, Skill India, and Startup India, all that comes in place. But what was critically lagging, I'm telling you this from the personal, experience, is actually your testing is required not only for the final equipment, which we got a lot of support from the policy, all, defense PSUs, armed forces, ISRO laboratories, everything is open now, available at some cost when the time is available. But there are very, very repeat tests which have to go through. The day I receive my inputs for any item, I need to do the input testing. Where do I go? That also involves mill-grade testing, in-process testing. When the equipment is under in-process at sub-module, sub-module level, you need a lot of testing has to go through. All of it, if you want to arrange for yourself, it is very, very costly because that equipment is used only once in a while. And then end product testing. All that combined for the mill grade becomes a kind of nightmarish issue for tier 2 or tier 3 industry, which survives at a turnover level of about 100 crores or so at the max. So in those levels, these investments were very capital intensive. And therefore, the things which came in, let's say we open the defense industrial corridor, and it was a natural outcome that we do something about the testing facilities. It's a very great and very welcome step. It has come out and is going to really work in the areas which are, of course, if you see the list of the testing which has been enumerated, rubbers and all that, they're all available in one or another pockets of the Government of India institutions, whether center or state. But what was lacking, that the kind of coordination you need to do, it really halts a production process. You cannot meet the timelines, you cannot really do it. You wanted something wherein you could walk in, there's a fixed price and you can do.
Okay.
And you must notice
what the thing says. From your point of view, bringing in the MSMEs or putting the focus on MSMEs and the startups as well also amounts to the overall holistic development of the entire defense manufacturing ecosystem, because as all of you are saying, as the government policy also says, that MSMEs are very critical players for this entire ecosystem.
Sir, this conforming of DTIS is actually a perfectly fits into the scheme of gradual building up of our defense manufacturing sector and holding the hands of MSME. Now, not only if you look at the announcement of 20 lakh crore package for the industry, which have pluses and minuses, look at the package which has been announced for the MSME in terms of collateral free loans and also other types of loans. The loans apart, which has got many negatives in it. The point which I'm trying to make is today there is a facility which is available not by dates and calendar date which are not available. Here the government has come up front. Now I'll give you an example. In Bharat Electronics Limited has set up a $120 million facility called Defense Missile Integration Facility. Now this facility is at some classified place, I will not tell, but that facility is not only now for the well-made machines, it is through DTIS will be available to a whole lot of industry. Now imagine, our QR SAM has just about come up. As Ajay was bringing out, that once a system comes over, hundreds and thousands of tests, just take one missile, just one missile. What about the metallurgy of the missile? How much pressure it can take? what is the quality of the propellant in it, how much range will it achieve, what sort of warhead which will carry, will it have autopilot, how will it behave, how the active seeker will behave, how the missile will be doing a dynamic test in wind tunnel. I have seen a wind tunnel myself. It's a huge structure. Now that is available in some, with the DRDO at some place. Have you seen ITR? ITR is an integrated test range of DRDO at Balasore. Now this is a huge infrastructure. It can not only give you a missile launch, it can give you a minute-to-minute record of missile flight, its behavior, its warhead movement, its autopilot movement, its tracking of the target, dynamic tracking of the missile and the target together, and the end game scenario. Many long-range radars are deployed along the board. Now that facility, as a facility, becomes available to a private player at a cost of through the vehicle of DTIS. Now DTIS will say, we are not dependent and slave of yours for asking for dates. This is the 2 defense industrial sector in which there are 8 greenfield ranges in which now latest news you must have heard. The L&T has joined hands with MBDA in setting up a integration facility in the Tamil Nadu DIC. Now that facility, as Ajay was bringing out, our DTIS facilities are not only meant for MSMEs and defense players of India. Suppose somebody was like, if you remember, Mahindra Defense, when they got the order for M77, they had to set up a huge 2,000 crore facility called AIT, Assembly, Integration and Testing. Now that facility, which is available to Mahindra for this, is now made available as a AIT facility as one of the greenfield ranges in the DIC. Imagine the floodgates now opening for the defense private sector to carry out testing. And testing will require 3 volumes of books to write down what is number of tests are required to validate a weapon system. Srivastava has been in BDL. He has been the boss of Akash. We both have seen that for simple testing of Akash, hundreds and hundreds of tests are to be carried out, even for certifying a missile fit enough for a shelf life more than what is guaranteed by the manufacturer. It is called shelf life extension. It is not a joke. So those are the type of tests which the DTIS is only a beginning. It's very, what is 400 crores? Peanuts. Peanuts. It will come forward in a very big way. The gates have been opened. Now,
definitely. You're right. Floodgates have been opened here. And, the testing aspect or having a testing facility was one of the major obstacles which was being faced by the private sector. Now that is taken care of. Ajay, how would you see the scenario changing in the defense manufacturing ecosystem, the domestic defense manufacturing ecosystem? Because we are now talking about, slowly moving towards not being import dependent as far as defense, platforms, weapons or ammunitions are concerned.
Well, see, Vishal, how I see it is that this is a step of progress from our country. The progress, how I see, when we go to Europe and see these plants, some of these companies take us, journalists, to see these plants, and our eyes actually pop out seeing those plants, because those plants are integrated test facilities. They have got flight testing facilities, they have got flight takeoff, actual flight takeoff facilities. Now, these are all in the private sector. The Airbus, Boeing or Lockheed Martin are not Sarkari companies. They are private health companies. They are listed companies. Similarly, now as we have taken a baby step, I would say, but this is the step which we should be taking. This brings us at par with the global practice. Why? Because see, the global practice is that if you make a plane, what is its tensile strength? What is its range? How do you tell the world? Where do you test it? You are made a tire. It doesn't burst on landing. The plane. How do you test it? It has to be tested a certain number of times. Say, for example, when you buy a small little watch, the watch says it will run for so many hours. Who says? They have tested it. That's why they are saying it. Similarly, when we make defense equipment and when we say that we want to be a net exporter of defense equipment, we rather have such things at our own home rather than saying it we got it tested from somewhere in Europe or somewhere in the US. It is a very good move because this is the way the things should move. This makes us a mature country. Firstly, by a mature country, I mean which your country, in terms of having a defense manufacturing base, we are serious about it. This shows us level of seriousness because this is what is being watched by the buyer. The buyer is watching this. They're invested in it. That is the first thing the buyer is watching. Because I again give a layman's example. Tomorrow you go to buy a car. The salesman tells you, sir, this has been tested with airbags and this 80 yards. Because that is a test being done. Similarly, for guns, ammunition, tanks, planes, anything you make, what is the strength of its rubber parts? What is the strength of its tensile parts? These things have to be tested, Vishal. This is the first step how I see it, Vishal.
Okay, definitely. This is the first step, but a very important and a significant step there as well. Concluding comments from you, ABM Srivastava, in terms of way forward from here in ensuring or achieving that self-reliance in defense manufacturing, which we have been striving for so far.
Yeah, I'll just make out 1 or 2 points. First is together with the policy which opened up the defense institutions, defense PSUs, and ISRO for testing facilities by the private sector, and plus the DTIS, this current scheme, which invests 400 crores primarily in the defense industrial corridors. It will make a testing environment for the future equipment or whatever equipment we want to do indigenously, very important, very critical player. But I want to make one point here. The point here is all these things which are coming up, they are coming up under a monitoring committee when they get established. I would request if it can be seen, because we always have the performance policy play and the learning from the policy. As we see it unfolds, there are some learnings which are done. And that's what we have done since 2014. We have learned and then we accordingly modified and came out with a strategic policy, came out with so many other policies. The policy would be we need to have some mentor institution which already does this job. If you take the case of wind tunnel, NL is there already, DRDO is there. You take the case of hypersonic wind tunnel, ISRO is there. You take the case of rubber testing, in Air Force there is a BRD which does this job. You take the case of any other kind of work, you find that somewhere in one of the labs already this work is done. But that's too little for the whole industry ecosystem to interact with it, to find time and get the input material tested, in-process testing. And as has been brought out by General Saxena, the whole thing is so voluminous. The testing is so done so frequently when you're producing an item that I know personally, that if you do not have control over this, you really can't do it. You really can't do it. So there are lot of it is repeat testing, which are not like ITR or which are not like final AST. AST provides the aircraft systems testing establishment in Indian Air Force. It also provides, that's also open up. So you take every environment. What we are trying to do here, I think what government is having in mind, when you put all these pieces together, government is trying to sweat its capital assets, whether they lie in public sector or in private sector, to best of their cost efficiency. And if that happens, that is a time when we are going to establish the defense industrial base in our country in the manner that it is respected. It will also help the FDI to come in. Because when I remember somebody wanted to invest in VDL in flares, but our flare testing, which is a very common equipment which is used in training very, very often, we did not have the testing range here. So if you do not have the testing range, how do you test the end product? You cannot make it here and transport it to UK for its testing. That's I think cost-wise not possible. So these are the factors which go into actually make a thing. Therefore, if you really ask me, the final question you ask me, DTIS is one of the very well thought of schemes. There may be some hitches. Somebody may come out with certain, deficiencies, but that is what it happens. When a policy comes out, it plays out, and then you find certain things, you correct it. And it's a process which every country learns, we'll also learn.
Okay, definitely. Thank you so much. There, ABM Srivastava, aptly put up by both you and General Saxena, as well as those comments coming in from Ajay Banerjee. As far as DTIS, that is Defense Testing Infrastructure Scheme, is concerned, this is a very important and a significant move, first step towards ensuring that the hassles or the problems being faced by the private sector in the defense manufacturing ecosystem are taken care of in terms of having testing facilities or testing infrastructure to ensure that we achieve the goal of becoming self-reliant. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television and keep yourself safe by wearing mask every time you step out of your house and following social distancing norms. Thank you. welcome to this episode of Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and here this week we will talk about precision attack loitering munitions, that is PALM, which can give any defense force an edge against the enemy. And for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with Mr. Manu Pabi, the senior editor with Economic Times. And we also have with us two defense experts, in fact, two former generals, retired Lieutenant General B.S. Pawar and retired Brigadier General P.K. Chakraborty as well with us. Welcome, gentlemen, to Rajya Sabha TV. Let me begin the show, and let me begin with you, General Pawar. Let's start by understanding what exactly is PALM, that is Precision Attack Loitering Munitions.
Thank you, Vishal. Before I say that, precision attack today and in the future battlefields is going to be the primary form of combat. First of all, it is very cost effective, though the ammunitions are costly. This is the loitering ammunition. Once launched, it goes into the area of operations, goes, looks for the targets, and thereafter attacks the target in self-destruct mode. There are different versions. For example, we've also got those different versions here in India from the Israelis. So, and this will, the best part of this ammunition is that it is low cost compared to the other UAVs like the UCAVs you have. And I would put it somewhere between the UAVs, UCAVs and the cruise missile, somewhere between that. Now, India, most of the countries, a lot of countries have shown an interest in this. This is one of the latest now, which is affecting. I just want to, connect that India has got this loitering munitions in terms of Harpy and Harop, both from Israel. And the Indian Air Force is operating those. Harop is a later version of Harpy. So the best part of this is that the troops do not get involved. Like, for example, when we carried out the surgical strikes, this was an ideal type of ammunition which could have been used and would have had a pinpoint accuracy and would have gone and struck without, endangering the lives of our men. So basically, loitering ammunition is the future weapon system, and it's going to be used extensively by various countries. Just to give you an example, these drone attacks, the Russian base in Syria and what happened in Aramco oil facilities in Saudi. These, though we are calling them drones, but basically they were armed and they were fed the data and they went accurately and went hit the targets. I mean, this is something like a loitering munition. So I'll cover more later, but this is what loitering ammunition is all about.
Okay, definitely. We'll come to this aspect of how this is being used by defense forces in various countries and what have been the results. But let me first bring in General Chakraborty here as well. General Chakraborty, your views on PALM and its effectiveness.
Firstly, thanks Vishal, thanks General Pawar, and thanks Manu Pabi, whom I'm meeting after a very, very long time. We had lunch together, Manu, at Brigadier Gurmeet Kanwal's place. Sorry, but the issue which I want to come about is my favorite subject, loitering munition. Well, you may find it what you call interesting to note that while I was in service, I dabbled with it quite a lot and tried to get it for the Indian Army. Well, Harop has come, as General Pawar has correctly said, for the Indian Air Force. And basically, we were involved with, shall we say, 3 companies, if I may say MBDA. Then, of course, Israel is someone which figures in everywhere. And next was Lockheed Martin. Believe me or not. We even planned a firing and planned other issues. This was overall for the loitering munition. Now we have come down to what you're calling the PLAM. Now, PLAM is now today with 14 countries. Even China has it. So it's nothing which is out of the way. But I agree with General Pawar that precision is a big issue. The PLAM is something which a man can carry in a man-pack form, get even slither down a helicopter, get down, and then be able to launch it. As General Pawar correctly brought out, I just would like to share how it will operate. You see, it's going to be nothing but what you call a mini UAV. The UAV will take off and it will keep loitering. It has got a camera and you've got a GCS, a ground control station. Now the ground control station will be able to see where the targets are because the camera will be telling you. Now you may not be able to see the targets. You look at it today, I mean to say we went just now, a few days back, we really didn't know that the targets were there. That is the main issue. Whole issue is to know where's the target and what it is. Once you know the target, you're able to hit it. When I visited Israel, I just want to share, there was a missile called the Delilah. Delilah is supposed to have 0 meters CEP. That means it's bang on target. It came back, submitted a report to everybody. And therefore, what is required is that you need to hit a target at a pinpoint distance. We have an Excalibur ammunition that has a CEP of 5 meters. Precision ammunition, when we talk of, is a pinpoint, and this is going to be pinpoint. And most interesting, you fire a cruise missile, it doesn't come back. Well, from a UCAV, you fire a Hellfire, that Hellfire goes. It may hit, may not hit. The beauty of this particular ammunition is it's going to come back to you. And the most interesting thing which I find, all weather, day, night, and who's going to use it? The same man whom today you're relying most, the man on the ground. As a matter of fact, I would put it that this is something which I really wanted for the Indian Army, and I did my best. But we could not, and somehow we got so many things, but this was one thing which we could not even take it up to the more than the RFI stage. And today also we are at RFI, but for a smaller level. I think give that.
Okay. We'll come to the other aspects as well, but let's have Manu Papi's initial views as well. Manu, your views on that, as both the journalists are pointing out, quite a lot of advantages, and this is a new age weapon.
It's totally a new age weapon. It's a weapon that has been required by our forces for a long time. In our earlier show, remember we spoke about standoff capability, especially Pakistan and POK, which has been pushing in terrorists. We need to have capability to hit them from our side of the country without putting our troops in harm's way. So, the type of loitering munitions that we have in service right now, the Haruk and the Heartbeat, the general brought out, are really big platforms. They're very expensive platforms. They're designed to fly for 6 hours, go 1,000 kilometers, maybe, keep loitering, and then. So they're designed to take down a high-value target, like a radar station, a command headquarters. These munitions for which the RFI has come very recently, these are meant for troops on the border. And I think they will be extremely useful for our CI troops, because the problem we have been seeing is that on the Pakistani side, these terror launch pads, these terror camps, they are located very close to the LOC. They're hidden sometimes from direct fire. They are in a small nook and cranny of a hill, maybe in the middle of a congested area. And to hit them precisely with artillery and conventional weapons is not that easy. But a loitering munition like this can really, terrorize the infiltrators, the whole terror network on the other side. And it is good to see the RFIs come out. In fact, it's even better to see if this requirement that we have, it's 100 right now, but I would imagine this requirement, if it really suits out, would be in the thousands. India can also become a manufacturer of this, as we have seen that a joint venture was announced earlier this year between an Indian company and the Israelis to manufacture these in India. So if we have a huge enough number, maybe we can make them here, we can export them in the future. But a great capability addition, I think it is something we should go for. It's a high time that we get something like this. It'll keep our troops protected and give us a credible deterrence against infiltration.
Okay, definitely. So one thing which I could gather from all three of you is that this is a precision ammunition. This also gives that edge to the defense forces and a new age weapon as well. Let's now understand how it has been utilized by other defense forces. As Jan Chakraborty was pointing out, almost more than a dozen countries do have it and is utilizing. General Pawar, you were mentioning earlier about how this has been used by different, armed forces in different theaters of war elsewhere. So what has been the exposure and what has been the result of utilization of this particular kind of loitering munition?
The best part, and what is the most important part, like General Chakraborty brought out, is precision. And once you launch these, be rest assured it's going to hit the target. There's no doubt. So that's where the precision counts and the confidence level in the ammunition counts. And I just want to highlight what Manu said. You know, the Harpy and Harop, these are all in the bigger platforms. Today, if you see any country that is going in for this loitering ammunition, right from whether it's Russia, whether it's the US, whether it's China, they're all going for the smaller versions, which the troops on the ground can use, especially low-intensity conflict, in anti-terrorist operations. And in Afghanistan, the Americans have used it to a large extent. They were used in Iraq. They were used. They are being used in Syria. And like I told you, even organizations like the Houthi rebels, I mean, they use those drones. They were just, they set the data on it, and those went and hit the target bang on. I mean, just imagine, and low cost. They're not spending any money on it. See, I just want to bring out this RFI that has got issued. I think what General Chakravarti, and I know, because though I had retired, I know he was onto this, that we must get this precision-guided ammunition, these loitering ammunition. And today is a good day. We know in January these people signed the joint venture, and like I said earlier, hopefully we should be getting that. The countries that have used it maximum is Israel. Next is US. And now we see even countries like Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Iran, and even China. China has gone, you know, it's again, China, what they did was, they also took Harpies from Israel. But the subsequent upgraded version was not given to them, the Harop, which they wanted. But you know China, reverse engineering and all, and they are making versions of Harpy. And also the smaller versions, which are much smaller than that. There are two versions they've got. That is, I think, CH901 and WS43. Again, in the range of about 9 kg, and the other one is about 20 kg. This is what we are also looking at. So you'll find every country, whether it is US, whether it is Israel, Israel has gone for a miniature version of Harop. What Harop we have got, which is having a weight of just about, I think, 3 to 4 kg, but can carry much more warhead. So the trend we see, and what is going to happen is smaller loitering ammunitions which have capability, and maybe more numbers can be launched at one time, which gives a greater success rate. So that's how all countries are using, and 14 countries are already involved in it who have. And manufacturing wise, of course, there are only 3 or 4 of them who are doing.
Okay, definitely. This increases the capability of the defense forces, which has this particular kind of munition on in its arsenal, rather. John Chakraborty, your views on this aspect, the way it has been used, the kind of results which are there, and the Indian aspect as well, as both Manu and General Pawar pointed out. The RFI has been issued, but that's where we need to go ahead and put our foot on the pedal out there, push the throttle.
I think, well, both of them have covered the issues. I'll go into a little more, on ground. Since I'm, in these areas, including the areas where it's happening right now, way back, I'm talking, and even landed at Daulat Beg Oldie. I mean, I still recollect, and I was thinking how exactly at that point of time we can engage things. Let me put it to you, please only don't think of CI and CT. Somehow the world has got mesmerized that there's going to be, no operations. I always feel you prepare for the operations. These are all minor issues, CI and CT. What is there in that? You have good intelligence. You can knock out a person. The whole problem I found, I must say, in actually going to targets, I must share with you, believe me, most of the people don't know who is there, even at distances as close as 50 meters by night. I'm particularly talking about mountainous terrain. I'm talking about high altitude, where people have infiltrated in J&K as much as 10 meters away. I have headed courts of inquiry as a general officer trying to find out. And it is these cameras which will be operating by night. I'm saying don't even use the warhead. Let's say in the present standoff, if I had this, I wouldn't have even used the warhead. I would have used the cameras and known what is happening. The whole issue is you don't know what is. I'm sitting in this room. Do I know what is happening in the next room? This is what is the loitering. And I saw this in Israel, by the way. It's something, and then when one went in Northern Command, imagine I was in an appointment, General Balli knows, where my job was targeting and hitting targets and not allowing Manu Pabi to report that so many losses have taken place. Rather, he would report, you don't know that what is happening. So I had to know. And how do I know? I launched these UAVs. Believe me, in you today, you have got herons flying. Because despite all orders, I said that these must fly. The major issue which I want to talk about, therefore, is firstly location. Hitting, the choice is yours. You want to hit it, hit it. You don't want to hit it. You want to follow a peaceful policy which is being enunciated. Please come back. Loiter, come back, reconnoiter. Remember, it can reconnoiter and then get it back. Salam, I must say, I attended a conference and he was saying, we must have a missile which, if required, can come back. And this was in Bangalore, I recollect. And he was the president of India. He gave a task. It's not enough to have just a cruise missile going and then you salute and say, well, goodbye. A hellfire goes. This is the beautiful thing. It can go, it can recce. You want to use it, use it. You don't want to fire, get it back. Now imagine, and all this is being done by a soldier. Look at the economic costs, look at everything and the precision. This is what I would say is the live issue which I can see on ground, applicable everywhere. Height is 4,500 meters. I wish they had made it 5,500. But well, 4,500 sees, I think General Balli Pawar is an expert on it. I think it sees all types of flying, above mean sea level, as far as we can see. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Manu, that's a very interesting point brought in by John Chakraborty there, that, it's not only about precisely targeting the enemy, but also reconnaissance. And that's very important in these times.
No, I fully agree with him. And, reconnaissance assets are at short supply with a lot of upfront troops. And this can develop in many roles. Also, as we know, there's been a change in our policy on the borders in the past few years. And we have to look at new ways of escalation, of controlled escalation. So, we have shown that we can do an airstrike without causing a war. We can do a shallow surgical strike without it becoming another Kargil. This, I think, gives India one more option. This is not a UAV. It's not an expensive Predator, a UAV which can get shot down. So you won't lose an asset. Again, it's not an aircraft which has to go across or has to be visible. This is a small, system, which even if you lose on the other side, is not that much of a problem for you. But the other side knows that this is the cost that can come about if there's an attack on our posts, if there's a large infiltration attempt. So I think it gives India the flexibility of, stretching the escalation ladder slightly more. And of course, the multi-role capability is very, very useful, very handy, like the general brought out. It can do a role of lots of mission. And I think, again, the value of having such a system is maybe not in using it, but in just the deterrence value of it, that the enemy knows you have this. So, that would make him think twice, maybe thrice before doing anything. And the system is such, you can use it to target, a soldier across or a bridge across, maybe, or just a vehicle or a terrorist camp. It gives you a wide range of target selection as well.
Okay, definitely, it can be used as a deterrence as well. But the other aspect, Manu, here, and as both the journalists are pointing out, that equipping the forward line soldier with this not only gives that confidence to that particular soldier, but also increases our capabilities manyfold.
Definitely. See, it does give you the biggest added advantage of not exposing your troops to deadly fire. And that, I think, is a huge capability increase on our side. A lot of our soldiers, especially in the line of control with Pakistan, are in very exposed positions. They are. We have to remain there because infiltration attempts are very frequent, and we see how these guerrilla tactics are applied. So it's such a thing. I think you can cover a larger area with perhaps fewer men exposed to risks, and a much higher technical advantage over the adversary. And again, as brought out earlier, these are not that expensive systems. They're not as expensive as the Predator drones and having a Haroop or Harpi out. The one that we are looking to purchase now are on the lower grade of it. And if we can get them in larger numbers, especially producing them in India, it could give you both technology to develop them further, like the Chinese have done. You can make your own line in the future, and you can mass produce them for your own requirements as and when it is felt.
Let me bring in General Pawar here. General Pawar, coming back to the aspects which were being raised by General Chakraborty there as well, and Manu's point also in terms of enhancing the capabilities and giving that confidence booster to the soldier on the front line as well. Reconnaissance is one important aspect here.
Reconnaissance and surveillance is the most important effect. And thereafter, if you have this, you can find the target and you can go and get the target. And I think me and Chakraborty are gunners and artillery people who have been born, and got up on this reconnaissance, and we've set up centers. I think everything in the Indian Army, the control of entire surveillance centers and reconnaissance and UAVs and everything is judgment of artillery, and both of us belong to it. I'll just cover, there is no doubt this is a weapon and I have no doubt in my mind. The moment it reaches my infantry battalions, like what Chuck's brought out. Imagine the battalion would have had these assets with them. They would have known whether the Chinese have gone back or not. He wouldn't have to physically go there. Look at it, would have saved all those lives. I think such an important facet, just a small item would have given him the information, and he would have reported back, sorry, they are not left. What is the next action? As we go up in altitude, performance of all flying things reduces due to the thin density of it. So, we've got to be very careful when we are asking for, especially the smaller machines, their capability to operate beyond a certain altitude will be a problem because engine power will be less, a lot of other issues. So I think what we have given for the RFI is a very suitable, limit for it to operate. And if it can operate at that, I think that will be an excellent thing. I just wanted to highlight this.
Okay, wonderful. Let's have the concluding comments from General Chakraborty before we bring this show to an end. General Chakraborty?
I was just mentioning, I thought I'll say what the Marines are doing with these in Afghanistan. They have a 3D printer and, they are able to manufacture all these, UAVs and the so-called loitering ammunition over there. And they are able to, even if one goes, it doesn't make a difference. Now, that is the flexibility we are having with this type. And a 3D printer is not a great technology issue. It's something which everybody has. And last of all, which I would say that I think the earlier we get it, the better it is.
Okay, Manu?
I think, what we have been seeing on the borders for the past few months, I think this is a system which will be helpful both on the LAC and the LOC. On the LOC, because you can, use it against infiltrators. On the LAC, which is not defined, but which you need a lot of reconnaissance capabilities with tactical troops on the ground. I think it will be helpful there also. So it's a win-win on both sides. I hope it goes through, and I hope we make this system in India. I hope it doesn't remain an import. It has to be something which we make. Let us become a global leader in this. Let us export it and get technology, build more systems.
Okay, definitely. There it is. Thank you so much, Manu, General Chakraborty and General Pawar for sharing your views with us on this particular aspect, that is precision attack loitering munition systems, something which is cost effective, which gives a lot of advantage to any defense force against the enemy, and the capability enhancer, not only in terms of attack, precision attack, but also reconnaissance and surveillance as well. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, you keep watching Rajya Sabha television, and don't forget to follow all the guidelines with respect to social distancing, and do not step out of your house without wearing a face mask, as the battle against COVID-19 is still on. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this show, Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about India's only Tri-Services Command, Andaman and Nicobar Command, the strategic importance of this particular command, as well as the reason why we should boost infrastructure and what is being done to boost infrastructure at this crucial theatre command. So for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with retired Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha. We also have with us retired Commander Abhijit Singh. He is the head of Maritime Policy Initiative at ORF. And we also have with us Mr. Manu Pabi. He's the senior editor with Economic Times, who keeps a tab on all developments related to India's defense and security establishments. So let me begin with you, Commander Singh, and let's start by understanding the strategic significance of Andaman and Nicobar Theatre Command.
Vishal, you know, when it comes to the Andamans, it's often been called an oceanic outpost for continental India. And I think what the Andaman Islands actually do is that they're this very critical piece of maritime real estate that allows India in some way to weaponize geography. This is something I heard one of the admirals say, you know, many years ago, is that there's no better way of asserting your dominance in the Indian Ocean region than to leverage the strategic importance of the Andamans. And I think the Andamans, for the Indian Navy, the importance of the Andamans is fourfold, or we can assert our dominance in four ways. First, I think what the Andamans do is that they overlook that very important sea lane that passes through the Eastern Indian Ocean, the 10-degree channel. And that is that sea lane in which a lot of maritime traffic between Europe and Southeast Asia, or between Europe and East Asia, flows. Now, this is also that space in which a lot of Chinese oil shipments and cargo shipments flow. And therefore, what the Andamans give us is the ability to interdict shipping, Chinese shipping in these waters. The second way, I think, in which these are very useful is that the Andamans are not very far from the Malacca Straits, which is the principal choke point in the Indian Ocean to the east. And therefore, that means that if the balloon goes up and we are in a conflict scenario with China, there's a way in which we can actually target some of the Chinese naval shipping as they come out of the choke points, not just Malacca, but even the others, Sunda, Lombok, and the others. So that means that we're pretty much close to the theater of conflict if we get into a scenario like that. The third and most important way, I think, is that what it does, it's a forward outpost. So it's a great place to replenish logistically. So it's to increase your logistical footprint for OTR, operational turnaround, as they say. There's nothing more ideal than the Andamans. And finally, I think one of the things that we've been using the Andamans for in the past also, and I think we are using it even today in that way, is that to use it as a launch pad for surveillance and reconnaissance missions. So we have heard about the P-8Is, we've heard about the Dorniers. These are all maritime patrol aircraft. So we can keep a tab on what is happening in the Indian Ocean. Some of these aircrafts have a great ASW capability. We can in some ways threaten China's submarines, China's other military deployments in the region. So the Andamans in many ways is that critical strategic Brahmastra that can somehow prove very handy if we get into a conflict scenario with China. And now we know that there's so much of infrastructure plans that have been announced. I mean, the plans have been on since 2015, but just in recent days, there's been a move to somehow fast track some of these plans to build bigger runways, to create greater facilities in these spaces, to have more men, more material, more ammunition. And that, I think, again, places India in a good position.
Okay, definitely. We will come to that aspect as well in terms of how this entire, boosting of infrastructure is being fast-tracked. But let me first bring in Admiral Sinha. Admiral Sinha, your views on that strategic importance of not only these islands, but the theatre command, which is presently there in Andaman Nicobar.
You know, Vishal, the Andaman Nicobar whole islands are also known as the unsinkable aircraft carrier. It means that, you know, you have a much bigger than an aircraft carrier and you can't sink it. There are a lot of advantages and there are certain restrictions. The ability to do some infrastructure development work is little bit small because, you know, it's raining all the time, and the land masses which are there, they have their own limitation, a geographical limitation, and therefore, selecting a particular island and making it habitable, that is important. and all the restrictions on those islands should be removed by the Supreme Court because of the environmental, concerns. But having said that, we already have the Campbell Bay where there is an airfield. We already have one in the north. Both these have to be expanded a little bit. From present 1,000 feet or so, it should be brought to 1,000 meters if the land permits. Or otherwise, you'll have to break into a fair amount of hill structures and then make it bigger. You would know that it's closer to Indonesia than it is to India. It's quite far. But the strategic importance is even further that with Indonesia, which is the closest country to the Andaman Nicobar, now we have a very strong bilateral relation, and we also have been given the Sabang port, which is further down into the southeastern corner, for the Indian Navy to be utilized for almost, I think it's a 40-year lease. So to say that anybody from Indonesia is going to eye it, that is also gone, and it has added to the strategic importance. The last point that I want to make is, Malacca Strait or Sunda or Lombok, there is one advantage that as far as the submarines are concerned, any submarine cannot come dived. It has to be on the surface. And therefore, even a visual or thermal or cartographic kind of satellite or PATI aircraft, if they are keeping a watch, they can actually tell you what is moving from where. And that's a big advantage. And I suppose that it should be happening at the moment as well, because the PATI is already operating from Port Blair for quite some time. Because people have been asking that why India is not participating in this, South China Sea episode which is going on. And then I have to insist that, Indian Ocean is a very large part of Indo-Pacific. So being in Indian Ocean all by yourself is not a bad idea, and still supporting the operation by having this intelligence sharing. So I think that is how it is that I see it.
Okay. Manu, your views on the strategic importance, and as both the gentlemen put it there, it's quite very, very significant from a security point of view, from a strategic point of view as well.
No, I agree completely with what both of them have said before. And there's one more dimension to it. See, the location of Andaman, it is also, the place from where we can reach out to Southeast Asia. And the way we're developing it, I believe there are plans in place to use that as a launch pad for, say, joint operations, joint training. And we have seen that some restrictions of the past have gone, and we're making some new test ranges there, we're making some training facilities. And, countries like Indonesia and even Singapore, these are countries, I think, which are close allies near that region. I think they can also benefit greatly with Indian infrastructure being developed there. So basically, using Andamans as a training pad, as a place where you could have possibly in the future other forces deployed together. Remember, Singapore is a very small country, and it has been using Indian air bases and ranges for practicing for its air force and for the army. And I believe there's a request on their side that they be allowed to use something in the Andaman Islands also for similar kind of testing and training of their troops. So we can use that place as an extension for our reach into that area. And the most important part of Andaman that we can all see is that it is, like the Admiral very correctly said, it's a floating, so it's a static big aircraft carrier. It gives you that reach to intercept any craft or any other area or any other ships which are coming into the Indian Ocean region. And we have seen in the past few years that especially the Chinese Navy has extended its reach into the Indian Ocean. They've been coming every year regularly on so-called anti-piracy patrols. But for some reason, they're also getting submarines, and not just normal nuclear submarines along with some of their patrols. So it is very clear that we will see more movement from the Chinese side to the Indian Ocean. And to I think look over that and to have people right there is going to be a very large importance for India in the future.
Okay. Let's now talk about the other aspect, the infrastructure aspect out there. And Commander Singh, in your first response, you spoke about how there is a need being felt, and now the fast tracking of all the efforts to boost infrastructure, not only in these island chains, but specifically with respect to the Andaman Nicobar Theatre Command is being undertaken. And also the fact that this is the only theatre command India has, and we've obviously working out plans to go ahead and have other theatre commands as well. So that experience also in terms of realizing how all three armed forces can work in unison with each other.
Yeah, that's right. I think what's happened just in recent days is that these plans, as I said, are being fast-tracked. So as Admiral Sinha was pointing out, there are these runways, both in INS Baz in Campbell Bay as well as Kohasa in Shibpur. In both these places, the runways are being extended to 10,000 feet. And beyond that, there's other facilities that are coming up that can somehow host more personnel. Then there are some greenfield projects, some new airport projects that are being taken up, I believe, in Port Blair and I think Car Nicobar also. So that will mean that we will then have, wide-bodied aircraft, bigger aircraft that will have the ability to land in these places. Jetties, I believe, are being overhauled, and bigger jetties are being constructed so more ships can. You see, one of the problems with Andaman so far is that there has been a bit of neglect in that we've actually not moved beyond stationing, mid-level naval warships in the Andamans. So now we're looking at placing bigger ships there, and from what I hear, we are also looking at in some ways creating what in naval parlance is called an A2AD complex, which is anti-area access denial complex. And in that respect, from what we hear, is that there's some plans to also install surface-to-air missiles. Perhaps later surface-to-surface missiles. I believe we'll then be taking a leaf out of the Japanese book. The Japanese have installed similar infrastructure in their Senkaku Islands to again check the ingress and egress of Chinese submarines. So perhaps in the future we'll be doing that. And then I believe there's also a plan to install some underwater sensors. Now these are all, I think, only in the planning stages. But in the future, if we have to keep a check of Chinese activity in the region, it will be very important for us to have sensors, underwater sensors that can track the movement of Chinese submarines, etc. And I think the move towards that has started. I believe there are still some dilemmas that the government is facing with regard to that proposal. But otherwise, I think this conflict that has happened in Ladakh has provided the fillip that these projects needed. And I think going into the future, there will be greater impetus to develop infrastructure in some of these islands.
Okay. And the theatre command angle to it?
Yeah, so the theatre command angle is, look, the thing is that there seems to be a disagreement among analysts over whether this is really coming up as a theatre command or this is still a tri-services command. My understanding is that Andaman and Nicobar Island, in the way it came up, was a tri-services command, but it could never graduate to really being a theatre command because that level of integration never happened. We wanted integration to happen in that place, but I mean, all of us are fairly familiar with the fact that there were turf wars in the region. But there's another aspect to this, which is that militarizing the Andaman and Nicobar Islands is not a new idea. Since the 1980s, we've been trying to militarize it. But one of the reasons why we didn't do it is basically because the foreign policy establishment was not convinced that doing that was such a good idea in the first place, because they argued that a lot of countries in Southeast Asia would not accept the Andamans being militarized. There would be great anxiety in Southeast Asia and also in South Asia among the Bay of Bengal countries if we had a strategic garrison right in the middle of the Andaman Seas. And so, therefore, I think the policymakers did not bite the bullet, as they say. But okay. I think what's happened now is that there is finally this understanding that China is a threat not only to us, but also to Southeast Asia, even though there are people that are even now arguing that it's not a good idea to militarize the Andamans, not just for the reasons that I have listed, but also for the fact that that environment and environmental stability is a big factor, and somehow ecology of the Andamans is going to come under big threat if we go and militarize the islands in the way that we are planning to do them. And this doesn't mean creating military infrastructure, but as you know, there's a plan also to create a lot of commercial infrastructure, tourism infrastructure, all of that. When it comes together, there's for example, this talk about creating a transshipment hub. When you put all of this together, there are those that argue that commercialization and militarization will spell doom for the islands in an ecological sense. So I think there are still dilemmas, but given what's happened with China, I think the path is clear for us. We've got to somehow try and put in more strategic muscle, add more strategic muscle to the Andamans.
Okay, more strategic muscle being put there in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and specifically the Tri-Services Command there is required. Admiral Sinha, your views on these two aspects, that is, the efforts to boost the infrastructure out there, the way it is being done or the way it should be done, and the very fact that this is the only Tri-Services or Theatre Command India has, so we have some lessons to be learned from here.
Abhijit has said it all. All I have to do is to add just a few more lines in support of what he said.
Okay.
There is an island development authority which has been activated, which was there already, but now it has been activated. Earlier it was headed by the Prime Minister, but now it is headed by the Home Minister, because essentially it is an island which is under Union territory, if you like. The Island Development Authority has got a plan which has been approved. And all these concerns, they have been factored, because there is a member who belongs to the Environment Ministry, and all of it, he's right that all of it cannot be addressed, and yet you make it a very big hub, military hub. But as we are discussing, the geopolitics of the whole region has changed quite a lot. Of late, you have seen the ASEAN countries, Vietnam and Indonesia, making such strong statements. The statement is same what they made earlier, that the ASEAN is central to Southeast Asia, and don't do something which will impede the trade movement, etc. But it is the matter of the timing right now, because at this time, if they are making a statement that they are willing to see the more presence of maybe countries like US, Japan, Australia, and Indian navies, so that they feel little emboldened. At the moment they are too very small, and they can't, put their head up against the Chinese. So they find this to be a good, good opportunity. And therefore, if this plan is already active, then there is a need to expedite. But as I said, the working months are few. They are just about 3-4 months that you can work in Andaman Nicobar. So they are very time consuming. Some of it has already commenced, and some of it is on the pipeline. But having said that, let us not forget that the Andaman Nicobar, the bottom end is sticking towards Indonesia, and we can also see the traffic from Campbell Bay of the ships and submarines who are negotiating some of these points, which are not choke points, but from where the submarines can come dived. And that is where this underwater sound apparatus, something like the SOSUS, which used to be there in the Cold War days between the UK and Greenland, so that it could keep track of all the nuclear submarines. Now that is an important one. And it is nice thing that we have had a agreement with the Australians, and Australia has agreement with the Indonesians. And the Australian Prime Minister did say that he will work towards getting it trilateral. So I can see a trilateral of Australia, Indonesia, and India emerging, which will give you a handle on putting such apparatus and utilizing that, or if time comes, to block that as well. Because if you can catch a submarine when it is dived on a narrow path, then we can prosecute that submarine without any fail. So that is what I say, number one. The second thing is that you look at the development which is actually required for the people as well. So all these issues will get addressed if we have commercial activity. Again, it is in Campbell Bay area that the container transshipment point is being made. So I think this all in all, I would say it is work in progress. which had not progressed. And now with the present government and the changing geopolitical sort of canvas of the whole world, where ASEAN is central to everything, and that place is so close to ASEAN that we have no hesitation in saying that, yes, we agree that ASEAN is central, because we know that our Andaman Nicobar Island is very close to that center. So I think overall it needs to be expedited.
Okay, and the tri-services or the theatre command aspect there, Admiral, we've learned some lessons. They can be implemented perhaps in a much better manner when we are thinking about other theatre commands as well.
No, you are absolutely right. And there are a lot of irritants. Some of the irritants have been removed. The biggest irritant was using of land for infrastructure development. As you know that each service, Army, Navy and Air Force, they have some land holdings in those islands, so in fact all over the country. And anytime, if you have had a army commander there as the Sincan, then the Navy would not part with its land. The Air Force wouldn't part with its land. If there was an Air Force Air Marshal who was commanding Andaman Nicobar, then likewise. What has happened is that Act has been passed where it is called the Joint Services Land Holding. And any commander-in-chief can actually exercise that power to use any of the lands for development of the military infrastructure. That's been a great achievement, I would say. And that change makes it possible, irrespective of the color of the uniform of the commander-in-chief. You can still go ahead and put brigades, you can put division, you can put, there's already a brigade existing, and possibly that will get increased. So the point is that those administrative, the rumblers, as I call it, they have actually been taken off, but there'll be many more. I recall when I was heading the IDS headquarters, Andaman Nicobar was squarely in our lap because we were supposed to take care of this, and we had moved the government number of times. But fortunately, present government seems to be a little more inclined on doing these, removing the hurdles, taking out the policy problems. So it's a good experience. It's not a bad experience at all. But there are irritants which hopefully will now get addressed.
Okay. Manu, your views on these two aspects in terms of what is being done per se to boost the infrastructure, the future plan from here onwards, and when we talk about Andaman Nicobar, theatre command or tri-services command, and the way both the gentlemen put there in terms of the way it should be done.
No, so I see Andaman in the future being a hub for operations and not just Indian operations. I think joint efforts in the Indian Ocean region. This when you sign a logistic sharing agreement with other countries, we've signed it now with the US, Australia, with France. You can use their bases, but you also have to give something in return. So I see a lot more international navies, international air forces operating in this area, and I think our facilities there are going to be the hub for them for refueling, for supply, for turnaround, and I think that is going to be extremely important for us in the coming days, because we'll need allies. India is a big country, but the ocean is bigger, and to man all of it, to keep an eye on all of it, you can't do it alone. It has to be a joint effort. We have really good relations with Japan. I think they are helping us quite a bit in Andaman Nicobar Island itself. The gentleman already talked about submarine sensors. I believe Japanese have some of the best technologies available for detection of submarines. I believe that there will be some jointness there to develop a system to be deployed in Andamans. And I think the formula that India is employing is that, unlike China, which creates military outposts outside its country, for example, they have one in Djibouti which is strengthened. I think India's policy is very different. It is creating allies and friends, and not necessarily posting your forces there. You boost a neighbor, you help him with infrastructure, you help him with something which enables him to carry out the task which has to be done jointly. And I see that happening, and I think Andaman Command will probably be the hub for that kind of partnerships in the region. In terms of how this theatre command has helped, I think it's a great learning lesson. We are in the midst right now of a full reorganization of the military. We're going to be having theatre commands across from north to south, and I think the Navy is going to have a maritime command. And so over the past 15-20 years, or since joint deployments have occurred in Andaman, you've seen a lot of officers, and even from the junior to the topmost level, interacting more with this other services. They figured out where are the problems, the loopholes. So I think when we transition to this theatre command concept throughout the country, all the lessons learned from Andaman, be it administrative, like the admin was pointing out on land. So these are things which have been ironed out already because you have an operating theatre command. And I think that will be very crucial in the future when you say have a, maybe an Air Force officer commanding the Northern Command or something like that. When it happens, I think the differences have been ironed out quite a bit. I think these guys who have served in this in Andaman will be at an advantage when it comes to the theatre command concept being promulgated across the country.
Okay. There it is. Thank you so much, Manu, Admiral Shekhar Sinha, and Commander Abhijit Singh as well for sharing your views with us on this aspect. It is all about not only the Andaman Nicobar Tri-Services or Theatre Command, but the reasons behind boosting infrastructure and the way it is being done, its strategic importance as well, its importance from a security point of view, and as all our panelists put, specifically as Manu summed it up, the plan or the policy or the idea here from India's side is to win allies as well, along with ensuring that we put in our infrastructure in the right place at the right time. Thank you so much, all of you. Keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Security Scan. I'm Vishal Dahiya, and today we will talk about the domestic small arms industry as to what exactly is happening in the domestic industry or domestic defense manufacturers who are into making of small arms, that is rifles, pistols or assault rifles. So for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce the guest to you, beginning with the retired Colonel Danveer Singh Chauhan. He is a defense analyst and somebody who has worked a lot on the small arms, specifically assault rifles. We also have with us retired Major General Ravi Arora. He is the chief editor of Indian Military Review, and Ajay Banerjee, the defense correspondent of the Tribune. Welcome, all of you gentlemen, to Rajya Sabha TV. Let me begin the show, and let's begin with you, General Arora. Let's try and put the things in perspective here. Let's try and do an overall review of how exactly is the small arms industry scenario vis-a-vis the domestic manufacturing in India.
Okay, so first let me give you an overview of the small arms manufacturing ecosystem in India, and we will know where the private sector falls in that. So first we have the ARD, Armament Research and Development Establishment of the DRDO, the primary lab which develops small arms in India. They are the ones who made the Ishapur self-loading rifle, rather based on a British system. They are the ones who designed the INSAS family of weapons, including the light machine gun, the underbarrel grenade launcher for the INSAS, types of AK-47 rifles, multi-caliber weapon, and now they are also developing a corner shot weapon. Then you have the ordnance factories, and mainly the small arms factory Kanpur, which makes revolvers, pistols, handguns, pump guns, sporting rifles. They also manufactured the INSAS rifle. They manufactured the Ghatak 7.62 into 39 caliber assault rifle, based on which private industry also went and started developing their own 39 caliber rifle. And I'm mentioning this specifically because this will figure later. They developed the Excalibur 5.56 based on the INSAS, an improved INSAS, and they also manufactured the multi-caliber weapon system with 2 caliber. Ordnance factories also came up in Def Expo this year to showcase the 5.56 joint venture protective carbine, a 7.62 into 51 caliber assault rifle. Now note, earlier it was 39 manufactured by Ordnance Factory, and now they came up with a 51 caliber rifle. And they also showcased a 8.64 sniper rifle. Now the third part of the ecosystem is the private sector. And the bigger players are SSS Defense, who showcased at Def Expo two different types of sniper rifles, one in 7.62 and one in .338, an assault rifle 7.62, a CQB carbine. MKU was there to announce that they have a joint venture for the Caracal 817 assault rifle, and also with Thales they tied up for a F90 carbine and electro-optronic devices, mainly sighting devices for these weapons. And then you have PLR, whom you spoke about, who have a tie-up with IWI to manufacture Tavor, X95, PL9 pistols, and many other IWI family of weapons. You also have Jindal Steel, who announced a tie-up with Taurus, but mainly they are into handguns, and there are a few other players. But Small Arms Factory Kanpur continues to be a major player. Then you have the armed forces, who are using pistol 9mm, Indian Army, SAF carbine, AK rifles. Now they've recently got 716 assault rifles. They are using INSAS rifles, Dragunov sniper rifles, Barrett and Beretta sniper rifles, which were acquired recently. They have the anti-material rifle, and then they have medium machine gun, grenade launchers, mortars, and anti-tank guided missiles. The government, from its side, to encourage the private sector, has done a lot. But when you come to the end of it, there is still a lot to be left. What they have done policy-wise, one is they have declared that industrial license is required, but private companies who get industrial licenses for small arms, it will be, they do not have to renew it throughout the life of the company. Earlier it used to be 3 years, and it's 15 years for other industries, weapons manufacturing or ammunition manufacturing. But for small arms, they said for life. That's one big thing. Foreign direct investment has been improved. So a number of such measures. You do have an export list, SCOMET list they call it, in which munitions and under the Arms Act you require a no objection certificate to export, but it is being encouraged. But the main thing is, where are the orders for the domestic small arms industry? So
and that's a very significant point you're bringing in, General Arora, as in where are the orders, and we'd like to take that aspect also, because most of the defense manufacturing is dependent upon the orders from the government or the defense forces as well. We'll look at that also, but let me first bring in Colonel Danveer here. Colonel Danveer, your views on the entire small arms manufacturing ecosystem there, and as General Arora pointed out, the specific place for the private sector in this entire ecosystem.
See, General Arora gave a very fantastic overview. In our country, we are talking about, for good about 6 years now, Make in India, and now the new thing has come up, that is being Atmanirbhar. So these letters do exist, but the spirit in these letters or the words is lacking. Why I say so is that recently we have seen, just 2-3 days back, that there has been a repeat order of 716, 72,000 odd rifles that you are importing from US. It's a repeat order. Then we have AK-203 series that were to be manufactured at Raebareli. The plant was inaugurated by the Prime Minister, and we are still nowhere near beginning that process. I believe there is some price haggling issues that are lingering and delaying it, and it is because of that delay that we had to go in for a repeat. Now I was talking to people, and they say that the beautiful scene in this country is when we are talking in terms of, say, PLR. Now PLR is making Tavor. As 40 to 60% of the components of Tavor, which is there with our special forces, are being manufactured by PLR, and now they will be manufacturing the weapon as well at Vind in MP. Now, say if PLR is to be approached for same Tavor, that IWI Tavor, they will have to go through the complete process. So in case the government of India decides to say place X amount of Tavor, which they have already procured from IWI, they'll have to send it to IWI, Israel, and from there at the route, and then it will come here, and then it will be manufactured, it will go back, and then come back, and all that. All that, it's puzzling. So basically what I'm trying to tell is, we have fantastic defense manufacturers, SSS Defense, like what General Arora was mentioning. These guys have property rights. They have got their own designs. They have got, then there are other companies who are into some MOUs and JVs and all. Baba Kalyani Group is another example. And likewise, so we are not giving them that opportunity. We have gone into fast-track procurement procedures, wherein those weapons have not been tested and tried, which otherwise in the normal course would have. I don't know how they have selected all these weapons, be it AK-203 or 6R, but then they have selected it. But then it, does not give that level playing field for our indigenous manufacturers. So I think,
So what you're saying, Bakal Danvir, here is that the indigenous manufacturers needs to be given a further push here. There are policy tweaks, but much more needs to be done. Ajay, would you agree on that aspect here, specifically with respect to the small arms industry?
See, first of all, let us all get a broader picture. This country, the armed forces, the 3 armed forces, and the paramilitaries collectively need around 15 lakh rifles. Now, these 15 lakh rifles have to be coming from somewhere. We started off with the plant of making AK-203 with the Russians. That has been stuck up with a problem of pricing. One small little meeting of the pricing can sort it out. We plan to have around 6.5 lakh of those AK-203 rifles. Now, in the meantime, as Danvir Chauhan has pointed out, that we have gone and purchased 70,000 odd 6R rifles. Well, if we have to make these emergency purchases, why have we set up the AK-203 plant? Okay, you would argue that 6R and AK-203 are a different use rifles. Yes, correct. Then originally we were wanting to buy around 2.5 lakh 6R. We first went for 70,000, then another 70,000. This increases the price each time. Fresh negotiations, fresh meetings. This increases the price. The seller knows that you need more. It's not because everybody knows 15 lakh rifles are needed. That is in Parliament. It's in court. Now, after the armed forces are through, then you have to arm the paramilitaries. They are another market from the armed forces because they also use the INSAs, and they will be using the same rifle, which the standard issue rifle will be for the army or the 3 forces to be used by these people also. Now, in the meantime, we are also having specialized rifles for the frontline troops, which we are calling. Now, there is a class within the class which we have created. 6R probably will be operated right at the LSE, and at the CICT ops, which we say in Kashmir, there will be another different rifle. Probably the troops prefer 6R at the LSE, LMG is a mix of that. So what we are doing actually is that there is, at the moment, in my belief, there was some clarity around 2 3. At the moment, there is some confusion because that clarity was to get AK-203. The clarity was to get 6R 2.5 lakhs. The number was reduced. As both the gentlemen from the forces, the former people have pointed out, that SSS and this guy, Baba Kalyani, they have their products ready. I think the nation should take a hard call at this. That if Tavor, as Chauhan sir has pointed out, that we go back that puzzling thing which he was telling, we should stop it at all. Who can provide us a rifle, say, start production 6 months from now of this plant? The plant should be ready and working. That if we want a certain kind of rifle, the plant should be in India. And if we are ready to pick up, say, 1 lakh rifles, that plant should be given an order. Why should we do 6R?
Okay. General Arora, one particular, interesting number which Ajay has quoted out here is the fact that in next 15 years, an approximate requirement would be around 2 million assault rifles or rifles, specifically small arms. And that's a very, very huge number. So if you look at that aspect and our domestic manufacturing industry and the way Colonel Danvir also pointed out what needs to be given a bit more push. So how would you, look at the way forward from here? Yes, there have been policy tweaks which might be helpful, but much more needs to be done.
Yeah, Ajay is right. But no, things are quite clear. If you put the paramilitary forces and the armed forces together, there are 21 lakh pieces of rifles and carbines in circulation. More than half of them are already overdue for replacement. the army itself has got 8.5 lakh of rifles. Army is 1.3 million. 8.16 lakh of rifles need replacement. These 72,000 Caracal rifles which are coming now were part of the 145,000 rifles approved for acquiring under fast track procedure. The first tranche of 72, the contract was signed last year. They started coming in. Most of them have come in. And this is the second tranche of the same thing which has now been ordered. So earlier the policy was that partly from fast track procedure, import, partly from private sector, partly from the ordnance factories. But in between things changed. Government is the biggest disruptor in this. They'd make the policy. So then they decided that they will manufacture AK-203. This factory is going to manufacture 7.5 lakh AK-203s. And after the requirements of the army has been met, Army, Navy, Air Force, and then the paramilitary will also be supplied, and they might even export it. But look now, where does that leave the private sector? So the private sector is banking on. Earlier they were banking on the rifle also, not any longer. They are banking on the carbine. Now again, the carbine tender is still progressing with a UAE company. If that is finalized, there is a requirement of 44,000 carbines. 350,000 carbines are still required. The government has made it known they will tap the private sector for that. But I suspect the small arms factory Kanpur will be included and everybody will be offered, the bids will be offered to all of them. And the second part on which the private sector is banking is 44,000 light machine guns. This year itself, we signed an order for Negev machine guns with Israel. 44,000 more are required. That tender has already come in, and Bharat Forge and Reliance and PLR and others are in the fray. Hopefully, this will be finalized because overall, this is a 1,650 crore market for small arms in India at present and will grow further because not only are replacements required today, after 6 years or 10 years, replacements will be required again for everything that is going obsolete. So there is an opportunity. Only thing is, the government should make the intention, their policy, the specifications clear. Remember, I told you earlier we started with the 7.62 into 39 caliber rifle. But now the Caracal, when it came, 6 Sawyer when it came, is a 7.62 51 caliber. That has become the standard. 51 caliber is a full-blown caliber for an assault rifle. 39 caliber is a carbine caliber. It is underpowered as compared to an assault rifle. It is more for close quarter battle, shorter ranges, and barrel is also shorter. So these requirements must be set. Industry should know. Government expects industry to do R&D, to develop, to have their own plant, to have their own testing facilities, trial facilities. And if they have to encourage them, the government should play its role also.
Okay. Colonel Danveer, your views on that aspect in terms of what needs to be done, because I remember, we had a conversation around a year back when you were on my show. We were talking about how there's a need for replacing INSAS rifles, and your focus was again on giving a push to the domestic small arms manufacturing industry. So what needs to be done from here onwards? As General Arora is pointing out, there needs to be a bit more tweak in terms of policy and a bit more push.
Since it is a very it's a mega buck deal overall, it is quite understandable that there are a lot of pushes and pulls all around. As a soldier, I look at it that we should have a very simplified inventory. Now you have an inventory that will cater for line of control. Then you will also have an inventory that will cater for your standard WE. Then you will have inventories, another inventory for your CICT ops, and likewise, So there is so much of confusion. INSAS is not going to just phase out just like that. The next day, it will continue and phase out in a very, very graduated manner. So that inventory will also be there. So you are loaded with inventory and the logistics puzzled logistics, I would say. So I think the clarity is needed at the highest level. We should take a firm call on it that what weapon is required. And by the way, I'm still not very convinced with this dual kind of weapons that we have sought for. That is AK-203 for counterinsurgency, and for line of control is your 6-or. I don't know how is that going to make a big difference. But now, since the call has been taken, it needs to be expedited. And in that in expediting that, we are actually pushing out the indigenous talent that is growing, the indigenous entrepreneurship that is coming up. I place my bets on SSS Defense and Kalyani. These guys are passionate into making weapon systems. We should have allowed them to prove themselves.
Okay. Ajay, your views on that, and would you agree with Colonel Danveer here that the process needs to be more simplified and not a variety of inventory, as Colonel Danveer is pointing out? It should be perhaps limited to 1 or 2 type of configurations which we might have.
Well, the Colonel is 100% right. That's the biggest problem the forces are at the moment facing. Multiple inventories, some kind of rifles. As General Arora has pointed out too, I was counting 5 different types of handheld weapons. From Negev to Insas, it makes it 5 weapons. If you count them, from the carbines, the 6-or, the handheld weapons, and the AK-203, the Insas, there will be 5 weapons. That's huge for any commander to handle, to get the logistics done and anything to be put in the line. It's huge. Now, what I was actually going to put out, what Danveer sir has also pointed out the same thing, that around 2-3 years ago we had this clarity that we'll make this. That somehow has got mixed up somewhere. It needs a fresh policy push. Let the private sector make it. The private sector who are making it, they are doing a good job. Chauhan has taken 2-3 names, and Arora has taken 2-3 names. They are doing a good job. Let them try out, say, with 10,000 weapons. If they are doing well, have a trial and give them a further order. Why do we rush back to 6-or or to Negev or to Tawar? Why do we need to do that? I know these weapons are world class, but the guys who are making the weapons out here are also doing a very good job. Just because they are not come from outside the country does not mean that those weapons are inferior in any manner. So let us have a real call. I remember this call was taken, say, 12, 13 years ago when the T-90 tank and Arjun were through the bases. And the Arjun came out better than the T-90 in some aspects. And the Arjun was taken in as a component. And since those 12 years, just an example, we are upgrading the Arjun since those 12 years till now, and nothing has happened. Same is the case I fear is happening with the rifles. The AK-203 plant, the minister should give a push and sit down with his teams and get a price negotiation done finally and get things moving. Because at the moment, this confusion is leading us nowhere, Vishal.
Okay, so more push needed to be given to the existing projects. Let's have concluding comments from General Arora before we finish this show here. General Arora?
See, some of the grips from the private sector are that they are sometimes making suo moto proposals which are not being considered at the right level. They should be. Now, also remember, some of the foreign partners of the private domestic industry are willing to invest, manufacture in India for the global requirements. And yet, our government should also then give take interest in trying them out. The private industry is saying, get us to manufacture 200 pieces of something, try it out, and compare it with what you are getting, the pricing, the quality. The government may be worried also about security. So when they are willing to invest, when their foreign partners are willing to invest and export is allowed and they are willing to supply worldwide, I think there is something good there, and we should not shy away from giving orders to the private sector at the cost of the foreign sectors.
Okay, there it is. Thank you so much, General Arora. We have Colonel Danveer and Ajay there as well for your views on this particular aspect, that is the small arms manufacturing domestic industry ecosystem, where we are and what needs to be done in terms of giving more push to the domestic manufacturers as well. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television, and please do not forget to wear mask while you step out of your house, because the war against COVID-19 is still on. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Security Scan. I'm Vishal Dahiya, and this week we're going to talk about an anti-torpedo decoy system, Marich. Now, Marich has been indigenously developed and it has been inducted by the Navy just a short while back, as in just a few weeks, and this will be operational on all the frontline ships as well. We'll try and understand what exactly is an IADWS and how does Marich bring more force to the Indian Navy. For more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with retired Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha. He's a defense expert. We're also joined by retired Commodore Anil Jai Singh. He's the Vice President of Indian Maritime Foundation, and Mr. Mayank Singh, a senior defense journalist, also with us. Let me begin with you, Admiral Sinha. And let's start by, trying to make our viewers understand what exactly is an IADWS, anti-torpedo decoy system.
Well, it's, shall I say that there are two ways that you can decoy the torpedo. When the torpedoes are homing for you, heading towards your ship or submarine, both of them have measures in which they are not doing any transmission or not taking any action to do a decoy, so that torpedo heads for that decoy and doesn't come to your ship or the submarine. So those are the passive torpedo decoy system. Whereas IADWS is an active torpedo decoy system. We have been, doing sort of trials for many years. Particularly, one has been associated, and I'm sure Commodore Vijay Singh would have been associated many times. But it is a good thing that it is developed and now becoming operational, because at some point in time we were thinking that it may not happen. So what does it actually do? How does it make a decoy? So there are systems by which it generates a false target for the torpedo, and torpedo heads to this, because so far the active torpedo decoy system was a dream for us, because it's very expensive and there are many technologies involved in that. So now that it has come, I am sure that it is actually lowered into the sea by means of cables, and you can select your depth depending upon where do you expect the submarine to be, wherever at a distance, and you're probably holding a submarine, or you have had a probable submarine, as they call it. I think more on this, AJ will be able to tell you more and more accurately. But on the ships, it is an extremely, extremely important device, because as you know that the ships and the fleet, they always operate in a anti-submarine screen, so that the main body, like the aircraft carrier, they will have this large number of ships which are on, sort of in a particular screen, and they are doing some maneuvers to avoid getting hit by torpedo, and also opening their sonar in different directions so that they can also pick up the submarine noise. So it's a very good thing.
Okay, so IADWS is a very crucial piece of equipment on board warships. That is obviously the basic understanding here as far as IADWS is concerned. Let me bring Commodore Singh online here. Commodore Singh, from your point of view, IADWS obviously is very crucial, very important. But also, if you could shed some light on Marich, the indigenous IADWS which we have developed now and which will be deployed on all frontline ships.
Yeah, Marich as a system has been in development for a few years, and that is not because we've lacked the capability to develop a system like that. But it is a very complex, sophisticated system which is now sort of seeing the light of day. The first Marich systems were deployed on ships in 2015. They underwent extensive operator trials. And now that it has proved itself and been accepted by the Navy, contract for many more systems has been signed. So Marich actually consists of four main elements. It has a towed array. A towed array is a passive sonar which is streamed into the water at the back behind the ship, because then it is not affected by the own ship noise and is able to pick up many more targets than it would if it were attached to a ship. So you have a towed array sonar, which in this case is a passive towed array sonar. That means it does not transmit. It listens for sounds from the sea, whether it's the sound of a torpedo or it's the sound of a ship or it's the sound of a submarine, and passes that information onto the ship. Now the towed array, the actual sonar array, is connected to the ship by means of cables, electric cables, and a tow cable, because it's a long body which needs to be towed, which is connected to a winch system, which is located on the aft portion of the ship, on the rear of the ship. And from there, then the signal is passed to the onboard electronic systems, which is the signal processing, the displays, the firing system, the fire control system, etc. From where then, once a torpedo is detected, once the sonar actually detects the torpedo, it will pass this information. A torpedo is a weapon fired by a submarine. Now, a torpedo is a very powerful weapon. Firstly, it travels at a speed of about 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, has a range of 40 to 50 kilometers, and a heavyweight torpedo weighs about 16 to 1700 kilograms. So when that, and has got an explosive warhead of 400 to 500 kgs in front. So when that comes and hits a ship and explodes, one single torpedo can break even a destroyer in half. So it is a very, very powerful weapon that a submarine has. So it is very important that the ship is able to detect a torpedo and take countermeasures against the torpedo. The countermeasures can be of two types. Either the ship does some evasive steering and avoids the torpedo, or it seduces the torpedo away from the ship by firing decoys. So once the sonar detects the torpedo, it then passes this information onto the ship. The fire control system of the Marich then decides what kind of torpedo it is and decides what is the sort of decoy that has to be fired. And where does it have to be fired if it has to seduce this torpedo away from the ship? This decoy is fired, it makes noise, it's an active decoy, it transmits and tries to simulate the noise of a ship so that the torpedo, instead of going for the ship, gets diverted by this decoy, and the ship is able to carry out its own maneuvers. Now, why it is critical is because in the good old days when such a system was not there, by the time the sonar which was attached to the ship picked up a torpedo, there was very little reaction time available to the ship to avoid the torpedo. And so inevitably what would happen is that the torpedo would reach the ship before the ship was able to get away from it, because the torpedo is coming at almost 60, 70 kilometers an hour. And nowadays torpedoes have become very smart. They don't come directly for a ship. They home onto a ship. They can home onto the wake of a ship. Now the wake is what is the stream of water you see behind a ship caused by the propellers. That's called the wake. Now the moment the torpedo comes into the wake of a ship, the ship cannot pick it up on its sonar because it is right astern of the ship, right behind the ship. Sonars don't cover that particular sector. So now the ship doesn't even know how close the torpedo is at that point of time or how soon is it going to hit. So that is why it is very important that the torpedo is decoyed well before it enters the wake of a ship or is able to home onto the ship. And that is where a decoy system with the towed array becomes that much more effective.
Okay, so decoy system with the towed array is something which brings in more sophistication to the entire operation of handling torpedoes if they're fired by a submarine. Commodore Singh, one more question before we move on to Mayank here, and that is, you spoke about the complex mechanism of Marich out there, but if you put Marich ATDS vis-a-vis the other ATDS which are being used by other navies, how would you look at this comparison being on the ground there, on the sea rather?
See, I would think that Marich is almost as good, if not as good as any other system right now, contemporary system in the market. Only thing is Marich is a later development. It still has to prove itself at sea extensively. It's proved itself in trials. But once it is fitted on more frontline ships and it is exercised more against practice torpedoes, then its real worth will really be known. But I think in terms of technology, in terms of capability, I don't think is in any way inferior to anything else that perhaps contemporary navies are using on their own ships. The Indian Navy also has, we are now planning to go in for active towed array systems as well. Now, the moment an active towed array system comes in, and it is integrated with the anti-submarine warfare capability of the ship, that will further enhance the Marich's capability, because not only will the Marich passive sonar detect, but the ship's active towed array will detect a torpedo much before a passive one does, and will pass the information onto the Marich system, which will then automatically be able to fire a decoy. So a Marich is not just a sonar, it's a sonar and a response system. A response system means it not only picks up the target, it detects the target, identifies it, and then recommends what should be done to seduce it away, and does the firing of the decoy also. So it's a complete integrated system.
Okay. Let me now bring in Mayank here. Mayank, from the perspective of somebody who keeps a track of all, development of weapons platforms or, important equipments like the IADWS Marich we are talking about today, how would you look at the development of Marich in all stages? Because the most significant aspect here is that it has been developed indigenously by our own laboratories and our own scientists and researchers here. And, it's a good example of a Make in India technology part as far as we're concerned.
Yes, by using this term called Make in India, actually, you are bringing in the attention of India's evolution towards armaments, equipment, warfare. If we encompass everything, overall military development, which we can say actually. So here you see DRDO is developing Marich, which is indigenous. One important aspect which needs to be brought out in front of everyone is actually Navy has been a pioneer when it comes to Make in India actually. 1965, Department of Naval Design, it was established. So what you see today, Make in India concept actually, Navy could visualize that, foresee that in 1965. They had created a complete branch and they had posted their officers to the extent that now they are posting their officers who are heading the dockyards, the shipyards, and wherein the most sophisticated equipments, armaments, and systems like submarines are being developed, which is in Mazgaon Dockyard Limited, which is in Mumbai. One of the best stealth frigates in the world, which is Shivalik class and all that, 15 Alpha, 15 Bravo, even 17. You see they are being developed in India. So Marich is actually part of, if we divide the components into move, into make, into the fight components, we can see that we have already crossed a threshold in make and move. And here we are coming into fight elements now, which is missile, torpedoes, and what good way Commodore A.J. Singh sir had described the entire concept of this decoy and the active sonar, the way it is going to engage the enemy and even destroy that. It has been late. We often talk of that the projects which are going on with DRDO, they are late actually. But let us come to the point now that after a long period of time, we are seeing indigenous equipments, armaments, warships, aircrafts getting commissioned into the Indian Armed Forces.
Coming back to you, Edwin Sinha, and let's talk about that indigenous, aspect of this entire technology. Obviously, it is important, and that's something which is being, attempted by all three armed forces. But as Mayank pointed out, Indian Navy is the pioneer in terms of indigenization of weapon platforms or equipments like this. How would you look at this, particular IADWS Marich's development? Obviously, it might have taken a bit longer than what Indian Navy would have expected. But the final product, that's one, and two, the very fact that we are now there wherein we can scale it up as per our requirements and, depending upon the results we get in further tests, which obviously this IADWS will undergo.
Well, it's quite right what both Commodore A.J. Singh and Mayank have said. It is the complexity of the integration. You can pick up, the sound of the submarine or a torpedo, but sending it back to the ship, working on the fire control system, and then ordering the firing mechanism to fire which kind of decoy will you require, and setting off everything, the frequencies or the, all the works, which is going to be, what should be the amplitude, what should be the, how far should you throw it. So it's quite a complex integration. And I think that you have to give it to DRDO. Of course, they have taken many years, but all the problems have been solved by them. So I think that is important to understand that even in the submarine's case, the submarine that we have built, the most difficult part was to integrate all the weapon systems of the submarine from the detecting elements like sonar picks up, and then the torpedoes are fired automatically. All the settings of the torpedoes are done automatically. That is the complex bit in any development. The integration of the sensor which picks up the target, any type of target, converting that into a real fire control solution, and then launching the counter weapon or a decoy to get that fellow down. If it is a missile or a torpedo, if it is a missile, then you can actually see it on the scope that your missile, the anti-missile is going and hitting it. While you can see visually if it is close enough. Similarly for this system. And I feel that integration is the toughest part. Building a ship or building a torpedo or building a sonar, we have overcome that long back. But integrating this very complexity which Commodore Ajay Singh was mentioning, I think you have to give it to the DRDO that it is a very, very fine job. And it really indicates their ability to take on, even more important, more complex things in future.
Okay, let's now move on to a very important aspect of all these developments, specifically indigenously being able to go ahead and make these weapons platforms, or even make use of these technologies. That is the strategic aspect of it. So, Admiral Sinha, how would it help us strategically, having IADWS like Marich or other indigenous weapons platforms which you're talking about?
It makes a lot of difference, Vishal, because firstly, the confidence of the ship's crew operating in an anti-submarine environment, it goes up quite high. And once it is proven in the trials, you will find that their what is called the anti-submarine screens, once it is proven 100%, the anti-submarine screens are bound to be remodified, restructured, based on this present equipment that we are talking about. That is number one. The second thing is the enemy, the adversary. Before he fires the torpedo, he will have to take into account that my torpedo can get decoyed. And then he will have to start thinking exactly, should he be firing straight or should he be offsetting? So he will make a mistake. 99% times he'll make a mistake, he can't get it right on the first go. So I think the confidence level of the enemy submarines for firing against the ships which are having anti-torpedo, active torpedo decoy system, those submarines have to really rethink, which of course AJ should be able to tell you more what submariners think, because they had a great contribution in getting the solutions for the fire control system and firing of the decoy system. That is number one. The second thing is our dependence is going to become less on the import. So that is one big thing, like Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is very important, and large number of these will be ordered, because the decoys are, sort of, once it goes, you can't recover it. It goes. So you'll have large number of decoys to be manufactured. And I think, when you have manufacturing by Indian agencies, it will create jobs, it will create revenue, it will save foreign exchange. So I think these are all related issues which will help India.
Okay, Mayank, your views on that strategic part before I go to Commodore Singh?
There's a term called as strategic autonomy. So that you achieve because in terms of technology, in terms of sophistication, no country in the world would like to share something which gives it a military edge actually. So at the end of the day, you have to fight your own battles with your own weapons. Herein, you see, you're talking of Marich, and we have also discussed about how indigenously the Navy has produced its own most complex weaponry and systems, up to the nuclear submarine now, up to the nuclear fired submarine launch ballistic missiles now, up to cruise missiles, which are of the world class actually. So if you have to have strategic autonomy, in terms of worldview, in terms of world system, you need to have your own weaponry. And Marich is one of the good additions to it. In the recent time only, we were talking about lots of lag in terms of anti-submarine warfare, which is like surface ships, which is something Marich was also required so much into that. So we are gradually making up into that field also. So if we see that if we say Navy is a service which is multidimensional, subsurface, surface, and air, Navy is achieving that autonomy on its own. So very good for the country, not only just for Navy, but for the country and its strategic autonomy.
Okay, definitely. It helps the strategic autonomy out there. Commodore Singh, would you agree with both, Admiral Sinha and Mayank out there on the strategic significance part? And then anything you would like to add?
No, certainly. If India needs to be a maritime power, which India wants to be, and India wants to make a difference in the maritime sphere, then India has to be an indigenously, we call it a builder's navy. We cannot rely on foreign equipment. We'll always be at the mercy of sanctions. We can be at the mercy of deliveries. We can be at many conditionalities can be applied to deny us something we may need. That is one part of it. The second part of it, in the sort of threat environment in which the Navy is going to operate in the next few years, we have two adversaries. Both of them are sort of sniping at our heels all the time. And our Western neighbor, who so far had a very modest submarine force, relatively modest submarine force, Pakistan has 3 modern French submarines with AIP systems, but they're going to get 8 more submarines within the next 5 years from China, which are Type 039 submarines. Now, a country the size of Pakistan with its limited coastline operating 11 submarines is going to be a threat to the Indian Navy, definitely. Besides, if the Chinese Navy is able to also position a few vessels in the Indian Ocean, if on Gwadar or wherever else they may do it, it is going to be a matter of concern for the Navy. Therefore, it is very important that and just to sort of highlight, with the maritime transparency that exists today, with very good maritime domain awareness that India has, and its ability to be able to scan wide ocean spaces through satellites, through its P-8I aircraft, through drones, through UAVs, etc., etc. Perhaps the single most opaque element in the sea is the submarine. At least for a few more years till underwater transparency also becomes far more visible. So under those circumstances, the submarine threat is going to be the major threat. And if India is going to be operating carrier battle groups and large destroyers to establish some sort of to project its power in the Indian Ocean region or in the larger Indo-Pacific, then it should be very sure that the submarine threat, if not neutralized, is sort of deterred, or we are able to counter that threat. And I think that is why systems like Marich are going to be extremely important, because the biggest threat that we're going to face in the next few years is going to be a submarine threat to our naval forces. So we must, as it is, the Navy is paying a lot of attention to ASW, anti-submarine warfare, in the last few years. And I think Marich is a very valuable addition to that capability that we're developing.
Okay, so there it is. Thank you so much, Commodore Singh, Admiral Sinha, and Mayank as well for sharing your views. That is all about the advanced torpedo decoy system Marich, which has been indigenously developed, and not only the very fact that it is a technology which has been worked upon and developed by our own scientists and researchers, but it also gives us a lot of strategic autonomy, as Mayank was pointing out, a bit of an heft out there to our naval force in the open sea against submarines. And we'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this episode of Security Scan on Rajya Sabha Television. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we're going to talk about the draft of DPEPP, that's Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy, the draft which has been put in public domain by the Ministry of Defense. There are several aspects to this particular draft, and the views have been comments and views have been solicited by the Ministry of Defense. Let's try and understand what exactly DPEPP 2020 draft talks about. So for this, we have a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with we have Mr. Lakshman Kumar Behra, Research Fellow at IDSA. He's somebody who keeps a tab on all these developments, specifically with respect to defense production and the export promotion, the policy and the strategy being adopted by India as well. We also have retired Lieutenant General Dr. V.K. Saxena. He's a distinguished fellow at VIF, and we're also joined by Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the defense correspondent at the Tribune. Welcome all of you gentlemen to Rajya Sabha TV. Let me begin with you, General Saxena, and let's start by giving our viewers an overview, a salient features or points of this draft DPEPP.
The defense production and export promotion policy, which is in a draft form,
is a new document. It is supposed to be an overarching document, which is an output of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is meant to give focused, structured and significant inputs and control various elements and guide various elements related to defense production and export promotion. If you look at the policy in its entirety, basically we will see that there are certain thrust areas which the policy looks at. The first thrust area is talking about the procurement reforms. We all understand very well that the defense procurement is bugged with a lot of ills. First of all, time delays. A procurement which takes 36 to 48 months can go 5 to 6 years. And also there are too many stages of approval, too many over centralization. It addresses that. That is the first one. First of all, it says that whatever we can produce in our country should not be imported. For that, the promotion policy talks about making a negative import list, not only of today, but also in the time perspective that what we can do and make in our country should not be imported at all. Then to set up to sort out the procurement blues, it aims to set up a project management unit that is managing the procurement process more efficiently and to facilitate the acquisition process properly.
Okay.
Also, it talks about the establishment of a technical assessment cell, which will actually take account of the technology readiness level which is available and classify various industry players in according to their capability. The one which can do design, development, production, testing and certification to be independent players, whereas the one who can do only development can be only development, design and development and production can only be the partners with DRDO. Also, it aims to refine the complete trials procedure. Then the other thrust area relates to indigenization and support to MSMEs. It has a policy of indigenization of 5,000 items by 2025. Also, it talks about the support to MSMEs in a large way. For this, it has set up a defense investor cell, which can be discussed in some other forum.
Okay.
Also, the next thrust area is the optimization of resource allocation. It says that now today in the defense budget head, we have one major head 2076 and one minor head 101. One was for defense procurement, other is for army, for pensions and for personal services.
Okay.
It says that you have to have a distinct budget head only for domestic capital procurement. Also, it aims to enhance the domestic production by 15% in each year over the next 5 years. And most interestingly, in optimization of the resource allocation, it talks about scrutinizing our defense expenditure under various heads so that you do not have a less priority item taking a spike or a major chunk of the budget, whereas a lesser priority item, because it could not move up the procurement cycle, could not. So some sort of a scrutinization is expected.
Okay.
The other area, the other thrust areas talks about investment promotion. Investment promotion, FDI and ease of doing business. In investment promotion, you are aware now today, India has got a lot of things going in the aircraft area, in engines area, in UAV domain, in line replacement units, as also in upgrades and retrofits. In this area, we have Tejas, we have ATS, we have so many things coming up. So in this area, interact the investment. Also,
Just Saxena, I'm pretty sure there are other points as well, and you'd like to elaborate on them also. But we'll come to those parts specifically later. For example, innovation, R&D, and export promotion, as well as the quality assurance as well. But these 3-4 points which you mentioned, let me first have the comments from the other two panelists on these 3-4 points, and let me start with you, Ajay. Procurement reforms, indigenization, all these aspects which General Saxena spoke about are some of the key focus areas. It looks like this is carrying forward the idea of defense industry reforms, which were, talked about during the lockdown period when we, heard the finance minister put in place the entire, spectrum of reforms which is being talked about. There also there was a mention of defense industry reforms. So it's like building on those particular steps. Now we are talking about overall draft policy. Is that how it looks like, Ajay?
So the policy now aims to have export of 35,000 crores, that is $5 billion by 2025. It is possible. We have done around 13,000 crores last year. So I believe it is possible in 2025 because we are growing. A lot of countries around us, surrounding countries, our neighbors, our friends, they want equipment from us because it's reliable, cheaper, much cheaper than what the Western countries or what Russia produces for them. So that is one aspect. I see the export promotion policy and making India as an export hub for global supply chains as the most important aspect of this policy. This will bring in jobs, this will bring in exports, this will bring in money to our companies and also raise our stature in the world. That's how I see it. The second point is increasing the amount of defense production we make annually. That is, we aim to have something like $25 billion by 2025. That is a huge number because that will largely depend on not just on PSUs, private industry and other places also. Because the private sector is coming up in a big way at the moment. It is not just the DPSUs or the OFBs. The private sector will also contribute to this $25 billion target by 2025. These are the two most important aspects for me, Vishal.
Okay, definitely. These are some of the important aspects. Mr. Lakshman, let me bring you here on these overarching, components or the contours of this draft DPEPP. Obviously, there are 3-4 other points as well. So if you'd like to elaborate on the ones which have already been pointed out by General Saxena, and of course, export is the thrust area.
Yes, right. So this draft defense production and export promotion policy was in the making. In fact, in 2018, the Ministry of Defense came out with a revised draft because the first defense production policy was announced in 2011 and that was not quite effective. So the ministry was working over the years, and after the Make in India was announced and after the Prime Minister's vocal for local call and Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan movement. So the Ministry of Defense has activated all its departments and stakeholders, and they have put together all the ideas in one document, and this is the draft we are seeing. And I think as General V.K. Saxena rightly said, this is an overarching document. The good part of the document is that it has clear objectives. It lays down what it intends to do over a period of time. In fact, it has identified 5 objectives, and to achieve those objectives, it has clearly laid down the focus areas. So General Saxena talked about procurement reforms, indigenization and support to MSMEs, optimization of resource allocations, investment promotion and FDI, and ease of doing business measures. But it also talks about innovation and R&D, because you can't be self-reliant unless you have innovation and your own industry designs and develops state-of-the-art equipment which actually can be acquired by the armed forces. And it is identified number of technologies which will be developed by the DRDO, of course, with the help of other stakeholders. Some examples include your gas turbine engine, which has been which has been a weak area in our innovation setup. It talks about hypersonic missiles. So there are a lot of other things. So at least we know what the production policy intends to do through domestic R&D over a period of time. Then it also talks about the reform of the state-owned entities, particularly the OFB and the DPSUs. So the government has already declared that OFB, Ordnance Factory Board, which is a mammoth organization which has more than 80,000 people, but it's considered a very inefficient organization. So government is taking steps to corporatize it. So it will become another DPSUs, and after that subsequent reforms can be taken. This is a very big step to begin with, and if it is actually pursued to the logical conclusion, I think it is a major defense industrial reform, I would say. Then another aspect is to overhaul the quality assurance and quality control agencies. Now, we know for sure that we can design and develop a lot of things, but we don't have the right agencies to certify them in a time-bound manner. And it is often very frustrating for the developers or the producers to go through a lengthy process of trials and testing, and those times are actually more than the developmental time. And that actually creates a disincentive among the R&D and the production agencies. So government, this production policy talks about simplifying those. But the major part is the export promotion, how to promote India's defense export. So there is a target. Now we are at the level of around 10,000-11,000 crore. Now to increase by three times, which is around 30 to 35,000 crore. This is an ambitious target, but this is very much doable. And there are a number of steps that the government has articulated, that all our Indian defense attaches which are posted in missions, they will be co-opted and their assistance will be taken into consideration for promoting Indian exports. Then government will take lead. If you look at other major exporting countries, be it France or Israel or US, their head of states actually take a lot of active interest in promoting their defense equipment. Here, the draft policy also talks about government-to-government kind of exports. So that's the very big and bold step from the government. Then government can provide export credits to some of the countries which don't have enough money to buy, but they can be given financial assistance, which they can use to buy equipment from our industry. There are so many other measures, some licensing, so export authorization mechanism that will also be simplified. So as a whole, I think this draft policy is a good package. And so after taking into consideration all the inputs which the government receives from the stakeholders, I think we'll have a very, I think, far-reaching document which will have tremendous impact on the production and exports.
Okay. Let me bring in Jan Saxena again here. Jan Saxena, it looks like the way you were also explaining in your first response and the way Lakshman and Ajay also pointed out, if you take a broad look at this particular draft, the first is on indigenization and promoting exports as well. But when we talk about indigenization, as in pushing the domestic industry there is a lot of focus which will have to be put into, innovation and R&D as well, and, reforming the DPSUs as well. How do you look at the first area specifically when we talk about indigenization process here?
Sir, this document is a very overarching and it is a very wide coverage. If you talk about the indigenization, it is a vertical by itself, which is very difficult and which is not an easy task to do. First of all, setting up a targets are all right. Now today, you're talking about 25, you are talking about achieving a target of $25 billion. You know what's the 2018-19 total turnover in manufacture? For the public sector, it is 8 billion. And for the private sector, 2.48 billion. And today the export is 1.5 billion. To take them to 25 billion and 5 billion is a very big target. Now, secondly, talk of indigenization. You have indigenization, all right. But at the same time, there has to be an approach from the DPSUs and the OFB to go ahead and ask the private industry to take part in the indigenization process. You have been told, this policy tells that they will, the DPSUs and the OFBs will be given incentive for vendor development. They have to do vendor development. Vendor development is all right. But at the same time, carrying out indigenization requires a total effort of the DPSUs, OFB and the private industry. It is not a joke. Secondly, the innovation and the R&D, we all already know about that IADWS, Innovation for Defense Excellence. We have Mission Raksha Gyan and all that. But at the same time, innovation requires young minds. You must have heard of a competition going on these days, Dare to Dream. DRDO has taken out 2.0 in the memory of Kalam, Dr. Kalam. Now, there are many things. They are not only just gas turbine engine. There are small things like active seeker. There are cruise missiles. There are armored fighting vehicles. There are BMP. There are robotics. There are artificial intelligence. So many things where you require innovation. For example, everybody talking about swarm drones. Is there an innovative mind which can design a small vehicle with artificial intelligence which can go and carry out its mission independently? We are talking about bringing down the drones without firing missiles on them. Okay, if anybody can develop a very small, simple thing which can bring down a drone either by a physical catastrophic kill or by a laser thing. Everybody talks of laser weapon, but where is the development in laser weapon on ground? Innovators are required who can take out the problems of power and so on. Now talk about the DPSU. Talk about the DPSU, the culture of DPSU has to change. Government is talking about making them system integrators. What is system integrator? You are only an integrator, but you will involve your private industry, you will involve other vendors, you will involve so many other players, and you will carry out the production system. Now, testing, government is very clear. We have discussed on your program only something called the DTIS, Defense Testing and Integration Scheme. Government has spent 400 crores, planning expenditure of 400 crores with a special vehicle in which you can 8 greenfield ranges are coming up in 2 of the defense industrial corridors. Government is giving a lot of thrust. Dr. Lakshman was talking about that there is a frustrating experience of the producers to produce something but cannot test, cannot integrate, cannot certify, and also the export promotion. Our 2 vehicles, Def Expo and Aero India, the government wants to capitalize on them. The government wants to take them forward to ensure that they become our brand ambassadors to say what we can develop, what we can show to the world, and what is our capability. Now, all this is something called our ease of doing business is going up from 142 out of 190 in 2014. Today, we are at 63. Maybe we'll cross the target of 50. So these are easier said than done. Said than done. Indigenization, investment, export promotion. You heard OFB corporatization, how much resistance is taking place, how much 80,000 force is on roadside. But talking about DPSU's disinvestment, how difficult it become. Time, cost, quality. DPSUs have to realize that. OFB have to realize that it is open playing field. No captive business. It is open. You have to go and win. So this is a document which puts things in, but it requires implementation.
Okay, definitely. It is a tough task, but then, that is where this entire overarching document comes in place. Ajay, I would ask you that, would you agree with the points which are being put forth by General Saxena and Lakshman there as well? Because the way we are looking at this particular policy or this particular document, it is quite clear, that to achieve the 2 goals, one is specifically an enhancement of export, and 2 is indigenization. We will have to ensure innovation, R&D, public sector and private sector to go hand in hand with each other. Reforms, obviously, in DPSUs. All these are small, might look like small components or small aspects, but these are very crucial to achieve that overarching goal.
Yes, they are, because see, the point happens now because what we have been talking all this while for the past 10 years is fructified in this document which has been released 2 days ago and which can be seen on the websites of the company. It has been fructified. Now, once it's been fructified, now it is for the industry to take it up. Our private industry is one of the best in the world. I can assure you that we all have seen them function with regards to defense production and defense equipment making. They can do a better job than several others. So let them have an open field across the world. They are already making parts of planes for Boeing, for Lockheed Martin, for Airbus. Let them take the next step forward. Innovation, when you talk about innovation, please keep in mind the Navy has taken a lead in terms of Indianization, that is making the ships locally. In the past 10 years, we have not got any ship from outside. Okay, we are taking 2 of the Grigorov class from the Russians because there is some things attached to it that can't be spelled out of it. In case of the Air Force, the Tejas is just coming in. But I believe now Make in India is the way forward. Indian Air Force Chief Zulia Saab was very categorical in October when he made the statement that there will be no, he will try to cut the imports and there will be only local products. Now, planes, drones, armed drones, these are the things we have to start making immediately. Innovation, R&D is needed. And this document, I believe, addresses all of those. Vishal?
Okay. Lakshman, would you agree that this looks like a very tough task, but that's how we will have to go ahead and navigate ourselves as a country if we want to go ahead and be self-reliant, specifically with respect to defense equipments. We will have to take into account all these aspects.
Yes, as a policy document, I can't fault with the document because the policy has to talk big things. It has to give the big picture. But the good thing is that the policy is backed by strategies. So there are 9 key steps that the policy lays down. Okay, these things will be done by various stakeholders so that we'll achieve the larger objective. Okay, so I think nobody will mind if we fall short by 5,000 crore in our production. But our intent has to be clear. Our production is now 80,000 crore, and we have to step up by on an average 19,000 crore every year to reach that 1,75,000 crore, of which 35,000 crore will come from exports. Now, if you look at today's exports, which is around 10 to 11,000 crore, few years ago it was less than 1,000 crore. So nobody actually trusted when the government that time said, okay, I remember then defense minister publicly saying we'll have a defense export of $2.5 billion, and people were laughing. But we realized that we are very close to that. So as a policy document, it has to give you the big picture. So, but the good thing is that it has strategies, and I am sure that all the stakeholders will do their due diligence to achieve the larger objective. But another good aspect is that this document is also in line with our political thinking. Now, in most of the countries, or particularly in India, sometimes the policy falters because it is not backed or supported by the political vision. Now, the Prime Minister is talking about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, vocal for local. Make in India was there previously. Now, everything all actually leads to self-reliance. So if every stakeholder knows, okay, he has to do his bit to fulfill the political objective, then I think these objectives are not so big. So we have achieved 10,000 crore exports. We can really, it is very doable to achieve 30,000 crore, and strategies, objectives are quite clear. And I'm sure this will lead to better picture for the Indian defense industry in the coming years.
Okay, definitely. If you tried with a proper strategy, nothing is impossible. And as you're pointing out, looks like the policy and the vision seems to be aligned together. Let's have final concluding comments from you, Jan Saxena, before we wrap up this show. And then that's going to be about, how this will get implemented on the ground. That becomes really, really important, because as a policy document, all of you are saying that it looks like a very, perfect way of going ahead and achieving the desirable targets, specifically with respect to indigenization and export promotion as well. And both are interlinked, very closely interlinked with each other. But when we start implementing this policy on the ground, how the policy makers and stakeholders, how should they go about it?
Sir, you have hit a very, very key aspect, that the policy is all right, but there are a lot of impediments in implementation. First of all, as a person who has remained in the procurement process for decades, I am of the firm believer that no policy, no organization, no procedure should become an encumbrance. This policy should not become another cog in the wheel, another stage of approval, another stage in the time thread which increases one more stage, one more approval. It should not increase over centralization, which is already too high. We should decentralize. It should not one more that this is all right, but you have to take the approval of so and so more and so and so more. Secondly, the attitudinal roadblock. The attitudinal roadblock is a very big thing. What is that? The thing is that the stakeholders, the MOD and the others must realize that, as Ajay was talking about, our private sector has arrived. Today, our private sector can do things. What about K9 Vajra? What about M77? What about ATAGS? What about 1,200 crores of 3D surveillance radars to Navy? It's the private players who are leading international forums and winning contracts. It is the time when the private industry, private players are not to be taken as step brother. They have to be taken as comrades in arms, and they have to be taken together. When somebody says that incentive to MSMEs, incentive to private sector, they are the, for example, in Akash weapon system, it is lot of private players are there, but in the new weapon system, more and more. Government says every time 15% additional have to be in. Second case is accountability. In the acquisition position, no accountability. If you delay, here the accountability procedure should be there. And lastly is that there should be an institutional forum for feedback to the MOD. Last time the Make-2 procedure, the strategic partnership model suffered because there was no feedback, regular feedback. What is wrong with your policy? What are the course correction required? So I feel that more than the policy, it is the implementation blues which have to be addressed. And also one single point is that private industry has arrived is a fact of the game. DPSCs have to realize the reality of the day, and OFBs have to corporatize.
Okay, definitely implementation part is really, really important out there. Before we bring this to an end, Ajay wants to say something. Ajay, concluding words from you.
Yeah, quickly. I see the private sector has arrived. I will just buttress General Saxena's point, because see what happens is Godrej is making parts with the BrahMos. There are people who are making parts with Tejas. There are L&T has made a submarine, or they made the strategic submarine, and there are other people who are doing a lot of work. So let us not think about big things and make them, because I'll give another example. I cannot take the name because that's not public. Indian private sector companies making the barrels for a foreign gun, artillery gun. So you can imagine the work they are doing. The time has come for us to capitalize on that and increase the production. Sure.
Okay, definitely. That's very, very true. The private sector has arrived as far as the defense sector is concerned. And those are the finer points for the DPEPP draft 2020. That's Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy, which has been put into public domain. Looks like, as our panelists are pointing out, this is an overarching policy which takes into consideration all aspects. What remains right now is for all the stakeholders to work hand in hand with each other towards achieving that particular goal of making India self-reliant as far as defense production is concerned, and obviously boosting exports as well, so that we can gain more money from the work which is being done in the defense sector. Thank you so much. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, you keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we'll be talking about Project Cheetah, which is about arming the combat drones, that is the Heron drones, with the laser-guided ammunition, precision-guided ammunition, as well as anti-tank missiles and other such aspects. We'll take a detailed look at what exactly is Project Cheetah, how will it benefit our armed forces, and the timeline of the entire project, as well as to by when we can expect this to happen. So more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with Retired Major General Ravi Arora. He is the Chief Editor of Indian Military Review. We also have with us Retired Air Vice Marshal Sunil Nanotkar, our defense expert. And we're also joined by Mayank Singh, a senior journalist who looks after the defense beat. Let me first start with you, Mayank, and let's start by giving our viewers a bit of a lowdown on what exactly is Project Cheetah and why are we talking about it now?
The project involves unmanned aerial vehicles, and there's a need which arose recently because of the standoff, the kind of tensions which have come up along the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh. This Project Cheetah was supposed to come up earlier itself, but it was somehow, because of various reasons, it was shelved, or rather it was in a dormant stage. Now, when you need the altitude, the conditions of eastern Ladakh, it has also catalyzed this program actually. Now there's a special committee of Defense Secretary Dr. Ajay Prasad, and which is looking into this matter. The project costing around 3,500 crores and almost 90 Herons, which are coming from Israel side. They are supposed to be finalized, and they'll be armed with specific precise capabilities, which is like precision guided bombs, or even in fact anti-tank missiles. So that's what it is, and it has come up as per the need which has suddenly arisen in eastern Ladakh.
Okay. So Project Cheetah is something which is not new. It has been there, obviously, but it has been revived now that the need has been felt by our armed forces, and it's all about arming the Heron drones with specific, weapons. Let's now talk about those specific weapons and obviously about Heron as well. And let me start with you, General Arora. Why equip Heron here? That's one. Why Heron? And second is, what kind of weapons we are talking about in terms of ensuring that they are combat ready?
See, when the idea was first mooted in 2015 by the Air Force, they thought that if a UAV could go so far and look at so many things and find out information about the enemy and also find good targets, what is the point of coming back or tasking any other resource or fighters to go and destroy the target? It should be armed sufficiently to destroy that target, and there should be a command and control link, just like the armed UAVs or drones which the Americans had been using, the MQ-9 Reaper, which they have effectively used against 2,500 terrorists in the Afghanistan-Pakistan area. So why not do that? And shortly thereafter, Uri happened, and then this subject got a lot of attention, but somehow the project was shelved. And now that the Chinese have done this mischief, the need has been felt to revive it. But now, what can these, and we will restrict ourselves to only medium altitude, long endurance UAVs, that is the Searcher and the Heron that we have. Why the need has been felt now again is because of the surgical strikes in which we had to send people across, we had to send our aircraft across, and the Chinese as well as the Pakistanis are using UAVs on a big scale every day, even today. And we want to build up this capability. You asked for the weapons. You see, these the talks which have been going on with the Israelis, who have to cooperate with us to modify and upgrade these UAVs, they will have air-to-ground missiles as well as air-to-ground anti-tank guided missiles. The Air Force already has a few copies of the Herop or Harpy-2, which has about 23 kilos of warhead, and it is an anti-radiation weapon. It goes and looks for radar and all, and it can do a kamikaze type of attack. It's a loitering ammunition kind and a suicide attack, but it does not carry missiles as such. So, but mind you, you have just talked about, Mayank has talked about the background. It's not only the Chinese whose recent incursions have necessitated that we take this project forward. Right from the Kargil time, 1999, that was a wake-up call. And soon thereafter happened Operation Parakram. That's the time we got the Searchers. We used them extensively. I myself had overseen some of these Searcher operations at that time. And since then, we have the Searcher, the Heron, and the Herop. We had the DRDO's Nishant, but we don't have an armed UAV or combat UAV. So, you see, we have been developing, the DRDO has been developing, they put in a lot of effort, but in between, sanctions placed by the Americans prevented us from developing the combat UAVs, that is the Rustam 2 and the Rustam H, which is the DRDO, and the Aura, which is still in the pipeline. So it actually went into deep freeze for some time. 1,500 crores rupees spent on the Rustam already, and now more funds have been given. But I'm not so sure whether Rustam 2 is being developed only as an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance thing with electro-optic sensors, with electronic warfare, ELINT comment sensors. But definitely the Aura is going to be, it's a very heavy, high altitude, long endurance drone. It is developed as a on the lines of the MQ-9 Reaper. Meanwhile, you remember there was talk, we did a program together, there was talk that we are going to buy some copies of the MQ-9 Reaper, also Christian Predator, the Predator B, first, or Guardian B, first for the Navy, and then it was thought for the Air Force also. Again, because of high costs, it went into the deep freeze. And that has also been revived. The Americans were reluctant to export these things. President Trump of USA has just last week cleared the sale of high technology combat drones to friendly countries. A lot of things are happening, and I can come to it later.
Okay. Definitely. There are quite, other important aspects when we talk about combat drones or armed drones. Let me bring in AVM Nanotkar here as well. AVM Nanotkar, your views on not only on Project Cheetah, wherein obviously 90 Heron drones are to be equipped with different kind of weapons to make them combat ready, but specifically, what kind of weapons are we looking at here, which can be used with Heron drones? They can be equipped with it, and the kind of range or their effectiveness we're talking about here.
Yeah. So, Vishal, I will start with the weapons that you asked. You just covered. I think Mayank, in his opening remarks, he covered that we are likely to arm these UAVs with Spice and Spike missiles. That is, Spice are the precision bombs which we have used. Now, Spice bomb is generally, associated with Balakot attack, but that was a very heavy bomb. And what might come on Heron is a lighter version of it, because the capacity, the payload carrying capacity of Heron is much lesser. And also the Spike missile, which is already bought, anti-tank missile, which has been bought by Army, which is a short-range missile. But they have got a couple of versions that is ranging from a little longer range than what we have bought, and a very extended range or a extremely long range missile, which is to the tune of about 30 to 35 kilometers. That is the range up to which it can strike a moving target of a nature of a tank. So these are the primary weapons. Basically, what I would like to put it across is precision guided weapons, because the Heron already carries a laser designated pod. So it can carry a internal pod, designator pod. It can designate the laser beam onto the target, and we can have a combination of weapons which are riding over this laser beam to carry out a very precise attack. And while we talk in terms of these weapons which will come as a modified weapons, but in the long run, I'm sure that we are looking at indigenous weapons also, which are under development to be carried by these aircraft in long run. So there will be a little bit of compatibility requirements of those weapons getting on. So it's not restricted to these specific weapons. In long run, once this aircraft comes to us, we will have our weapon systems also onto that. And actually, this project started in 2009, 2010. It's that long back that this project came about. And what General Arora mentioned about 2015, that is the time Indian Army also realized that they would also be, wanting these kind of machines. So this project got amalgamated into Army and Air Force project. And subsequently, of course, Navy was all the way along with the Air Force all this while. This project went into a little bit of coma, I would say, because of various differences of opinions between the three services and MOD regarding the basic requirement itself. Then, of course, the Rustam was taking off that time. And then thereafter, there was a requirement of many other which were aircraft, Herons, which were lost in accident, whether they would be, part of this project. So there are many such, issues. It was not the operational requirement which came about. Now we are talking in terms of emergent requirement. But the requirement was felt as far back as 2009. And with many other projects that happened, that, the platform is being looked at by DRDO or any other agencies within the country. And, the OEM of this aeroplane was willing to give us a lot of, leeway with this development. There were two different projects seen all together. One was weaponization of Heron and other one was upgrade of Heron. Now, both these projects have been combined together. So now we will have the SATCOM capability on all Herons. We will have the, auto takeoff landing capability on all the Herons. which was acquired in piecemeal between all the three services and NTRO. So it's a big mix of things that got into this delaying the process. But like I keep saying, der aaye durust aaye is the always the news with Indian Armed Forces and our procurement processes. But this thing was going on from 2009, and along keeping this in mind, our DRDO was also developing certain weapons for UAV-like platforms or small helicopters-like platforms. So all in all these things are going to play dividends once we arm the Heron. And mind you, arming a Heron is not the last step we should stop at, because like General Arora said, Aura is our indigenous program. I don't know how many years it is going to take, but in the meanwhile, since the warfare is moving towards a combination of unmanned and manned weapon systems for all the three services, and also in certain cases paramilitary services, because Vishal, you know that we have internal problems wherein a lot of UAVs are employed today. So even that will have to be considered when we talk in terms of weaponization of UAVs. And I hope cognizance of taken of this.
Okay. Well, that's a very interesting point, and a broad spectrum of how UAVs are really important from the security perspective, not only the external but the internal security as well, and obviously the need to weaponize or rather arm these UAVs to make them combat ready. That brings me to the point, Mayank, wherein both the journal and the AVM had pointed out one important aspect, and that is there are different kind of drones or UAVs which we have right now, or which we are acquiring as well, be it Heron, Haroop, or the indigenous capability as well, Rustam, Aura also, which is being worked upon. So one is compatibility aspect. Second is our needs and such as our requirements and what we have or what we need to get. So how do we look at this particular combination here?
My answer is actually, this program has started discussing very specific things, and lots of students watch this program. I have to quote two books here actually, and one of them was written in 1994, and the title is India's Ad Hoc Arsenal, written by Chris Smith of SIPRI. Then comes 2010, and Stephen Cohen and Sunil Das Gupta write Arming Without Aiming. By these two examples, actually, they are to sum up how there has been a haphazard planning or the capability building plan, long-term capability building vision. I mean, these things had not been so well aligned earlier also. But in the recent years, there had been a certain push. Coming to the specific point, actually, let's say all the forces, they have a long-term integrated perspective plan, which is integrated perspective plan actually. And then you have service specific plans. Then when you start equipping yourself, the welfare of the soldier. So when you say unarmed or when you say unmanned aerial vehicle, it is to keep your soldier out of the danger, but still keeping the endurance of the place, let's say, to capability to function in one of the most difficult situation that comes. So this particular Cheetah project is part of that only actually. When you are raising the capability, when you are raising the endurance of your equipment, and at the same time there is a unbridled and continuous flow of information from the particular area wherein you are moving in. So actually, when this program is about revival of Cheetah. So the need-based program which has been revived, and both the officers, they have called it out, they have briefed us that it has been happening since long. So one of the aspects which has to be tackled well in terms of, let's say, planning is arming with a particular capability vision, with an integrated perspective plan, and we should stick to it. Then Cheetah, then you'll never require to revive programs, because that will be part of the flow. And special sanctions, special approvals, they'll come in between as per the need basis, but that will not shock you. That will not as AVM Nanotkar used the term coma, you will never have it to be shaken out of your coma, and it will be a very smooth plan.
Okay, definitely. Planning is a really important aspect here. And as Mayank is pointing out, the revival of Project Cheetah is all about ensuring that the endurance is maintained and the capability is enhanced as well. That brings me to the benefits and the advantages part of it. General Arora, once it's done, Project Cheetah is done, presuming the Herons are equipped accordingly as per the needs. What kind of advantages or benefits we are looking at? Obviously, for one, you referred to in terms of ensuring that, fighter aircrafts need not be employed or deployed for specific missions like the surgical strikes which were done earlier.
See, remember, our enemy number one now is China. Forget Pakistan. Pakistan does not require very long endurance, high altitude, armed UAVs to tackle them. For operations like surgical strikes or even larger operations in conventional wars, against China, we require something autonomous which can go up to Lasha. It is required to find and to fix, to track targets, to engage them and to destroy them. That is the challenge. And whatever we are producing so far will take many years. So it's good that this opportunity is being utilized to go in for fast track procedure and emergency purchases or upgrading our currently available UAVs so that they can be turned into combat UAVs in a short duration. But what do we require to do? The advantages are many. Everybody is using them. The Americans have been using them. Chinese have sold 300 of these medium and high altitude UAVs to Saudi Arabia. They are going to manufacture them in Saudi Arabia. UAE has used them in Yemen against the rebels. The Houthis have used them against Saudi Arabia Aramco refinery. Turkey is using them against Kurds in Syria, in Iraq. Everywhere these armed UAVs, combat UAVs are being used. We must have them. We don't have them so far. But there are challenges we have to overcome. Now, you see, I now see that the DRDO had already announced that for Rustam 2, they are going to engage with the private sector. A whole lot of companies now have licenses. They have had joint ventures formed. I can name many of them: L&T, Tata Advanced Systems, Tata Power SED, Mahindra Defence, Data Patterns, Bharat Forge, Alpha Design, Dynamatics, Adani and Elbit have a JV, HAL, Asteria Aerospace, Cadet Systems. These are the major players who want a piece of the pie. If we involve them, we can get this sooner, because each of these UAVs, even without arming, costs 40 to 80 crore rupees each. Imagine, after all these things are developed into armed UAVs, they're going to cross 100 crores. The cost of a Tejas was recently decided at 450 crores. A UAV, 100 crores. You get 4 or 4.5 of such combat UAVs for the cost of a Tejas, but it's worth it. It's worth it. These, there is deniability, there is survivability. They are not easy to tackle. They are, they can deliver their payload much more safely. The warfare is going towards unmanned warfare. The Americans are developing a future infantry combat vehicle with both options. It can be manned, it can be unmanned. They are thinking of the tank to be unmanned, the fighter to be unmanned. So we are moving towards unmanned warfare. This is the need of the hour. The sooner we get it and sooner we overcome these problems of propulsion, we are developing propulsion, electro-optics, thermal imagery, command and control. These require satellite links and teaming with the fighters. The sooner we develop them, the better it is. The time has come that the Chinese have copied everything and done it. We don't copy, we don't steal, but we have the talent, we have the dimag to do it. Let's get them together with the private sector and produce these things.
Okay, so the push to indigenization is what you're talking about. Obviously, taking along the private sector as well. That brings me for the last question to AVM Nanotka. AVM Nanotka, not only the strategic benefits of having an combat-ready weaponized drone, but also the point which General Arora is making here, that is giving a push to the indigenous developing and manufacturing of unmanned or unarmed drones as well, which can then later be equipped with weapons. This is the need of the movement, as General Arora is pointing out. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with General Arora. First of all, Vishal, I would like to bring in that accountability factor into this entire game, because over last decade or two, in fact, almost 2 decades, we have been going into, in fact, I will remind General Arora about Laksha. Laksha is the first, unmanned vehicle that we started, developing here. And from there, Laksha, of course, is in service now. But then then came Nishan, then came Rustam. Now, these are all programs going on, but when it comes to deliverables to the defense services, there is none, actually. Okay, and there is no accountability on that front. Now, first of all, we will have these vehicles and we will have no engines for it, because ultimately the engines that we were looking at, they have been phased out or they are facing problems about supply chain management. So all these factors come in when we prolong our programs to this effect. On top of that, if you want to weaponize it, that means you have to have the basic sensors that you started off with and additional sensors for using it alongside weapons. So, all in all, when you see this, how our internal programs go through, I think it is a good idea that, private players have now started entering into this. But one of the factors remains as to that MOQ part of it, as to actually, are they going to get the orders from defense services? So there has to be some policy shift that there we have to, think about. And I think some kind of talk is going on, but unless it comes out on paper on ground, it is not going to help us to any of these private players who are trying to bring in. And what happens is, once this kind of news spreads, everybody is rushing towards, acquiring these kind of capabilities, which is also a bad thing as far as our country is concerned. Anyway, I will keep that aside.
The strategic benefits part.
Yeah, strategic benefits you spoke about. There is a mission and operational control station that is supposed to be set up in the country. That means all the UAVs countrywide, General Arora spoke about the primary enemy being China and secondary being Pakistan, or whichever way, or internal operations, all the UAVs, wherever you have launched from the services, they can be controlled from one mission station, which can be a command control station based in Delhi or wherever, whichever, and with one standby station, so as to have a redundancy. So that is one of the biggest benefits. And we all know that Americans operate like that. They operate in Afghanistan with a control station in US mainland. So there is a little bit of security issues out there. So that is one thing that is very predominant in this program, which was always there. Now it has taken a front seat, and hopefully within next 2 to 3 years, we should see the light of the day as far as this program is concerned. So when you talk about strategic employment of this kind of system, it is enormous. It is enormous. And combination of manned and unmanned vehicles are going to give you much more dividend than what you gain from today's surveillance being carried out by surveillance UAVs and manned aircraft going and carrying out attacks. He spoke about Herop and Harpy. These are the weapons we have been having for last 20 years. We should have learned from those weapons as to what we require and modified our weapon systems accordingly many years back. But even now, it is not too late if we have the right choice of platform and the weapons, looking at the future as per the LTIPP that Mayank spoke of, because this is all documented. This is all going on over the years. So I think we need to, it's a big wake up call for us to look into these and execute it in a time bound manner. Unless we do that, whether it is government agencies or private agencies, somebody has to take a stock and decide what we want to do and execute it. That execution part of it is lacking for many, many years. That is where we need to put in our all efforts.
Okay. Thank you so much. There, as ABM Nanotka is pointing out, it's never too late to go ahead and realize your needs and requirements and act accordingly. And obviously, execution is a very important part. And when it comes to indigenous or indigenization of working on these technologies, accountability, it becomes the most significant aspect there. Thank you so much once again, ABM Nanotka, General Arora, and Mayank as well for sharing your views with us. So this is all about Project Cheetah, which is focused on weaponizing or making the unmanned drones, UAVs, combat ready. And this is just one part of it. But obviously, the larger picture involves much more significant use of such platforms in the days to come, because future warfare or future security needs are going to be really different from what they were yesterday or what they are today. Once again, I will come back next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this episode of Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about Boeing 777-300 extended range. Now, this is a new VVIP aircraft which India is procuring for its top political heads, that is the Prime Minister, the President of India, as well as the Vice President of India. We'll look at the specifics, the features, as well as the reason why there was your change of aircraft for these VVIPs. So let us start the discussion, and let me begin by introducing the guest to you. We have with us retired Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. He is the Additional Director General of the Center for Air Power Studies. We also have with us retired Major General Ashwani Kumar Sivaj, our defense expert, and we're also joined by Manu Pabi, the Senior Editor with Economic Times, looking after the defense aspects in this particular scenario. So let me begin with you, Manu, and let's start by putting things in perspective here. Let's try and understand a bit more about Boeing 777-300ER. Why, going for this aircraft? That's one aspect. But what's happening on the deal specifically? When will we get it?
See, there has been, a big gap as far as VVIP travel is concerned in India. We have not had an aircraft in which the President and the Prime Minister or the Vice President can travel safely over long distances. The current setup that we have two basic aircraft which carry VVIPs. One is the Embraer jets, which have been there for a long time, the legacy jets. We've had the Boeing business jets. These are fitted with a lot of systems which give VVP security, including missile countermeasures, but they are limited by range, so they can't fly beyond the country or to neighboring countries. But for long travel, say to Europe, to the US, the Prime Minister and the President and the Vice President were flying basically commercial aircraft, Air Indian aircraft by Air India, which were reconfigured for VVIP duty, but without any protection. So the 777 that we're getting now, these are basically Air India aircraft, which have been retrofitted now with special systems, which will make them, less vulnerable to ground-based threats. So these are being fitted with the Boeing specialized equipment, which is going to a lot of the heads of state aircraft. So basically, the biggest threat that an aircraft faces when it takes off from an airfield is that during takeoff and just before landing, the threat of man-pads or man-portable surface-to-air missile systems, which are basically shoulder-fired missiles. So this aircraft, I think, is going to get equipment which will disable such missiles, and it is extremely important because security at this level cannot be compromised, and the kind of thick population that we have around airports across the country, it's a very credible threat that has to be countered. The aircraft are going to come hopefully in a few weeks. We were hearing end of August, perhaps early September. They've been slightly delayed because of the COVID crisis. We signed the deal with America on this. It was a government-to-government deal signed last year, 2019. It was approved. The aircraft cost is separate because it's already Air India aircraft, but the systems which are going on board specialized systems which are not given to many countries. They are worth about $190 million. Integration is happening. The US, these aircraft will be flown by the VVIP squadron of the Air Force. So it will be Air Force pilots. And I think this will give that much needed cushion and cover to our VVIPs when they travel. See, besides just the protection of the aircraft, this also has advanced communication systems. So the VVIP traveling will be able to communicate directly, real time. There will be meeting rooms inside. It will be comfortable travel. It will be able to carry security personnel on board. So it has a lot of enhancements, and these will be the first long-range specialized aircraft that we have as of now. Because till now, we were only getting Air India aircraft coming in, getting reconfigured for short spells of people.
Okay. Let me now bring in ABM Manmohan Bahadur here to try and understand a little bit more about the VVIP aircraft. So ABM Bahadur, if you could just put everything in perspective. Obviously, one important aspect is security. The other one is communication. But what else are we looking at?
VVIP travel is specialized travel, and that is done by the Air Headquarters Communications Squadron at Palam. What happens is that people who are in that communications squadron are specially selected. They are security verified. Each and every person, whether it be the pilot or the technician or the DSC guard, which guards the aircraft while in Palam and other places. So all of them, their antecedents are checked very rigorously by the IB and other police agencies. It is only then that they are posted to ComScomm. So that's where the human element comes in before somebody starts flying a VVIP. Secondly, we get on to the aircraft as such. The aircraft is something where you and I cannot go unless we have clearance. There is actually a log maintained of who all enter those aircraft and at what time they enter and what time they leave, because this is for the security of the top leadership of the country. That besides, as Manu has already brought out the other things about the facilities that the aircraft will have. Secure communications is a very important thing when the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President want to interact. If they want to have, say, I do not know whether this aircraft will have video conferencing or not. I'm not aware of that. Video conferencing, say, or fax or telephones. These are standard things which are there in any modern VVIP aircraft. So considering all this, the Boeing 777, remember it's been in service with the Air India for a very long time. So two aircraft were diverted and have been redone or refurbished as per requirement of the communications squadron. And I can assure you, the SPG would have been deeply involved in. There would be electronics expert who would be involved, and of course the Air Force, whose people would have got trained by now, or they may be under training. There would be an overlap, because remember, Boeing 777 does New Delhi to Chicago or New Delhi to Washington in Air India service, and it's got the capability, of doing those 13-14 hours flight. So, which the Air Force pilots in the present BBJ, the Boeing business jet, don't do that time. So there would be an overlap with Air India pilots, one of them, and the Air Force pilot. So this overlap will continue for some time, and it is understood that Air India has, actually asked for volunteers or people to debut themselves for a special task with the Air Force for a period of 2 years. Some people have been identified, and this would be on. A very important aspect is the maintenance of this aircraft. The maintenance, as per media reports, would stay with the Air India, as was the case with the Boeing, the previous BBJs and the 737 which was there. Because Air India is a specialist agency, and you cannot set up servicing facilities just for two aircraft, which would be on Air Force inventory. It's just not possible. So the Air India engineering services would be tasked to carry this out. For people who sort of move with the Prime Minister, the staff, the stewards, etc., I am not aware whether that would be Air India staff or whether it would be Air Force people. But in the BBJ and the Embraer, it is the Air Force that looks after. 777 is a much bigger aircraft, so I'm not aware. But if it comes to the Air Force side, I'm sure they can handle it.
Okay, so this is about personnel and obviously maintenance as well. But A.P. Bahadur, one more aspect is the security aspect in terms of the features which this new aircraft might have in terms of countermeasures, as Manu was pointing out, to sort of tackle the threats which it might have when the aircraft is airborne or taking off or touching down as well.
Yes, all these aircraft now actually, when they go into zones which are threatening, have self-protection measures. There is a special self-protection suite, SPS, which is mounted. That is highly classified, highly classified. And I'm sure DRDO would be involved in this. And also in what I mentioned earlier, the communication part. Okay, because I'm sure we would be putting our own encryptors and decryptors to ensure that our communication of our head of state is secure. So when you're talking of the countermeasures, well, the standard thing, and I do not know, and I'm not speaking about this aircraft, but there are infrared countermeasures, there are the flares, there are the shafts. So I do not know what this aircraft will be getting, but these are mentioned in the present media dialogue, which is media coverage that is going on. Large aircraft in infrared measures also are mentioned. What exactly, I'm not aware, because that I'm sure would be a highly classified stuff.
Definitely, since it is about the security of the VVIPs and the top ones at that, the Prime Minister, the President of India, the Vice President of India. So obviously this will all be a classified information there. Let me bring in General Sivaj here. General Sivaj, two aspects to begin with. One is why the need for a change, although as Manu has pointed out, and AVM Bahadur is also saying that with changing times, the needs and requirements obviously also change. That is one. Second is obviously the security aspect, as AVM Bahadur is pointing out, from personnel to the countermeasures it should have on board.
Vishal, yeah, two aspects, very important aspect. First of all, why do we need them? You remember, as on today, for last 30 years, we were using this Boeing 747 commercial flights for the VVIP, basically Prime Minister, President and Vice President, whenever they were going out. And whenever they're moving inside the country, it was basically Indian Air Force Communication Squadron, which is a VVIP flight. This was being used, but this was a very ad hoc arrangement which was being done. It was especially whenever the President, Prime Minister were going out, the Boeing, which was of Air India, the commercial one, did not have any security aspect involved in that. And you see, India is an emerging superpower now. We need to have a specialized aircraft for our VVIP because the security threat is increasing. And the second thing is, you remember this Air India is no more going to be a national carrier because it is going to be privatized. So therefore, there is a need that we must have our own aircraft, which is exclusively for Prime Minister, President and Vice President. And especially so, what has happened is these Boeing 777-300 extended range, we have already got it. And from Air India, this has been taken by Indian Air Force or by the government, and they were then sent for carrying out this modification. Now, the 2-3 modifications which has been carried out are very important. One is it has got two issues. One is large aircraft in infrared countermeasure and a special protection suit. Now, these are very important. What is this? What happened is when these have been incorporated in these aircraft, that in case there is a missile threat or there is any early warning or electronic warfare threat, sumoto it is been taken care of, and the pilot will only come to know once the threat has been already deviated. So this is the crunch point in this, is the one which is a large aircraft infrared countermeasure. This takes care of this, that it has a jamming facility, it can intercept and any missile which has been fired on this aircraft, suo moto it will be taken care without the intervention of the pilot. That is the beauty about it. And second thing is the special protection suit gives the capability of staying in a particular safe place which has got a protection from electronic warfare also. Now this modification has been carried out by Boeing only, and we have spent $190 million for this, because this was very much required. Now this is not there with many countries. One is that Air Force One of the President of US is using it, and second one possibly they have given to us or to some other NATO country. Now why this thing has come is that we are now a strategic trade authorization 1, which we have signed with the US in 2018. After that, we have become a strategic partner, and they can transfer the technology to us. You know, the strategic trade authorization 1 is only in South Asia, India, and in total Asia, we are the third country after Japan and South Korea. Now, this is what has been a change, that the America accepted our demand of giving this state-of-art defense system which is available, and also that in 2017 we have signed COMCASA, that communication compatibility and security arrangement. So why doing this? The Americans were ready to give us these two state-of-art systems which are very important for the safety and security. So remember, 2-3 things which stand out as far as this aircraft is concerned. This aircraft can go around the whole world in one go. It has also got a fuel refueling facility in emergency, and as the Air Force One of America, it has by and large all those security arrangements which are prevalent in that. So therefore it is a game changer, it is a force multiplier, and by coming this, the two things will be taken care of. One is the journey of the VIP dignitary will be more safe, more secure, and it can be, say, more luxurious.
Okay, definitely. The safety, security is really important when we speak about VVIPs. But that brings me to one more question here, Manu, and I'd like to start with you. In terms of, if you do a bit of a comparative analysis here, obviously there would be other nations as well. For example, all of us know United States of America is one wherein their president travels in an almost a similar aircraft or much more equipped aircraft, which is known as Air Force One. Apart from that, what all other heads of the states have these state-of-the-art aircrafts, or perhaps if we do a bit of a comparative analysis, where do we stand? Would we stand rather once we have this?
See, I think this aircraft is very much state-of-the-art. You know, you talked about Air Force One. Now, Air Force One, you know, perhaps will be more advanced in terms of features it has already had, but it is the 777ER will be at par with it. Why? Because it's a new aircraft. The Air Force One still relies on the Boeing 747 platform, the old one. And there's a lot of debate in the US on updating the aircraft to meet modern requirements. So we are getting, I think, perhaps one of the best aircraft available in the world at par with any head of state. The problem that we have, you know, is that we always look at small numbers. We're only getting 2 of these aircraft. Now, when the US president comes to town, and we saw him when he came to Gujarat, he has a whole range of aircraft which travel with him. There's a dedicated aircraft for security personnel. There's an aircraft which brings equipment. There's a backup to Air Force One. There's the Air Force One itself. So we are, you know, it's a whole system of systems, and they travel like it's like almost like a convoy kind of a, you know, scenario in the air. So we don't have that. We're only getting these 2 aircraft, and the reason we are having 2 is because one will be able to fly, the other will be a backup. So perhaps numbers are not very satisfactory. Maybe some more would have been in order. But it's a very expensive system. So I think the total cost, 190 million, is only the modification cost of the system. But the cost of the aircraft is not been factored in. So it's going to be much more expensive. In terms of other heads of state, you know, everyone has their own preference of aircraft. We have in the past, you know, operated Russian aircraft. We've operated now American. I think other countries are doing the same. But I think very few countries in the world can afford an aircraft of this size. So in our immediate neighborhood, definitely not. I don't think the Prime Minister of Pakistan has an aircraft of even comparable status. In fact, as we remember, there were reports in which one of the Gulf states had to send an aircraft to him, you know, to travel because their aircraft was not available. So this is an aircraft which only rich nations can afford. And I think we have entered that category. We are one of the top economies in the world. And so I think my only point is number perhaps too less. We should have to put more.
Okay. Let's hear from ABM Bahadur on these two aspects. ABM Bahadur, a bit of a comparative analysis here. Do you believe 777ER is the best choice? And numbers, as Manu is pointing out, though it's really costly, but 2 should be sufficient to start with.
That is correct. And a few corrections, the 777ER, which is coming to us, it will not have air-to-air refueling, as the President of the United States, the Boeing 747 that has. Okay, just remember, this is a commercial aircraft refurbished from inside with some extra avionics. To try and put air-to-air refueling is a big plumbing job. Okay, so it's not that simple. It cannot be done in a year and a half to an old design. Because 777, remember, is an older design. So that's one. Number 2. When we talk of other heads of state, it depends on what the country can afford. We have 2 for the time being. One would be main, one would be standby. And that's how it operates, because even when the Air India's Boeing 747 is taken, there is one main and one standby at base here in India, in case the number 1 goes unserviceable for whatever reason. So that's the second thing. Thirdly, yes, as Manu pointed out, we used earlier the Russian one, Tu-124, sorry, and then we switched to Boeing 737 and BBJs. So the point is that if there will be, even once this aircraft comes, let me tell you, straight away it will not start flying the VVIPs. There will still be an overlap time, because the SOPs of the ComScotland are such that the pilots go through very rigorous on-the-job training, and you may be having this aircraft flying all over the place, in fact, around many times to foreign countries, just to make sure that the SOPs are worked up. And this happens for whenever a new aircraft comes into the communications squad, whether it be a fixed wing or a helicopter. So this is what the background to the 777ER is.
Okay.
Should we get a third one? I don't think so. Not for any other reason. It's too costly. But because remember, how many times is it that the Prime Minister goes out of the country, or the President or the Vice President? Rest of the time, this aircraft will be lying on ground, just doing continuation training and things like that. So that was one of the reasons why Air India wanted to move out, because its commercial operations used to be affected. Now, till the time Air India stays Air India, or whichever way, whether it is disinvested or not, its commercial flights will not be affected, and that's a very major takeaway from commercial operations taken over by the VVIP flying taken over by the Air Force.
Okay.
So that's where it is.
Okay, let's take concluding comments from General Siwach before we conclude the show on these two aspects, General Siwach. One, the comparative analysis, and second, as Manu is saying that perhaps more than 2 would have been okay, but ABM Bahadur believes 2 is a sufficient number. So according to you, if you look at as a defense expert and ensuring the safety and security of the VVIPs also is really important there. So the numbers, will that be okay with 2, or can we go for more perhaps later if required?
To start with, Vishal, 2 is good enough, because even the Air Force One, the 2 identical aircraft which is available to the President of USA are 2 only. As far as this is concerned, initially we can go for 2 because it's a very costly affair. And costly, not only that, it is a costly as an aircraft that is Boeing 777-300 extended range, but the modification which you have carried out is very costly. Both these features which you have put it, that self-protection suit which you have put it, and also basically a large aircraft infrared countermeasure. These 2 cost about $190 million. So it is approximately costing $100 million per aircraft. So to start with, I think 2 are good enough. And if the nation feels it, the requirement can go. My point is, what we have to appreciate is that whatever, the system which has been put in this aircraft is state of art. We have got it from America because we are a strategic partner. Why are we not understanding this issue? The point is, today they have given us these 2 issues So we are, one, it is costly, and second thing is, now since we are signed or we are a strategic partner to them, we are strategic trade authorization 1, also COMCASA, and also otherwise trade partners. So they are now ready to give us the technology, and it's a good thing that we have got these aircraft. This will be a safe and secured move for a VVIP of the nation, and it is required. India is emerging obviously a regional power, so therefore there is a requirement of having an exclusive aircraft for Prime Minister and President whenever they are moving out of the country, rather than getting as a charter from Air India, which will be no more a national carrier, likely to be privatized. So this is a better option. And as far as the training is concerned, I think it's an ongoing process. Till the time the Air Force pilots are not trained, I'm sure Air India pilot can be with them, and slowly and steadily it can be done. So my point is, as on today, it's a very good thing happened for India, that we have got a state-of-art, very safe, very secured, aircraft for VIP movement outside the country for Prime Minister, President, and Vice President.
ABM Bahadur, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it is like this, that the present Comscot aircraft have also got a protection suite. So let's not expand on the American-US defense relationship, and that this is the fallout of that. No, I do not agree with that. It is not so. Present BBJs also have got certain protection systems, and I will not speak about them. The VVIPs are secure even in the present aircraft that they fly. There was a need to get basically a long-range aircraft, and hence there is a change in the aircraft that has been required. There will be more protocol sharing because of the signing of the COMCASA. Yes, that is a fact. But I know, and we'll keep it at that the present BBJs are also safe.
Okay, definitely. But here, the gist of this entire discussion and this entire project is to go ahead and enhance the safety and security of our VIPs.
Can I say something, Vishal?
Cater to the technology, the developing technology here. I would come to you, Jan Sivat, but we are running short of time there. Just one quick comment to make before I move on to Manu. Yes, please.
Yeah, my point is that, see, as far as this aircraft was concerned, it was already there. So therefore, saying that we have to go for an aircraft which has a range, automatically this was a part of Air India. So it was there. It is the safety and security angle which is important. And hence, the two issues which are there, SPS and this liar CM, these are game changer. After all, we have got it. We have spent money. We have given to USA money, but the USA is kind enough to transfer this technology. So overall, it is a good thing. So my issue, my point of saying is that whatever we have got it for our VIP, it is state of art as on today. It is a requirement of the day because we are emerging a regional power. We must have it, a safe and a secured aircraft for our VIP when they are moving out.
Okay, definitely the relation between both the nations and the transfer of technology or equipment is intertwined to a great extent there. But Manu, before we bring this show to an end, a quick recap on the timeline, if you could do for us, where do we stand? When are we likely to have these aircrafts here and in service? Because I believe there would be some gap there in terms of training as well.
See, to start with, the Boeing business jets that we got in 2009, they had similar systems on board, in terms of missile avoidance. I think their delivery took much longer because they were fresh aircraft made especially for the VVIPs. These aircraft are now coming. I think we are expecting them to get into service within a few weeks. We don't have a set date yet, but the dates we've been hearing is end of August, early September. And I think once they come in, like AVM was saying, they might take a few weeks to, settle in and, get the protocols in place. But I don't think the PM is going anywhere soon because of COVID anyway. So I don't think the first time we're going to use it is going to be a few months away, because as far as we know, there are no scheduled visits abroad which are happening. In fact, a lot of the conferences are happening virtually. So I think by the end of the year, we'll see this aircraft take its first mission abroad, and it'll hopefully have a very nice, safe and comfortable journey for the Prime Minister.
Okay, definitely. And then that particular time which you're talking about between these aircrafts landing here in India and taking off on their first mission can be definitely productively used by all the personnel and the team required for the training and other purposes as well. Thank you so much, Manu, for sharing your views here with us. Similarly, for General Sivach and AVM Manmohan Bahadur as well. Thank you for bringing all those details to our viewers. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about SIG 716 assault rifle. Now, almost 15 years after the demand was raised, Indian Army has finally got the first lot of new assault rifles. According to reports, Army has received 10,000 SIG 716 assault rifles, which are part of the first batch of 72,400 ordered from US firm SIG Sauer earlier this year under fast-track procurement. Now, the SIG 716 is a 7.62 caliber rifle with an effective range of 500 meters. These new rifles will replace the Indian-made INSAS rifles and considered to be compact, easy to maintain and equipped with modern technology. These new assault rifles are expected to give a major boost to Indian Army's anti-terror operations along the line of control. Now, for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio. Let me first introduce the guests, beginning with the retired Major General Ravi Arora, Chief Editor, Indian Military Review. We also have with us retired Colonel Tanveer Singh Chauhan, our defense analyst, and Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the defense correspondent from the Tribune. Let me begin with you, General Arora. Let's first talk about the need, the time frame, and how we have come about to procure these new assault rifles.
Very important. You've given out the basic background to the issue. There are certain issues which must be placed in perspective. Firstly, we are a 13 lakh Indian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, and we have 9 lakh of paramilitary forces. That makes it 22 lakhs. And our primary rifle, the assault rifle, is the INSAS 5.56. There are almost 20,000 copies, not 20,000, 20 lakh copies of INSAS rifle in circulation, in stock, in inventory, under production, being replaced. And the life of an INSAS rifle is about 20 years. These first came in the middle 1990s, and now it is 2019. So they've already been in service for over 20 years. Some batches produced later are almost new, because it was in 2017 that the decision was taken to do away with it, to retire the INSAS. It will take some time to retire a whole lot of them. And because the replacements, that is, one is the AK-203 rifle, which will be made in an ordnance factory at Korwa, will take time. They will start arriving from next year, and since they have to produce 7 lakh copies, it will take a few years for all of them to be inducted and to replace the INSAS. So the government decided and gave approval last year in February for 72,400, as you said, rifles to be purchased on fast-track procedure. That means the procedure lays down a time frame of 6 months, but practically it has taken almost 2 years for the contract to be finalized and the rifles to start coming. The first lot has just arrived. And why this 72,400? Because the government said, let's meet our immediate requirements. By now, when we have decided the INSAS is not good enough, the enemy is armed with a better rifle, the terrorists are armed with AK-47 and their variants, which in many ways is better than the INSAS 5.56. So these have been contracted to arm the frontline troops, as the army chief called it last year in one of his press conferences. They will not be for arming the whole of the Indian army. Remember, these personal weapons or assault rifles are mainly for the soldiers who are fighting in the front line. Because of functions, the officers and some of the people who man crew-served weapons or other equipment, they are armed with carbines or pistols.
Okay.
So this rifle which has come in is for those frontline troops. And the government also decided that remainder 85% of the remainder 85%, 60% will be met by industry and 25% by the ordnance factories. Since then, there has been a change. The Indo-Russian rifles factory has come up as a joint venture, and they will produce the AK-203 in large numbers.
Okay.
So this, not only the assault rifle, the army also wants a carbine because the INSAS carbine had not been fully developed or accepted. And the army also wants to replace the INSAS 5.56 LMG, for which also action has started, but it will probably take some time.
Okay.
So right now we have the assault rifle, the carbine and the LMG being replaced by foreign weapons under the fast track procedure. Rifle has been decided will be the AK-203 to be produced in India by the ordnance factory, and they are yet to decide on the carbine and the LMGs.
Okay, let me bring in Colonel Danvi Singh Chauhan here. Colonel Chauhan, I remember almost an year ago, we spoke at length about how there is a need to replace the INSAS rifles, and you're there on that program and you pointed out clearly what is it that is not right with INSAS rifle, specifically if you look at today's scenario. So how does SIG 716 fulfill those requirements which are not met by INSAS? And also, as all of us know, and as General has also pointed out, AK-203 is going to be manufactured in India only. So why in between going for SIG 716?
Okay. So going ahead with what General said, just breaking it down further. Where will these rifles be used? Who are those frontline soldiers that we are talking of? And where does this AK-203 fit in? Why have two types of rifles? So these are some of the questions that would arise in any common man's mind. Well, when we are talking of frontline soldier in context to this weapon 6 that we are talking of, it is the infantrymen standing at guard on the line of control. On the line of control, when it comes to your personal weapons, INSAS is absolutely, outmatched by the Pakistanis' weapon. There are a lot of bad actions that take place. There was one day before yesterday. And when it comes to such kind of actions at platoon level and, on one-on-one basis, there are INSAS rifle actually puts our soldier down when it comes to that. So these weapons will straight away go there. Out of the lot that is coming straight from America, some 90% will come to the army frontline soldiers as we are talking of, and then some will go to the Garud commandos of the Air Force and the Marcos of the Navy. So this is as far as this weapon is concerned as of now. Now about AK-203. AK-203 will largely come with the troops who are fighting the insurgency, be it in the east or in the valley, and the paramilitaries that are fighting the Naxals in the Naxal area. Why so? You mentioned that we spoke at length about these weapons almost a year back, and I had said that there is something called faith factor. Our troops, that includes us, me as well, we are very confident with AK kind of a weapon. It has minimum stoppages. I call them infantry proof. You can just throw them, pick them up, fire, throw them in the mud, take it out from the mud and just fire and do whatever you want to do. Any funny kind of thing that you want to do, you do. Maintenance is absolutely minimal. So I say that these weapons are the best infantry proof weapons available in the world, and they have earned a lot of faith as far as soldiers are concerned.
So AK-203, since it is a derivative of AK-47 down the line and an improved version, it will automatically go in as far as the confidence part is concerned. So there it fits in. But in the larger run, on the larger run, this 6-wire will be the mainstay of the Indian Army weapon, personal weapon. And as General said, that it will take some time for the existing inventory to fade out. I think as and when and as and how it will, these weapons will replace it. It happened similarly when it was SLR by INSAS, and it will happen in the same way. One thing that I would wish that we have carbines and LMGs also, from the same family. I hope we come to that conclusion. That will really ease various logistics and various other issues that are involved.
Okay, okay. So that's also quite an interesting point out there. We'll come to the specifications also a bit later, but let me bring Ajay here. Ajay, your viewpoint on the overall, placement of SIGSAR, that's 6716, in the entire weaponry segment here, which is there with the Indian Army, and the AK-203 out there as well, and the rifle which we are trying to replace, that's INSAS.
See, Vishal, before answering you, I'll bring in something else. See, 3 things have happened for the infantry soldier specifically in the past 2-3 years. This rifle is the newest thing. We have also had newer BP jackets, which are, BP jackets means bulletproof jackets, which are lighter, much more effective, and we also have newer helmets for the troops, which are lighter and can take a 9mm shot even from, say, point blank range. These are the kind of testing parameters of those bulletproof helmets and the BP jackets. And this is the third important aspect of the infantry soldier being looked after in the past 3-4 years. Now coming to the rifle, why did the Indian Army need this rifle? As the two people have pointed out, the INSAS fires a smaller round. The SIGSAR and the AKs fire a bigger round. That means the kill factor increases. The increase is manifold. INSAS, as the troops tell us, or the people tell us, or we see in seminars or hear in seminars, is there is more of an injury-causing weapon, unless you are very close to the in close quarter combat. Now, in this case, the 6-wire will have a bigger round and fire for a longer distance and have greater accuracy. Now, this is not to criticize the INSAS. Please imagine the INSAS was planned 30 years ago when we were still a closed economy and probably coming out of the USSR shadow. At that given point of time, it looked at it was a latest weapon. Today, in today's world, we have taken this step of having a newer rifle. This also means that we are going to take the next step also very soon. That is the AK-203. AK-203, as we already discussed, the factory is up there. It is coming up. The rifles are being made. Now, please keep in mind, we need around 11-12 lakh rifles. The army has so far ordered for around 6.49 of the AK-203. The rest will also come from one of the sources. Most likely, in my belief, will be AK-203 will be the standard issue weapon in case of replacing the INSAS over the next decade and a half. And the 6-wire or its kind of weapons will be the frontline weapons, say, at the line of control.
Okay.
And possibly the LMGs which we have ordered and the MMGs we are looking at will also be of the modern variety. So these 3-4 things have happened, Vishal, I think are important for your program.
Okay. So Ajay, you spoke about, the specifications and the caliber as well in terms of, let me bring Colonel Chauhan here before I go to General Arora. Colonel Chauhan, the 6716 is said to be 7.62 caliber. INSAS is around 5.56 caliber. So what difference, from an end user's perspective? Ajay has pointed out that it fires a larger round and, it'll have a much improved kill ratio. And the range is also said to be somewhere around 500 meters for 7.62 mm 6716.
Ajay very nicely brought out the aspect of smaller round, and then it is designed to injure and not kill unless until you are very close. So basically it is all about the stopping power. Now, stopping power is that if the enemy is charging at you and you fire at him, will your fire be effective enough to kill him and bring him down way beyond his bayonet reach? So if you are firing with INSAS, probably answer is no, and he may end up hitting you with his bayonet before he succumbs to his injury or he falls injured. He will not be stopped.
Okay.
But if you fire a 7.62 round from, say, SLR or a 6-wire, I haven't fired and I don't know, I'm sure it is on the similar lines, or the AK-47, the stopping power is far much better and effective, and you will be finishing the enemy much beyond before he comes and hits you. So
Okay.
this is the basic difference. But stopping power does not only end at the caliber. It is the 7.62 mm. It is not that. It is also the power of the cartridge, and so many other factors also add to stopping power. Well, nevertheless, if you compare 6-hour to AK-47, 6-hour will be 1,000 times more potent weapon in terms to what I just said.
Okay. General Arora?
Let me add to that. You know, right now, some of the problems which soldiers experienced in a INSAS 5.56 have been eradicated. The problems which were encountered were, first it was, the INSAS, you had the facility of firing semi-automatic. That means you just press the trigger once when it is on semi-automatic mode, and 3 rounds burst would be fired. But at times, despite that, it would just fire on automatic, all the rounds being fired uncontrollably. Second was the barrel was getting heated up. Third was that in cold weather, the plastic magazine would crack. And the fourth major defect was that sometimes the firer would get splash of oil into his eyes. So these were sorted out, but then came the requirement of using additional equipment, under barrel grenade launcher, a Picatinny rail with the night vision devices, other aiming devices, which were added. But when a rifle is designed and manufactured in the factory and all these come fitted as original equipment, it's a different weapon. Rather than retrofitting and later redesigning the weapon, there is always a difference. So today you have INSAS 5.56, which you can fire you can fire grenades with a UBG with it, and you can have Picatinny rail, and you can use the devices. But still, it is, as compared to others, it's not effective. This point about 5.56 ammunition, definitely it's a smaller caliber. Although armies all over the world are now rethinking and going to somewhere between 5.56 to 7.62. 6.8 mm is also emerging as a favorite caliber, but that remains to be seen. The Indian Army, with all its wisdom, has decided to go for 7.62. Pakistan also uses the G3 rifle, which has 7.62. Some other advanced armies also use 7.62. Although other calibers, 5.8 is also available, 6.8 is available.
Okay.
So now this Sig Sauer, it's a proven weapon. It's not one of the 10 best assault rifles in the world, but it is proven, it is well designed. The extensive trials carried out on this weapon have shown that there are no problems. It's very effective, it's accurate. Now, AK-47 or AK-203, which is being manufactured, is also very efficient, very reliable, with just 8 moving parts. When a bullet is fired, there are only 8 parts which move. A rifle may have more than 80 parts if you strip the whole thing in the factory. But when you are actually using it, minimum number of parts are moving, so it does not lead to any stoppages. Stoppages are mainly caused because of fouling, or because of the gunpowder smoke getting deposited here and there. So these newer weapons come with chrome-lined barrels, which eliminate the fouling. Even the American AR-15 and the M14, M16 had many problems over many years, particularly in Vietnam. But now we are getting SIG 716, which is a proven weapon, very effective. Many of the manufacturers will claim that the effective range is 500, 600, 1000. But actually it may not be so. If it hits, it can kill. But effective range is also a function of sighting. You should be able to aim properly and fire. If the aiming itself is such that you are covering not only the target but more than the target, the bullet can go anywhere.
Okay.
So it's a reliable, accurate, easily maintained, perhaps economical, because after all, 5 companies had competed for this tender, and Sig Sauer Incorporated was the winner, and it's gone through trials, and so we are getting a good weapon. but we cannot rely on an imported weapon all the time. Hence, the smaller quantities are being purchased.
And that is where the AK-203 would come in picture. Colonel Chauhan, I'd like to bring you in here again on a very important point which was raised by Ajay there in terms of overall, what new things the infantry soldier has received in the recent past, changes in his gear, not only the weapon. So what all has been done and what more needs to be done from an infantry soldier's perspective here?
Yeah, apart from what Ajay has said and General has said, additional things that are coming into the army which we don't come to know is the night visions that are coming. They are coming in smaller size, lightweight, with greater battery backup. Now army is also talking about changing the uniform, the combat uniform that the talk is on. So and the dress part that includes your boots, your various other things. Basically the whole intention is to make that infantry soldier more comfortable in a particular kind of an environment, with equipment as light as possible, with durability as long as possible, something like that. So it is, your grenades are likely to go smaller. In fact, they have, and your equipment otherwise as such is condensing in weight, and things are improving.
Okay, so to ensure that it's a smoother run for the infantry soldier. Ajay, if you look at the way changes have been made, and you started with that, and overall holistic perspective in terms of the new rifle which our forces have now got, 6716, that's perfectly fine. But the timeline is again a very important issue here. The demand was raised around 15 years ago. It's taken more than a decade and a half for the armed forces to get the first order, and meanwhile the AK-203 is also being done out there. So that apart, and what is being done, are we on the right track?
Vishal, I'll take 1 minute to explain the use of this rifle first. See, imagine this, there is a soldier along the line of control, it's pitch dark at night. There is what General referred the Picatinny rail. What is the Picatinny rail? The Picatinny rail is a rail on top of the barrel. It can take in a night vision, it can be fitted onto it, so that soldier will have a night vision through the rifle itself to aim at a target. That Picatinny rail is the most important aspect of this gun. It can fit in a night sight, it can fit in a day sight, it can fit in a holographic sight. So you can remove the sight, fit it back again as per the requirement of that time.
Okay.
At night you can fit in the night vision one through the same rifle. You don't need a separate night vision thing. That is the most important aspect of the rifle. Whereas you talk about the timeline we've taken, Vishal, I always maintain that we are a slow-moving country. We can't help it much about it. That is where the processes of the acquisition are. People are afraid of taking decisions. But in the past few years, the decisions have been taken, especially these little things, the big ticket items which the media talks about, the BrahMos, the submarines, the aircraft. These are often talked about. But the troop on the ground is the man who's facing the bullet every day. So he needed better bulletproof jackets. We had BP jackets for the past 20 years, but a lighter bulletproof jacket, which can take a better load. Because, if a bulletproof jacket weighs 3 kgs or 4 kgs, it's a weight. But it weighs 2 kgs or say 1.9 kgs, it helps the soldier. Similarly for the helmet. Now the helmet is such that it takes a 9mm bullet from point blank range. Now this is the improvement in technology. You would ask why this was not done 20 years ago. 20 years ago, this helmet was possibly rarely available with the US forces. Now the cost of technology has come down, so we are now progressing as an economy. Our economy is growing. As our economy grows, we are talking about these things, the comfort of the soldier, as Colonel Danveer Chauhan pointed out. We're talking of comfort of the soldier. Now the soldier is made comfortable through better boots, better shoes, better clothes, better rifles, and he's actually very, very confident of the rifle, new rifle. When you talk of the troops in counterinsurgency areas, wherever they are in India, they always pick up the AK-47 as the weapon of choice. So we have to live with those times. We cannot say indigenization. AK-103 is indigenized, it's being made in India. So let us live with that fact.
Okay, so it's the comfort of the soldier and the faith also, which the soldier has, as Colonel Chauhan was pointing out. Concluding comments from you, General.
Well, what comes to mind very clearly is, why don't we have our own weapon, indigenous Indian, whether it is pistol or carbine or LMG, assault rifle, sniper rifle, or anti-tank rockets. I just want to summarize Remember, we had the Lee Enfield 303 rifle right from Second World War up to 1965 war, and then we had the L1A1 British rifle made in India under license, fairly good weapon. And then we decided that it's time to have our own. This 5.56 was developed by DRDO and Ordnance Factory Board.
Okay.
1990s it was introduced in service, and it has lasted up to 2017, you could say, when the decision has been taken. That's because the government did not trust giving license to the domestic industry to produce small arms, thinking they will fall into hands of the left-wing extremists and Naxal buddies and other anti-national elements.
Okay.
So that confidence came only recently when licenses have been issued for arms, ammunition and explosives. But it requires a lot of experience. Even the Americans have taken over 20 to 30 years to come to the stage when an M16 modification 4 rifle is standard issue, and it is the best weapon in the world today.
Okay.
So hopefully now onwards, this requirement has to be met. We will imbibe technologies from this AK-203 project and all the other weapons which will be made, assembled as well as made in India. And then we will be able to produce our own weapons.
Okay, thank you so much, General Arora, Colonel Chauhan, and Ajay there. So that is the summary of about new assault rifle SIG 716, which the Indian Army's frontline soldiers have started receiving, and its effectiveness as well as utility on the front line. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television.